Hello. Hello. Fine. And hello. Hello, chat.
This year's strategic
I'm doing the song. Hi, chat. How's it going? Happy Saturday. I'm still making some tea, so bear with me for a little bit. Bear with me for a second. We're getting set up. We're getting settled in. This is a big. Are there any powerful forces working against acceleration you've identified? Yeah. Unfortunately for them, it's Jesus. That's really just like the fact of the matter. Don't use AI to read the Bible. You can read the text itself in the original language. I have apologies to dole out for what? For wanting to make delicious tea? No, I don't think so. I've got no apologies out. For giving you stimulation for like all of 2 days? That's what I'm supposed to apologize for? No. 3 paragraphs. I don't have to. I don't have to apologize. Okay, well then write out the apology form and maybe I'll sign it. Do my best. Like, birds have two opposable dual claws. And it's not great for writing, but I'll do my best. I think I could probably maybe like dip my foot in oil. That'll be the stamp that I sign off. Apologies. Just put it on my desk. I should be able to get it back to you by like next Friday. I don't know. Um, lots of things going on. I can't just like hop on to like any thing. You gotta write the document. God. All right, hold on. Let me finish making my tea. Also, I'm gonna mute. So you guys are just gonna see like either if I collapse and fall over, you're gonna see Dispel. He's gonna notice. I'm making some serious joke. Is it in my DMs? Nope, not in my DMs. No apology form in my DMs. Oh boy. You spelled my name wrong. How am I supposed to? How am I supposed to sign this if that isn't even my name? Incursion. Okay. You might be able to. Do I have to change the? I'll do it. God. Wow, OBS sucks ass. Wow, OBS sucks. I fade? Yes. That's so awesome. That's something. Nothing. Literally. How can I sign this? I'll sign it later. I'm not doing it. Sign it later. Get the fuck out. Alright, my tea's done. Alright. We'll actually start streaming. All that, it was just freaking. We're chilling. What would I be without chat? Hey, Egg. Hey, go. Are we settled in? Do we have snacks? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to hear the most egregious white lies you've ever heard in your life from very professional, intelligent people who are just ignoring for the sake of ignoring things, that they're hacks that don't want to focus on the right things. Um, are we going to focus on the right streams? Are we going to focus on the right things? Are we going to focus on the right streams? Yeah, we've come a long way. It's been a year of streaming. A year of streaming. Leave it. Just you and me, Chad. Just you, me, and the insane vortex of digital content and news and reality that hits us every week. And we get a little. Sometimes we get a little bit of break of. Sometimes we don't. Like last stream, the first time we got copyright struck by Wired. That sucked. But I still want to have Postscript on the Full Society up on the channel. It needs to be in the library. I want it to be in the library. And I wasn't really shout out Thorns. I wasn't really providing any commentary on the Postscripts of the Society or the Postscripts of the Society. I was playing my game. I was doing my thing. I was maybe a little locked in. You could say a little locked in, but that's fine. Who's going to hate me for locking? Why would it be you? Why would you want to hate me for locking? It's not okay. But actually, this stream has come a long distance. Slowly but surely, I may or may not have worked out audio. We've got transitions between scenes. I think we even have alerts working, chat. If I unmute the actual alert box, I think if you don't know, you follow or you subscribe on Twitch, like on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. I don't think the like will get a notification. The follow definitely will. The subscription might. Gift subs, giving me money. PayPal link below. I got my first Twitch payout, Puggers. I'm literally oiling you guys. It's so awesome. I got a whole smack $51 from I got 51 Bezos bucks. And luckily they're also giving me the option of spending those Bezos bucks before a cash payout on other streamers. Chat, you too can stream, accumulate Bezos bucks, and use them on your favorite kitty streamer when you're 13. Yep, that's what you can do, chat. Early, that's what Twitch allows. Thank you. What's it? I don't. Oh, Dan Clancy. That's right. It's the name of a literal spy. I can't take that seriously. We've come a long way. We're the cute accelerationism stream was actually the very first one, and literally done last year on the 10th. So this is a day before our anniversary, chat. What would I be without you guys? Where would I be without you guys? My loving, loyal fan base who actually just like never challenged me, and unfortunately, it just leaves me correctable. It's kind of a sad circumstance, but it's great to have you guys around to actually like try and. We've got big things I think planned for this coming summer, for the rest of the year. We're going to be doing another version of the Food Acceleration review. We're going to be doing the book. It's going to be Seeing Like a State, which I guess is like probably like Rjavan propaganda or something like that. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. It also hasn't arrived. It was delayed. It's going to be like a, but I can start taking notes. That it's going to be the same thing. You guys are going to be up. We're going to be discussing this book chapter by chapter. I think I'll probably produce the chapters in actual. Not sure. It's like videos. And I'm not sure they're going to be like 12 minutes long like they were for the Cute Acceleration video. But I think what we're also going to do is, Pat, you guys are going to be able to call in. And I would say in order to call in, you're going to have to donate. It's going to have to be $5 for you to buy in to the stream. If you want to call in, you have to donate $5. If in those 5 minutes, your time elapses and you want more things to say, you got to dono more, or somebody's got to dono on your behalf. That's going to be the thing. I guess we're going to do like probably like a sigmoidal curve first, and then it's going to like level out to something. I think that's going to. Hi Clem, how's it going? Happy Saturday. When is the next Twin Beach? Oh, gosh. I mean, what we were thinking of doing was audio only podcast, but I think a stream would be great as well because a lot of the stuff, a lot of the articles that we're going to be going through have very pretty diagrams you guys might enjoy seeing. Um, and I've got the setup anyways, so we might. I don't know if we'll do it on like different sets. That's up to Salty is learning to edit. He's also going to be editing Cloud. Chat, I made shorts here. I made videos. They every single one of these videos have gone absolutely viral. Crazy. Thank you everybody for. The stream is stuttering. It might be my my gate. See, I fucked around. So it's no, if it's your internet, I mean this probably works fine as well. If it's your internet, Clem, yet again, you're sabotaging another relationship, just like you did your parents. God fucking damn it, Clem. You're sabotaging the stream with your hygiene. But I was playing around. Bro, I spent an entire fucking 3 hours. I spent an entire night trying to figure out fucking audio settings that would work in OBS that didn't have, like, static in the background. And, like, I don't know, the solution is just, like, I guess turn everything up. People can turn the video down, and then that'll like block out the like static audio at the sort of the bottom of audio for an extended period of time. There's a static that develops, and I hated it. Oh my god, I've never had such an obsessive rage before that like destroyed my mental health. I stayed up until 2 a.m. I got 5 hours of sleep. I'm not a morning bird. I'm not a morning bird. I like my 8 hours of sleep. I like my, otherwise I start plucking my feathers. Chat, do you see what happens? I don't get my 8 hours of sleep. I start plucking my feathers. Sorry, Clem. That was a little harsh. That was a little mean. I didn't need to go that far. But if people have verdicts, advice on audio, I'm gonna take it for like maybe another week before we move on and just like settle, because I think it's gonna be fine. If I listen in post, it's gonna be entirely fine, and you guys are just gonna have to deal with it at a certain point. But I'm super happy with how that last video went. I'm very happy with it. I think it's something that I'm sad doesn't get talked about more. At least the book itself, because then talking about the book, you can make critiques about the book and you can build on top of it. But yes, the video was genuinely just like a ploy to sideload book recommendations into a video. A substantive video. I feel like I didn't waste anybody's time. I think it was very timely. Everything was well paced, and it turned out great. So I'm not sure how much more of that sort of content we're going to be doing, these sorts of video essays, because actually that did take, I don't know, about like 20 hours or so, I guess. And then part of it is because I'm inexperienced. I was learning a bunch of things. Things happen faster if you're trained, you're experienced, that sort of thing. So we'll see. Not sure. I've got a couple of ideas cooking for other, like, relatively similarly sized YouTube videos, but it also requires, like, doing the research, like, going back into clips. And that would kind of suck, but we'll see. This summer, I'm going to have to be very busy because I got a lot of shit I got to do before the fall. All of this needs to come together. All this, I'm cooking shit. We're cooking something nasty. I'm telling you what, we're cooking something nasty, and I hope it's going to be for the better. So I'm going to have a busy summer. We'll see about the fall. Maybe we'll do a couple more episodes. Maybe we'll do another book club in the fall. Not sure. Shout out the Bunker. The Bunker, if they stop choosing to read gay-ass books, we might stream that. I don't know how good or insightful they might be. Because chat, you guys come to me. You guys come to me for the good stuff. What's the good stuff today? What is the good stuff you say? Alright, let's learn that. CSIS released a series. Wow, AI food security, data ecosystems. This is so epic. I'm excited. We've got a couple of tech demos. I will be doing these talks at like 2x speed. If we get to these two later, I feel like they're the same videos that are up here. I'm not exactly sure. Because this looks like the same woman. This video Looks like it's cut from like this live stream or something like that. But I'm excited. The quants are going to tell us everything is fine. Global supply chains are not collapsing, and we're gonna have plenty of food. We're gonna have plenty of food. Let's take a look. How we doing? How we doing? Grains. Canola, really spotty volume. Okay, not sure. Soybeans reaching up to an expensive level. What is this, like COVID or something? Last March. Oh, no. It's this March. Curious. Rice. Oh. Okay. It's been worse before, surely. All right. Rice is fine, but yep, things happen. I love inflationary economics. Don't you, chat? I love inflationary economics. It's so cool. Let's soybean oil, okay. Corn, how we doing on corn? Corn taking a little spike, but it's like not as bad. Oh, this is fucking 5 minutes. My God, I'm so stupid. Yes. A couple of supply chain shocks. We might be fine. We may or may not be fine. We'll see. Oats look okay. There's a couple of challenging circumstances that might not. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Canola, that's fine. Any energy lookers. Yep. Oh, the Trump effect. You can thank Donald Trump. Yep, last time he was in office. Softs, metals. Yep, still being a Ponzi scheme. Meats. Yep. Kind of going wild. Kind of a lot of money to pay for essentially just like just rape fucking flesh, like just putting poison into your body, for real. All right, let's get into it. What are we getting into? I'm not sure. I've got a bias against these people, and my bias is that they're freaks. Yes, the screw worms. What are they? What is the current status? Thank you, government website, for helping us understand the current status. New world screwworm, not presently in the United States. I trust this. This makes sense. It's all south of the border. Surely the few things that may actually threaten the modern structure of capitalism will actually be regulated, right? They're all bailing? What do you mean? They're all bailing on like I mean, kind of they're bailing, I guess. Sorta? What happened here? That's 15 minutes. God damn it. Okay. Who's bailing? I don't know who's bailing. A little bailing, a little buying action? Let's see. Where's the news? Let's do something past month. Let's see. The Hill is owned by Barry Weiss, right? Is that true? And anything, this is a month ago? 4/26. Let's get the content. The content's got a little bit of music in it. Let's take a listen. Let's take a little gander. Yes, that's right. We're going back. Real heads no. How many streams have we done, Chad? We've done quite a few. We have done quite a few streams. And not all of them have survived to YouTube, which is unfortunate, but it is how it goes. All right. Devastating parasite, bros in the flesh. Yep. I've seen videos of it. It's actually nasty. Imminent threat to Texas, and we were treating it that way. Miller said. When did Miller say this? Who's Miller? Sid Miller, commissioner of local department. Stop the case of the New World screwworm from entering the country. Thank God. On an imported horse from Argentina. These fucking Argentinians actually just cannot stop being fucking leeches on America. First, they fucking take our money, our fucking bailout dollars, to bail out their shitty hollowing out of their infrastructure state. Fuck Margaret Thatcher. Fuck these neolibertarians. Only American neolibertarian phalangism is possible. And now the Argentinians send a fucking horse, literally a Trojan horse. The Argentinians, Oscar, where the fuck is Oscar? We have to get Oscar on this shit. He's actually he's the Argentinian that's done this. Fucking. Okay, so we're fine for now. We're chilling. We're chilling. No screw worms. Where's the most recent one? Let's narrow. Past week. Digging deeper. How to protect pets. Advertisement. Watch for signs. In New Mexico. Let's take a look. Open wounds that do not heal. Yep. You eat this, by the way. And it's gonna, I think, what? So if they let the New World screwworm loose, this is just gonna push us to like factory farmed meat, or like genuine like lab grown meat. Really just not a pleasant thing to be looking at. So we won't look at it. Will they talk about the screwworm? Nope. Have we ever been close to eradicating the screwworm? We have. That's correct. And Donald Trump, as part of his scheme to gut US aid and to reduce inefficiency and I guess inequality or some bullshit like that, gutted the Venezuelan program to push back these worms. I mean, essentially, like all throughout South America, America uses its imperial arms to regulate things that probably are not for the best, like screwworm. We want to keep that out of the population. But maybe a little screwworm epidemic is a good opportunity to dismantle factory farming and reclaim our natural birthright. Great Plains, forests, chestnut trees. Surely. You get what I'm going for, Chad. All right, let's dig into this.
Trends report begins with a description.
Let's dig into
of a
this.
moment
We're
of
getting to
international
actual
upheaval.
content now.
There's a great line at the beginning.
She's too
It
loud.
says, "The
She's
changes
actually too
underway
loud.
are
You
not
don't need to be
merely
louder than me."
Episodic disruptions, but structural in nature.
Episodic,
We
but
look rapid
not episodic disruptions, but
of
structural.
history
I
as
love
it
it.
is happening. And I'm so happy to have today a group of preeminent scholars here to talk to us about these developments and look at it from a
Preeminent.
slightly different perspective. They're from our sister think tank in ETH Zurich, and we're so happy to have them here today. Let me
Zurich.
introduce our panel. First up, we have Dr. Gorana Gurkic. She's the head of the Global Security Team at the Center for Security
Gurkic, the
Studies at ETH
Swiss are
Zurich.
chiming
She
in
holds posts not only
to
at
tell
ETH,
us
but also at the University
not
of
to
Sydney and
worry.
the Atlantic Council. And her research focuses on US and EU foreign policy, NATO, and global intersections. She wraps her arms around the world in this chapter.
She wraps her arms around the world. Is that a dog whistle?
Faber, who's the senior researcher for the Global Security Team. She holds posts at King's College London, the German Marshall Fund, and Columbia. She advises the Bundestag, and she's
The Bundestag?
She's focused on European security and defense.
Uh
We also
huh.
have the newly minted Dr. Ivan Sakanini, who just finished his dissertation and defended it. So congratulations to him.
Sakanini. What a name.
He looks at Europe's place in U.S.-China tech competition and focuses on emerging and disruptive tech, an area that's very close to my own research. So I'm really excited to talk to Ivan today. And then finally, we have Clémence Poiret, the senior cyber defense researcher at CSS.
Is this guy?
Zurich.
Oh my god, he looks like he's got like a fez. This guy looks like he's got a fez for a haircut. That's his fade is so aggressive. He looks like he's got a fez. That's crazy. Hi Diz, how you doing? We're watching whether or not these. So all the brightest minds from Europe are here to tell us about how history is not a cycle of episodes, but there's structural changes going on constantly. Chat, I assure you, there's so many structural changes going on. It's revolutionary. It's insane.
She has posts at NATO Defense College, Oxford, and also Lucerne. She's worked with the French Space Agency and the European Space Policy Institute, and she focuses on space, cybersecurity, and cyber conflict in space. Also a topic area near and dear to my heart.
Space cyber conflict, chat. Only on the marketable stream.
Really impactful research. That's wonderful. So we'll walk through in sort of rough order
Where in the
report that you all just put out. Gorana, let's start with you. Your chapter is about when spheres meet regions and contesting influence. And this is really what I mean about you wrapping your arms around the world. So talk to us a little bit about these
Another dog
spheres of
whistle?
influence
I can't believe
concept,
it. Another one,
and
back
then
to
tell
back.
us about your chapter.
Yeah, thank you so much, Emily, for having us. And we are a bit sad that we can't be with you in person. You hosted us really well last year, but really grateful for the opportunity to be with you in this virtual forum. And if you allow me just 3 sentences really to walk the audience through what it is that we do and what this report that we are launching here for the first time in this virtual setting is all about. So CSS at ETH Zurich is a center of competence for Swiss and international security policy. It is a national task of competence that has been mandated.
National task of
by the Swiss
competence.
government, and we offer security.
The Swiss passed a law. They said we must have a competent administration to look at a particular thing. And then we got her? Okay. I like passing laws like this. This sounds like a good start.
Expertise in a really holistic way, both through our research, our teaching, and also policy consultancy and talent development. So strategic trends, this report that now is in its 16th edition, is a flagship publication that my team actually here represented by 3 out of 4 members that we have is basically a kind of in-depth analysis of major global developments when it comes to international security. And this year's edition, as you've already mentioned, looks at the world that is no longer just described as
America doesn't want to subsidize our imperial war against our proxy war against Russia. Right, chat? That's the bit. That's the bit.
Feel that there has been some fracturing that has happened, and we are trying
a little bit of fracturing.
Chart our way forward.
Any fractures? Thank you, Kata. Thank you. Happy anniversary to you as well. Hello.
Related to particular domains, and that's how we kind of divided the labor. So all
okay, chat. We're a real entity on Twitch. My Twitch friends are actually my favorite because we can do something like this. Watch, chat. I'm gonna make a poll. I don't know if I can show it on stream, like as a widget or something, but this will be awesome. Hold on. Actually, Streamlabs might be able to.
In all sectors in the same way, so it's quite selective. It's quite uneven. So in some sectors, we still see opportunities for cooperation, whether within regions or across regions. So we talk about this emerging mosaic order, even though we don't know exactly how competitive it might be. Second, we also note that just the pace and unpredictability of the change.
Are these videos just going to be? Where's my active poll? Hello?
Just building up a resilient architecture.
Yes. So if I now do this question,
kind of a sub-state actor, and then finally, when it comes to agency of particular actors in the international system, and this is where I'll segue into answering actually your question. We see that despite the talk of this return of major or great power,
all right, will this be PMC parole, empty words, or real nonpartisan, non-biased information? Okay.
You did say I tried to actually out of the
we're gonna put
chapters.
Excuse me.
From the most macro look, and
allow additional votes. Chat, you can spend 20 channel points to vote on this. We're holding this poll for the next 10 minutes.
Particular regions, but what I tried to do really is sketch out something that we've now seen.
Okay.
For quite some time.
Is it showing up? Hello? Streamlabs, get your shit together. A cloud bot. My god, I need a cloud bot? Are you fucking kidding me? Whatever. It's on Twitch.
Some form of spheres of influence, right?
Vote with your bits. Vote with your points.
This kind of narrative.
Why is OBS pinging me?
This is very much
Okay.
not the type of spheres of influence claims that was sort of characteristic of the.
It was parroted.
Or the 20th century.
We're moving to different epochs, guys.
Where we do see, of course, these regional claims on part of major nuclear powers.
If we see nuclear powers ignoring the world order and taking territory. Ooh, that was a big word for ESL lady. Sorry. That was a little much. All these people are ESL.
we can't just
There is a form to be completed. I'll work on it. Don't worry.
territorial pretensions within certain regions. We
Oh
also
my
need
God.
to consider how regions are responding,
These
because
fucking
this
animals.
response is mediated by what exists on the ground, and this is basically the strength of regional institutions to actually act as mobilizers of collective responses of different.
Ooh, I like that.
There
Wait, that's such a better like way of just saying like, yeah, the nation state is going to take care of it for you.
This is basically the strength of regional institutions.
The strength of regional institutions to act as mobilizers of collective responses of different types of arrangements, whether they're institutional in form of political institutions or financial institutions and infrastructural institutions. We're going to be using these local regional bodies. Chat, dig your head into the ground and accept the one world government. Where's this like squiggly lined one? Am I supposed to put them on top of each other?
Of the pressure that we have seen now for quite some time. This is not something new, but I think in 2026 it's really clear, you know, everything from the
I'm supposed to listen for like a little ding. Those are the hints.
Hemisphere, right? Through the NSS, NDS, and so on, but also what, of course,
What is the
Russia
NSS?
and China
National
have been
Space
doing for
Station?
quite some time with projects from the Eurasian Economic Union all the way to BRI.
Yeah, no, I think one of the things that struck me.
Chat, that's the
about
Belt and Road
this
Initiative.
chapter is this
Real
discussion
heads
about
know. That's why you come to the stream.
panoply of options that every state has.
A panoply of options every state has. Chat, you have free will. Nation states also have free will. Poorly.
Negatives. And I love this concept that you introduced about using some of these structures to resist international pressure, to resist pressure from great powers.
Yeah, we gotta
Can
resist
you say
pressure.
a little more about that and when states are vulnerable to this kind of external?
Yeah, we
pressure
gotta
and
stand
how they can
up
fight
and
against it?
resist
Yeah, absolutely.
against
So
the
I
tide
would
of
say that
these
I would
Chinese
think
and
it's
Russian
in kind of clear
freaks.
examples here, because there is this, let's imagine a spectrum of regional responses, and this is what the chapter is about. So at one extreme, the kind of ideal archetype would be something that looks like a defiant regionalism, right? Where we basically
A defiant
have, this sort of
regionalism.
resistance
Okay,
that
and
comes out of the
when that defiant
understanding that states
regionalism
don't
comes to
wanna
be like
subsumed, right? And they actually actively
far-right governments?
work together, collaborate, they
damn.
chart their own way through institutions, through the sort of capabilities that they pull together.
It almost looks like they're
not
supposed to go in sort of a
necessarily
circle,
sphere of influence. So,
actually.
the
You see
kind of
that?
closest, let's say, to this ideal
Huh.
is
Are there any that
basically
I'm
the
missing?
reawakening of this so-called
This one also doesn't have any
geopolitical Europe, if you
bubble.
wish, right? So the sense that Europe, broadly defined these days, is increasingly working towards this sort of path to not be necessarily kind of part of
America's
the
bitch?
plans, for
Oh,
the,
fuck.
the projection
Oh, if I
of
take it off?
a particular sphere of influence. On the other hand of this spectrum would be something that I
finished it, chat. I finished the puzzle.
Regionalism, and this is basically
I didn't finish the puzzle.
regions that actually don't have
Oh,
democracy,
no.
that are very much either outright crafted by great or
Oh.
major powers, right?
I didn't. No, I'm
pursue
going back to
their
that little.
foreign and security policy agendas, and they essentially worked just as an extension of those particular aspirations. And I've already mentioned.
All right, she's getting put on
right, or
1.5.
BRI would be the examples that I use here as an extension of these kind of grander projects of projecting influence in various near roads. And then there's something in the middle, which is, I would say, most of the world falls under some sort of shade of fluid regionalism. And this is basically what we see
Fluid
whenever we talk about
regionalism
different regions,
is such an interesting way to say that borders are fake.
Hedging or kind of diversifying partners and so on, especially in regions where we do have
Hedging
quite strong
and
middle
diversifying
powers that
partners,
don't want
okay.
to necessarily be under just one sphere of influence or part of what might be kind of the architectures out there, and they are essentially these kinds of locomotives that we see try to navigate what is increasingly a lot more
These
contested.
desiring
Yeah, can you give an
machines
example of that third category?
accelerating
Well,
down.
as I said, most of the
Yep,
rest of
yep,
the world,
yep.
but to be pretty
Verbatim.
precise, I mean, you know, if you think about India, if you think about Turkey, if you think about Brazil, right?
Think about
different
India.
points in time, and depending again, politics that happens domestically, but also the differences in terms of the kind of leadership changes within the major and great powers, all condition this sort of response. But we see that, you know, again, I would say even Southeast Asia to an extent falls under that, even though I also mentioned that ASEAN, in my mind, is also an example of
ASEAN?
institutional organization that has come, let's say, closest to this type of more of institutionalization to try to resist that kind of assertion of
The Southeast Asian governments are scared of China, and so they're forming alliances with each other, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, to form a alliance that was initially built by, I guess, Obama or something, to act as a deterrent against China, and nobody in their right mind trusts Donald Trump to actually stay faithful to that government, or to that alliance, and so the Philippines, the former colony of America, is looking desperately to its former colonizer for safety, while other very well-intentioned people inside the government, or inside the state, are looking for other allies, including Malaysia and Vietnam, or I guess Taiwan, maybe? I don't know, who fucking knows? The next year's gonna be wild, chat, trust me. You're gonna wake up, in the morning, you're gonna see on the news, China invades Taiwan, or like Taiwan votes to acquiesce into China's political system without violence, but China uses the weapons anyways to invade like the South China Sea and the Philippines to extend its influence, maybe against Japan or Korea. And like that happens, and yeah, you're still gonna have to watch like advertisement. You're still gonna have to watch like bullshit Coca-Cola AI ads, just pandering to the lowest common cultural moments in order to attract you to buy some slop.
Sphere of influence, but it has way more to go. And of course, if you compare it to, say, European Union, it's, you know, incomparable in that sense. But it nurtures this habit of multilateral consultation. But you know, we've seen
multilateral
Gulf states
consolation
as well, and going on are examples of this type of fluid regionalism. So they do have
fluid
institutions that help
regionalism
them cooperate, that basically decrease the sort of costs that would be out there of going in by themselves, right? But at the same time, they're not completely wedded to a single partner necessarily. They do diversify.
This one is fine.
Yeah,
this one is
the
here.
India example and the Turkey example, I think, are perfect ones.
The India example
for a very long time, and I've seen so many presidents come into office and say, this is the administration when India finally becomes a true partner to the U.S. and abandons its other partnerships. It never actually.
No, it's going to be Europe. It's Europe is going to be the ally of India.
Where they're like, you know, we're going to cooperate with you where it suits us, and we're going to not cooperate with you where
I mean,
it
Texas
is
also like
independent power.
Ally.
And the Turks, I mean, there's a reason we refer to the Turks as the cantankerous Turks, right? They make decisions based on.
There's a reason we call them the cantankerous Turks. My God, that's so awesome. I can't believe she said that. Never mind, this is better than I thought it was going to be.
The recent development where the UAE said we're opting out of OPEC. It's time for us to leave. I mean,
okay. So do I need to get rid of this?
Right? A few years ago, we would have been shocked by this development, and now we see it kind of makes sense. So I think it's absolutely fascinating.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I don't think that was the solution.
I would just say that moving forward, this will most
I'm not sure
likely
if that was
be
the
sort of
solution.
way
Fuck
that
me.
we see things develop for some years to come. But the thing that we still don't know is how it will all shape up together, right?
Maybe one on each.
To some sort of arrangement where we agree to disagree, right? And we kind of negotiate what I also refer to is this sort of pluralistic, overlapping kind of structure, right? Of different types of memberships, not insisting exactly what you said to push into, you know, like this is the time.
Oh my God, there's probably one that goes on a particular one.
What we hear a lot more these days is just this sort of reconciliation that we just need to be pragmatic about a lot of these things.
We just need to be pragmatic, guys. We just need to be pragmatic.
Universal sort of end state, right? It is going to be a lot of different things, but what we have to do is ensure that we preserve.
It's going to be a lot of different things
wherever it's possible, right? That it doesn't all collapse because
he's a phalangist. Cooperation is number one to phalangists.
Lessons of history just yet. That's one, and then two, to try to see around particular, you know,
thank God Franco dissolved the party
of various, again, functional sort of issues.
Actually, like
that
very
states
smart.
can actually broaden that tent while reserving, of course, the closest form of cooperation.
We're big tent cooperation, pilled,
security, right?
India maxing.
Trust the most, and this is the story of every time we hear this.
We have to break up the Eurasian coalition by uniting with India against Africa and Eurasia.
Formats that are emerging. This is exactly it, and it, as I already said, it most often involves basically the agency of small and middle powers.
Fuck.
Yeah. The geometry.
I think I need to reset.
Where we're headed next with Gaze and Age, talk about
the geometry of where we're headed.
China and the U.S. and how these three play off of each other. But before I go to you, Gaze and Age, I just want to reiterate what you said, Rona, about the Center for Security Studies at ETH. One of the things that I love about coming to visit you guys is that you see a lot of the same things here at CSIS, but you see it from a different angle. And because you have this wonderful mix of academics and also this very deep cooperation.
You guys are so cooperative. You guys are so open. You guys have so many diverse ideas.
All right,
You're
David,
so
let's talk about
quant-filled.
Europe-China relations at the crossroads, downward spiral
There's no ding.
volatility. That kind of is the giving away the end up front. But can you talk a little bit about how
Oh my God, it's supposed to go in a particular place?
Years? What have been the important factors leading to the downward spiral that you project?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. In fact, I think that this idea of downward spiral and volatility captures the relationship very well, because on the one hand, we see that the relationship.
Hey chat, hey middle class, managerial class. How do you guys explain the violent fluctuations that will affect late stage capitalism as the Zoe host starts consuming the parasites that have infested and grown moldy across its surface? How are we gonna manage that? That's so awesome. That's so, hold on.
Giving away the end
How are we gonna manage the downward spiral and volatility? The last desperate grasps for whatever we're calling capitalism these days.
CSIs, but you see it from a different angle. And because you have this wonderful mix of academics and also this very deep cooperation with the Swiss government and then these great connections around Europe, I always learn things when I come and talk to you guys. So I really appreciate
Switzerland is going to do great at the end of the world. So how are you guys going to secure the future for diversity, equity, and inclusion?
But can you talk a little bit about how
Thank you,
China relations have
Switzerland.
developed over the last years? What have been the important factors leading to the downward spiral that you project?
Oh, this is specifically
Yeah,
U.S.-China
thank you.
relations.
In fact, I think that this idea of downward spiral and volatility captures the relationship very well, because on the one hand, we see that the relationship.
It's specifically chat. It's not capitalism broadly. It's just capitalism. It's just the capitalist relationship between a capitalist dishonest state and another capitalist dishonest state, but one that's religiously, superficially committed to the betterment of the working class, and the other which is superficially, religiously founded on expanding people's freedom. How the fuck am I supposed to complete this puzzle? I did this! I did this! Are you kidding me? I have to pull them off in an order or something? Oh, I gotta pull it off of a particular one. I did this.
Deteriorated clearly, especially since 2020, over the last years. But at the same time, there are still a lot of factors that sometimes push Europe and also China a bit back.
There's
and take
5
a
on
approach towards each other,
this.
and also prevent full
1,
escalation
3,
or decoupling or whatever.
4.
So I think
There's only 4.
It's interesting to look at the factors that have led to this deterioration of the relationship. And the
There's
first
another one.
clearly, and perhaps the tipping point, was certainly the COVID-19 pandemic, because that was the point where Europe became much more aware of its dependence on China, and also that this dependence could potentially at one point be weaponized. So that was where kind of the economic
Bro, I must have missed one like the first
But
time I
would
tried
say
it.
What was perhaps the most significant tipping point for Europe-China relations in recent
Yeah, I don't
years
wanna do
was
this one.
the start of Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine in February 2022. Because
It was the
it's
energy
clear that
crisis.
absolutely do not see eye to eye.
Hello, my
And
brother in
where,
Christ. Look at the
very
barcodes and
different
shape.
visions
I did
of,
look at them.
what this
Rewind the
was.
stream. You're on YouTube. You can do that. I
we've
did
seen
look.
over
I
the
did
last
look at
5 years
them.
permanent attempts by Europeans
Maybe they're supposed to go on a
convince
particular
China
one.
to condemn this war
I saw
and
the. I saw
also
the 3
use the leverage of
classes.
Russia,
I saw the 3 classes of Taoist like augury spells that they are calling a poor excuse for barcodes on 3 pieces of the fruit. Coincidentally, 3 barcodes. Oh my god! I just didn't put the right fucking like. Oh my god! Is that really the answer? I just need to put like a couple of the particular ones on a particular. I just didn't have it on the right like fruit. Hold on. Hold on.
To basically end its aggression. And China doesn't do that because China sees its stance as neutral, and because China is also
China
concerned
sees
about good
itself as
negotiations, which is the
neutral.
biggest leader in
China
historical reasons.
is totally
So,
neutral.
they have a very different perception
Guys.
of what this war means. For Europe, it's an existential security threat. For China, it's a regional war. And something where China does not necessarily see.
Europe thinks this is an
to react
existential
to as
threat?
also to react. And
They're
this
just
has,
across the
we have
continent. Why are you
leverage
worried?
extensive
Why are you
leverage
worried
with
about the
their
Chinese,
historical rival and
the
partner
Sino-Russo
next door.
war
The
machine?
limits that has led to a lot of Chinese additional leverage over Moscow that you're right, they're absolutely not using. I think that's
Wasn't
really
this like U.S.-China relations?
Yeah,
Not.
and I think it also shows again how asymmetric the Russia-China
Where's the
relationship
other one?
basically is. But also,
Are they
I
not
think
already
that
on here?
China is also very cautious about intervening in any kind of way there. Simply
They're
because
cautious
the
about
relationship
intervening.
between Russia and China
In
my
Ukraine
opinion,
and
has quite a lot of
Russia?
limits, and because there is also
I
a real
think.
risk for Russia to become even
I
more
think
of
Xi
a liability,
Jinping
because for Beijing
thinks
it's also
Putin is
clearly
a
not,
fucking
the interest to
idiot.
see this,
That's my-
deterioration of the relationship.
That's my
with
psychic.
Europe going on.
I sleep at night and I project my mind into the mind of Xi Jinping. And Xi Jinping tells me what an annoying bitch he thinks Putin is every night. It's true, chat.
which
Real,
remains,
real groundbreaking reporting here, by the way. I
economic
dreamed it.
partner, and which basically
Yes.
leads me to the next point,
Giga
that
Chad.
leads
So
to,
what?
Or that has led to these downward spirals, and these are the economic or the macroeconomic imbalances,
Oh,
which
this is
have
on the wrong
always
one.
been there, but
Fuck!
clearly increased
Okay, I
over the
caught it.
last years. And now, as Europe is looking more into industrial policy,
There's
economic
been
security,
internal
this
contradictions
also
to the
brings, to
geopolitical
rebalance
order
trade
that
with China
are
and Europe,
imploring
whereas,
us to
China, on
reconsider
the other hand,
or something.
sees
I
that
don't
as
know.
basically Europe
Okay.
not practicing what it preaches about.
They're
free
all
trade
on
and
the
open markets,
correct.
and a bit of a
Am I missing one?
approach. And then a factor that
There's
is more
three.
a historic factor in terms of deterioration is the transatlantic relationship, because
I see the
especially under
shapes on the
Biden era,
outside, yes.
administration,
Oh,
there
this
was
is
a
on the
strong
wrong
push
one.
from the US, but also from some European
What the fuck?
governments to look for alignment between the US and Europe and China.
We just need to get
policy, which did not
alignment
happen to the
pilled.
full extent, but
So
for
if I-
example, we have
hold
seen
on.
quite such strong language in NATO communiques, which was a clear push from the US administration. And then we have other long-standing issues, like, for example, human rights.
Yes, this all looks
global order,
good.
that have led to a deterioration of the
So I
relationship.
guess it's
But then again,
not.
there are many factors of volatility, including
And these are the
fact
hints.
that,
So I'm
the economic
guessing
relationship stays
these
fragile
red
for both
ones
sides,
go on
but
the
there are still
apple.
companies pushing for better relations, and also
And these
this
go
is
on
my
the
example,
orange?
the US factor.
Oh, great.
Oh,
And
this goes on the
leads us
orange.
to This triangulation, right? So there's the U.S. tends to put itself at the center of all global relationships, which of course is a bias. It isn't actually true, which is because we sit in Washington, that's what we think. But when you look at how the U.S. influences this relationship between China and the EU,
No, it's because everything is connected to everything else. And for the past 70 years, America has been grinding the working class and fucking rinsing them for all their money in order to project a global order that nobody has any contact to except through the fake news media.
conceptualize that? Is
Yeah,
the
I'm
US
really
just
getting
kind of out
into
on its
it.
own doing its
Right,
own
a
thing,
year?
or does it have an influence on that relationship? Is it a bilateral relationship that we think is a triangle, or is it actually a triangle?
Is it bilateral?
I would
Are
say
we
it's
are we
perhaps
triangle
both.
pilled?
So,
Okay, so
to
some
what
of these
extent,
have like
I think it's hard to overestimate the impact of the US on the Europe-China relationship, because ultimately there's absolutely no doubt that if Europe had to choose, it would
There's
always
no
choose the
doubt.
relationship or prioritize the relationship with the United
One
States
of these
over
is the
relationship
correct one.
with China, no matter how important China is economically.
if I
And on the other side,
take them
the same
off.
holds for Beijing.
Hold
China
on.
would not sacrifice.
I don't think this. I don't.
stable
This one
ties
these
or
have
whatever
to
would
be.
ties with the US over a relationship to Europe.
These have
or
to be
make
for the
Europe,
pair.
or
So
elevate Europe
it has to be like
the
the
sense
apple
of a
one
more
is not
important
correct.
partner. And I mean, we also know
Like
that
this
China
bar
has been
goes on the
one of
orange,
world's
actually.
major powers, and sometimes there is a reference to Europe as a major power in terms of multilateralism, but basically the major powers are mostly
Multipolarity?
China and the US, to a lesser extent Russia, and then to a lesser extent also Europe.
God, that wasn't it.
Whatever policymakers in Beijing or in Brussels or European capitals do in terms of
Or
Europe,
European
China, or China-Europe
capitals.
policy, this transatlantic
I mean, this doesn't
element
look
is always
like-
there in the background, and it obviously shapes how far either side is willing to go in terms of cooperation or coercion, because they know that in the end the US might come in.
This
in a
has to
certain
be
kind of way,
correct.
and then this
No?
bilateral relationship quickly becomes a
Okay,
triangle. When we think, for
pull-
example,
pull-
let's say about extraterritorial
these
sanctions
out.
from the US against companies doing business with China, that is something that European companies.
I mean, I guess there
directly
only needs to be
close
one.
in specific cases, without.
And I guess it should be like-
that is basically then when this bilateral relationship becomes a triangle.
Yeah, the moments where there are tensions between the U.S. and China, it feels like most of the world sort of holds their breath to see how it works out. We're all going to be looking for what happens at the summit here in about a week between President Trump and
I
President
don't think
Xi,
that was it.
in hopes that there's a working relationship that we can all continue with into the future. Thank you so much. All right,
Chat, we
let's
love
move to
China. We love our
now,
Funko
emerging
Pops.
technologies and the
We sure
enduring
hope
elements of warfare.
China and
What I
American
realized
relationships
is that you did
stay
distinction
stable
between
so
you
the
and the
Keynesian
war.
economists
There are things about warfare that are the same.
across
The nature
the
of war has
Pacific
fundamentally
can
changed,
continue
but the
producing
tools of
Funko
war have
Pops.
changed, and the pace of adoption of those tools has changed dramatically. I know in my research and my recent trips to Ukraine, you see the iteration of tech on the battlefield moving at just a blistering pace. And
That
you look at the U.S.
tech in the
military,
battlefield,
European
it's
military,
accelerating.
we set ourselves up
Don't
to
you know?
be
It's
big,
accelerating.
tech-heavy and dominant, and that means we're procuring a
Yeah,
lot of systems.
that's what I'm
that are
saying. It needs to.
long
It
and
has to go on
Ukraine
that.
has put all that aside, and it's
Okay,
still
there we
very
go.
fast. I mean,
That's
6
what it
months is
was.
amazing. So tell us about your take on this issue. Tell us about how these pieces of the old and the new are working together.
Give us your take. What everybody's got to have a take.
Thank you very much.
We're specialists who are on the internet. We're serious and we're in ties, and we're going to be taken seriously.
This cycle of measures and countermeasures, I think, is nothing really new. It's something that we can see also thousands of years ago in
I can't name all this spaghetti.
I don't know, the trebuchet in the Middle Age to overcome or destroy enemy fortification.
Number
or
of
the development
loops?
stealth
That's a
aircraft
decent
in order
one.
to counter the lethality of surface-to-air missiles.
Yeah, okay.
To avoid detection. In this sense, what I write in the chapter is that contemporary warfare is no exception. This is true that we are looking at Ukraine with cycles that are very short.
Ukraine?
around 4 to 6 weeks, so this is true. But I think that this is not an exception. Like, for instance,
This
example
certainly
that,
goes here.
we
This
saw
goes
on the
here.
battlefield about the
This
use
goes
of,
here.
electronic warfare in order
This
to counter
goes
drone
here.
operations.
This
At the same
here.
time, we also saw the introduction of fiber cable drones.
Easy. To laugh. Who doubted me?
Range and by the enemy, sorry.
Unrelated to the game, hi Invisible Names. It's great to have you on this Saturday. How you doing? Unrelated to the game, love your guys' video. Even I don't believe in all the takes, it's at least articulated well. That's awesome. During the streams, you have the opportunity to examine or help me. Are there other stars for this level? Help me understand what you don't agree with. Oh, there was only one solution. Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I was really happy with how it turned out. I thought, I mean, besides like, you know, the information, making sure that it's relatively accurate to the source material, I wanted it presented in a way that people actually will pay attention. Like, one of the pieces of feedback that I got was that if I stop... Whoa. That bird lines up. Okay, so some of the things line up. One of the pieces of feedback that I got was that it's very easy to lose track in the video if you just like stop paying attention for a moment. And I'm kind of fine with that. I don't know, I'm not gonna lie. I heard a ding. It's the birds! We're overlapping the birds. Fuck yeah, it's a bird level. Alright. Let's see, what else do the quants have to say to us? If you don't always agree with me, I hope I can at least give you a perspective you may not have thought about. Look, oh, it's not 100%. Where's the last bird over there?
But this kind of
Raw.
manifest through changes the different scope and volume, I would say, from the substitution of a single component or
Easy.
of weapons mode of employment,
Cleaned.
even the development of platforms enabled by new technologies themselves. I think that
With new platforms and new technology, drawing on the literature? My fucking god, these people know how to say just absolutely nothing. That was the level?
We are going
There we
to
go.
in this forthcoming paper is that basically we say that the speed of the cycle is still contingent upon magnitude of the change in question. And I mean that for
You
small,
fucking
tactical,
bitch.
maybe tactical changes, the cycle will be faster in the future, of course, as we are looking
Stop
at
it.
the Ukrainian war, but as it was even during the two world wars in the 20th century, while at the same time, for bigger modification, for bigger
Get the fuck out of here.
and volume, the cycle will basically remain the same.
We did it. We beat the cat.
You're not seeing great leaps forward.
Bird
you're seeing
wins
very
again.
Fast, small steps forward.
Exactly.
You're not seeing great chat. That's a liberal trigger word. Great leap forward. We're doing liberalism in China.
We have also to distinguish between peacetime and wartime. Because under wartime conditions, the cycle is of course accelerated.
Was that the only solution?
We have
Yeah, it was.
examples of that with adaptation cycles that were basically 6 weeks, 9 weeks, so more or less the same period.
We've got
We have
great
many
turnover
examples in
rates,
battle of
guys.
the beams, radar. So I mean, you have many instances that are very similar under wartime conditions. But when it comes to longer cycles, so if you think about longer projects, like I don't know, a huge investment or a major project, you require 10 to 30 years to develop that project. I think that this is not going to change, even if we are looking at this.
There's
in
4
the
oranges.
contemporary conflict.
Interesting. Do you see AI as speeding up those 10 to 30 year cycles? Because, I mean, in my view, one of the things that AI is going to change is the ability to iterate at scale. So you can test a whole bunch of different designs.
Chat, we're iterating at scale. We're gonna be able to iterate so much at scale. That's not what AI does. I guess that's like superficially what AI does, but iterating at scale, like, oh my god, actually this is so sneaky, because that is kind of what it does. It is recursive linear algebra. That is, AI is not real, it is just recursive linear algebra that's predicting the next word that is supposed to come after the last word that it found, based on the words that you give it. And like, this is just gooning over the expansion of production without bridging the gap between what AI actually is and what it would look like when it's applied to production. This is
Do you
fake.
see that as being a game changer or just?
We're scaling so hard,
I
guys.
think that AI is the more promising technology probably that we are looking
It's
to,
democratizing promising technology. The fucking companies can barely afford it.
So for AI, I think this is completely different, and the impact that it can have is incredible. I think there are many issues.
The impact is incredible.
With AI, biases, limitations, system failure, and especially when
I want, chat, when you elect me into office to run this nation, I want the big red nuclear button to look like this guy's head. I want it to be like a silicone mold of this guy's head, maybe a little bit of an exaggerated, like, haircut on him, but I just want to smash his head. Or like, I guess maybe like a button that'll be like his from his toufle, or like his, whatever this haircut is called. They'll like press down into his skull and that'll like launch the nukes. I want the red button to look like his face.
The use of AI on the battlefield, you have other kind of limitations like the need to rely on data sets. That basically, if you don't have this kind of data sets, you can use it.
We got chicken containers, we got fish containers. Are they supposed to be in the right order or something?
I think that if we use AI in order to speed up processes and to support...
We use AI to speed up processes.
Industrial dimension, that can be for sure something helpful, but I wouldn't over-rely on AI.
Holy fucking shit, chat. That's why you come to the stream. That's why you come to the stream.
Speaking about AI, and basically this is also sometimes a buzzword, including many different...
It's about buzzwords, but chat, we assure you there's no buzzwords here. We're a highly diverse, liberal, qualified institution that's here delivering the facts. Those facts, because both at industrial dimension we're getting to them. We're getting to them. You got to read between the lines a little bit.
So I completely agree with you, but I would say we must be careful to go all in with this new technology, especially when it comes to these early stages. And especially, I think something else that is very important, and I also address it in the chapter, is the increasing role of the private actors that are playing a key role also in the sectors, over reliance on private actors, the risk for strategic dependence. So I think we must be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Spoken like an expert. Let's talk about the nuances, not just the hype.
Spoken like
we've done a lot of work at CSIS about
an expert.
The vulnerability of data centers. We were talking about this years ago, but in the recent conflict with Iran, we've seen Iran decide the data centers are a legitimate target of war, in part because they do contain so much of the information that's necessary for running some of these systems.
Based?
It's a new set of rules. It's a whole new world.
Is this
so
a solution?
In a couple minutes, tell us about the technologies that you are keeping the closest eye on when it comes to the battlefield.
Sorry, can you
which technologies do you think you're paying the most attention to that you're trying to see? These are the ones that I think are going to be a big game changer. Or
be specific.
Sure, thank you very much. I mean, if you look at the chapter and if you look at the battlefield more than the chapter, I would say that basically the most important emerging technologies or innovative use of technology that we see on today's battlefield include, as I said, already drones, and not just aerial drones, but I would say unmanned vehicles in general operating at sea.
Drones, guys. His revolutionary additions to technology that he's seeing in the warfield is drones. That's the real cool, riveting stuff he chooses to bring up. Fuck this guy.
On the water, on land, and also in the air. And we saw what is going on in Ukraine with a wider deployment also of naval.
The externalization of production to replicate and clone materials in order with the sole purpose of not even extracting the life out of flesh to destroy flesh, but just purely to destroy flesh. That's my favorite part of the war. Thank you so much.
Ground drones.
Please give me a fucking nuclear button that is in the shape of his head.
I would say that there are 4 main applications of artificial intelligence systems.
Greetings.
For support of unmanned vehicles in decision support systems, for ISR operations, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And if you look especially, this is more in the Middle
These
East,
two have different colors.
Israeli air defense systems. AI is also embedded in integrated air defense systems. Then we saw an extensive role and presence, I would say, of electronic warfare systems that is playing a key role on the battlefield.
Electronic EMP.
Cyber and outer space domains.
Cyber war, chat. We're so cyber war built.
Use of these not so new technologies are having an important impact on the battlefield, but particularly at the tactical level. If you look at what is going on, especially in Ukraine, they are increasing transparency on the battlefield.
In Ukraine,
precise targeting, for instance, to the synergistic use of many platforms like drones, satellites, and conventional kinetic fires. And they're also allowing smaller units like to access capabilities that were previously limited just to bigger, I would say, and more advanced forces. However, the key point of the chapter, and we go back to this idea of enduring elements, is that basically these technologies, in my opinion, are fundamentally changing the nature of warfare because their impact is still limited by different factors. In fact, they coexist still with enduring elements of warfare. They need to be integrated into existing military systems and doctrines. What we observe basically in contemporary conflict is that I would define as an adaptation rather than a transformation of armed forces, where basically these technologies, when used and integrated correctly, can act.
The blue has to go here.
But without replacing core elements that I call steel, powder, and blood. So basically industrial capabilities, firepower, and
steel, power, and blood.
Yeah, well, I could discuss this with you all day. Like, what is changing and what has not changed. But you gave
that's right. I'm not even in the voice chat. I'm not even in the Discord voice chat. If Mina wants to join, she can.
Space. So we're taking it from the ground tactical level all the way up to outer space. Can you tell us a little bit about the dual-use space technologies that you were seeing and how this domain has gone from scientific exploration?
Thank you, Only Pussies Mute. It's great to see you.
What you're seeing today.
Sure. So the trick is that everything gets.
Tell us a little bit about the exciting advancements about space war. Tell us a little bit about the ending of For All Mankind. Go ahead and tell us about how that fictional piece of media has come to reality. Stay a while. What's the order here? Like just the hero cycle or something? Adventure awaits. And then travel. Stay a while. Welcome, greetings. I don't know what the pattern is. Is there only...
Be dual use. So in the
It's
same
not.
way
Am
we
I
have
even
mice
doing
and
foreign
pigeons,
policy
that
or like
use
just
cut
making fun
vegetables,
of
that's
these
the dual
people?
use,
I'm
but
not sure.
That can also be used maliciously. And for the police, it's very difficult to track and regulate how knives are used and hold. So it's the same in space. And if you push the reasoning, the
We need
satellite
space
itself can be
police. Fuck
intentionally
yes.
maneuvered and crashed
It's
into
time,
another.
guys.
So you cannot really prohibit all these systems because they're inherent to
Biden
space
couldn't
operations.
eliminate
So,
student
that's very tricky.
loan
And
debt,
you can
but,
use maneuvers and
Space
behaviors, but you
police,
cannot
they get their
regulate
student loans
the catalysts
forgiven.
themselves because most of them are going to be dual use. Then there's some technologies that are more worrying than others. So, for example, robotic arms that are designed for civilian use to remove objects in space, debris in space, and deorbit.
Civilian objects designed to be in space? Wait, that sounds so awesome. Imagine Hamas gets a fucking rocket that they send up to space, and it's got an arm on it that's going to pull a satellite out of the sky by reducing, like, its, right, because every satellite has a decay time unless you give it more energy. And it's just going to speed that up. That would be so awesome. Do you commend Hamas for destroying the NBC News satellite? I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could, chat.
Them or push them into a graveyard orbit. This
Whoa,
can be used for good,
she said
but that
push
can
them
also
into a
be used
graveyard
to
and
crash
did
or
the Elon
capture
Musk,
an
alright.
adversary satellite.
They're just
So
not
that's
hiding
a bit
it
of an issue,
anymore.
and
That's the
real
craziest
problem
thing.
for space operators is tracking, because tracking is done with radars, and if you observe a situation, for example, like the release of a very small sub-satellite that is ejected from a bigger satellite, this is very hard to predict, very hard to identify. The smaller an object, the harder it is to identify and track. So you need to anticipate all the maneuvers of that small object and its intention.
Yeah, chat, the smaller the object, the smaller the threat to our civilization, the harder it is for us to notice and counteract it preemptively. It's not going to be a nuke that destroys the world. It's going to be you liking the stream. Tee.
And there is no rules of the road in space. So that's why states
There's
are
no
worried about the
international
purpose of
rules
it.
in
So talk a
interstellar
little bit more about that rules of the road
areas.
in space.
There's no
There, you mentioned
jurisdiction.
this chapter, there's
That's
a
so
lack of
fucking
international consensus on
awesome.
effective arms control governing anti-satellite or ASAT weapons, and also the broader militarization of space. So why has this been very difficult to do? How are countries' interests changing? And then what are we seeing as far as like the proliferation of countries and non-state actors in space that would have to be involved as stakeholders in these discussions?
Yes, so in space, arms
Space
control is very
terrorists.
limited.
Fuck
So weapons
yes.
of mass destruction are prohibited, and that's pretty much it. So it's difficult to reach agreements right now for structural and conjunctural reasons. So in terms of structural reason, we have today more space actors than during arms control negotiations in the Cold War. So it's naturally harder to agree with hundreds of
I mean, what needs to be done is that all of the orbits need to be regulated. You can only have a certain number of orbits, or you can only have a certain number of Sputnik inside each orbit at a time, because otherwise it's going to get clogged up. And I guess we just need to have an incredibly authoritarian crackdown to prevent just like back of the yard Kansas guys from strapping a bunch of shit to a rocket, asking ChatGPT, build me a rocket to take down a SpaceX satellite, make no mistakes, and it's gonna do that. And then I guess they're gonna get blown up by the Golden Dome. They're gonna get pissed on.
When it was the US and the Soviet Union and a few Western European states. And global South countries, you might think that they would really want arms control.
Yeah, you might think that the global South countries are really fucked and like being left out of this transaction and this global order, but no, BRICS is quite a threat.
They actually want to develop their space programs in the same conditions the US and the Soviet Union did at the time. And because everything is dual in space, it can become very constraining very quickly.
Everything is
So
dual
that's
in
for the
space.
structural
What does that mean?
constraints. But then you have the conjunctural constraints that my colleagues mentioned. So the crisis of multilateralisms in space. Space powers, they're not really willing to adopt binding arms control measures. And there's no willingness to compromise on anything when there is a proposal made by one side. They're not really willing to let the other side have the
these
smallest
have
say.
rivers.
So we're a bit stuck in consensual debates and general statements at the
Hold
UN.
up.
So
No
that's the
rivers.
situation right now.
A lack of
Meager
cooperation
river.
on a lot of fronts. So the contrast to cooperation, of course, is the potential for actual conflict. I confess that one of my absolute favorite national security books is Ghost Fleet, and it was written in 2015. And I think what was really sort of eye-opening about it was that it was a very tech-forward look at what the future of warfare might be. And when it came out, I talked to the authors about what approach they took and why, and they thought that they're not authors, they're not fiction authors, but they thought that fiction was a really compelling way to sort of lay out these big changes that were happening in the way that tech was going to be.
Wait.
Tom Clancy novel, which I also love, of course. And then
I love international spy films. I love my job working in a policy institute.
Another version of China, sort of, and the U.S. going after each other's satellite systems to basically blind each other before the real shooting war starts.
It's a puzzle!
How accurate is that as a prediction to you?
My God, this game is so good.
By way of actual open conflict in space.
Yeah, and actually this is a method science
What sort of spectacle can we look forward to?
That is now used by space commands, and you have a lot of space scenarios that
let's fucking go. Let's go.
Space, and that's kind of telling you a bit.
It's a little. The game is a little to the left.
The prospect of an open conflict in space
let's
is becoming.
Fucking
and
go.
What we
What's
see
up?
Is that there is more capabilities development of counter space capabilities. So states are
more counter space
capabilities, more states than before.
Chat, we need to collapse space in order to counteract space terrorists. That's. We just stop using fucking oil, for the love of God. Is that so much to ask?
Capabilities, including the ones that we're very reluctant to do that before. We see also counter space capabilities deployment more than before. And one of your CSIS latest reports on Chinese maneuvers also highlight this. So we're seeing deployment of maneuverable space planes. Hostile unannounced maneuver.
We've had maneuverable space planes. Hold on, where the fuck is it? Where is it? Look. An X-30. Hold on. X-37 operated by the Department of Air Force Rapid Capabilities Office in collaboration with the Space Force for orbital spaceflight missions intended to demonstrate reusable space technologies. It is a replacement to the space shuttles, and all of its missions are top secret. Glide testing, orbital vehicle. Here we go. Most of the activities are secret. Experimental test program to demonstrate technologies for reliable, reusable, uncrewed space test platform in the U.S. Air Force. Is using to test reconnaissance and spy sensors. How they hold up. Yep. That makes sense. I mean, it's 2008. This is what we liquidated your homes for. An EM drive technology transfer contact with Boeing. What the fuck does that even mean? Is no longer pursuing this. It could, at pedigree, use thin atmosphere to make orbit change, preventing some observers from discovering a new orbit, permitting it to go between orbits. We can't regulate the space orbits, I guess, already. She's literally, hold on, when was this? 2019. She's literally 7 years behind. But if we stop using oil, how will I get my plastic bullshit Star Wars memorabilia and Funko Pops? Well, thankfully, I guess if we just stop thinking about it, you can just take local action. We can just see it exclusively in 4 Southern Hemisphere countries, and them using what was formerly your childhood Star Wars memorabilia as a stand for their toilet paper. Processing, design, variants, specifications. I sound like Hassan guessing the trajectory of a JDAM. When has Hassan tried to track the trajectory of a JDAM? That has not happened. Stop fucking lying to me. I can't take my chat lying to me on my anniversary. It hasn't happened. It is genuinely just fake news, the way you're saying this. Alright, we're going back to the thing. A million fucking tabs. Gaza, you need more words. Salty Squid, you need to use more words than this. Can I track the trajectory? Yes, if the JDAM is headed directly towards me, yes, I can track the trajectory. I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna shout, and I'm probably gonna fly away.
Allied satellites, attempts to eavesdrops on them, release of sub-satellites that are hard to identify, and you have also anti-satellite tests. They're not against other people's satellites.
We're done. The pun is done with anti-Semitism. We're doing anti-satellitism now. Very clever. It's a guided bomb, so it's not hard to track the trajectory. Okay, so I guess whatever the target weight is. Oh, you're speaking on foreign policy matters. Name every guided missile.
Satellites against only up to now their own satellites, but it still creates debris that affect everybody. And what is really changing in the past 2 years is discourse. So states are openly
Discourse,
talking
the
about
discourse is
prospect of an
changing,
open
guys.
conflict in space, and it was not the case before. Space commands, they're more communicative than they used to. They openly announce
Space
that they want to procure offensive space capabilities. They openly say that they want jammers in space. They openly say that they want patrollers around their military satellites to defend them. You see the Golden Dome also that has a main space component.
Oh, I can bring them in front of each other.
Doctrines are being updated, so more states adopt
Doctrines are being evaded. Cry about it. Holy shit.
You need to understand that 2 years ago, there are some space agencies that wouldn't even say the word security and defense. So that's how much it had changed, and you had to deteriorate.
It's crazy how many like illusions I guess, yes, obviously like insane bullshit harmful things have happened, but it's insane how many illusions have been stripped from like the world order because of Donald Trump. Just somebody blatantly self-interested in a delusional what's it called? I guess like coronation by the American people to writ large do whatever the fuck he wants. Meanwhile, we still have people being like, well, the guardrails are holding. I'm not one of those people. Fuck those people. My God.
Context. No existing rules for space
This red and
operation,
red
no
go
space
together.
traffic management,
I feel like this
no
needs
rules
to
for
go
how and
behind.
when to maneuver, no notification process or when to approach another satellite. So the likelihood of a misunderstanding and an escalation is really high. And I think it's going to deteriorate slowly. We're going to see constant maneuvers in orbit to regain freedom of action and deter adversaries from starting a malicious maneuver.
Hold up.
So states are going to constantly
not.
operate in space, constantly stay around adversary satellites just to monitor what's going on and act
Just to
as a
monitor
deterrent.
the situation, guys.
We're going to have this
We're gonna deter.
small actions,
We're gonna
non-committed
monitor the
cyber
situation.
electronic
It's gonna be
warfare
so
in
great.
space, below the threshold for a very long time, I think.
So one more question before I sort of take it back to the bigger group and try to pull some of these threads together. Talk about this intersection of cyber and space, because I don't think it's intuitive
This
for people who
concept
haven't
of
followed this closely. It's like, well, it's up there.
Yeah. Cyber and space. It's not intuitive to people, to the lay like retards in our audience. They're so retarded. They don't even understand why like cyberspace and like actual space might be relevant to war.
How are we doing?
They just don't get
attacks
it.
against things that are up there?
How
There's
is
a
it
lot of
possible?
vulnerability points that maybe some of the legacy systems didn't take into account, and now we're kind of getting smarter to this possibility.
The
So can you talk a little bit about
legacy
how
systems
folks who are
didn't
not
take
focused
into
on this every
account.
day should be thinking about this intersection between cyber vulnerabilities and space systems?
Yeah, for a long time, cybersecurity in the space sector relied on security by obscurity. So we thought that those satellites up there, nobody could hack them, and they were made with proprietary software. They were not digitalized, made by companies that did not really communicate. So it was very difficult for an attacker to actually be able to hack this system.
This doesn't
But today,
seem like it's supposed to
we have
be.
new space, we have
here.
private actors, all the commercial systems, they disclose a lot of information in FCC filings, in their own communications. They use commercial off-the-shelf components, so adversaries can buy those components.
They already built
themselves
it,
for
Salty Squid.
vulnerabilities. You can
The Salty Squid, when they say, you know, all the former space intelligence agencies were hiding everything from you, but now they're just like out in the open and ready for you to digest. They're fucking lying to your face. It's hilarious, and you're just eating it up. You're just eating it up. They already built the Hammer of Dawn. It's just a pattern finding game. That's all it is. It's a chill pattern finding
space systems
game.
and satellites. So
It's a
now
noticing
everything
thing.
is connected with IP protocols and software-defined radios and so on. So they're becoming much more digitalized and much more prone to traditional
Maybe.
cybersecurity risks.
Maybe.
So that's
The thing
what
is,
has changed.
no, the problem with Salty, the problem with your space lasers is like the most batshit insane person said it, and we don't have to take the most batshit insane person seriously. But she might have been right. Who knows?
And also threat actors are much more knowledgeable about how these satellites are underpinning our critical infrastructure and indispensable for military operations. So
it's indispensable.
We see an increase of cyber attacks against the systems. The good news is that it's almost very rarely on the satellite itself. Because the space infrastructure also
it's yet to be on the satellite itself.
Stations and user terminals and the IT environment of space companies and agencies. So usually that's what is being targeted, and a lot of these are traditional IT risks.
Hold up.
But in my research, I see a clear increase in cyber attacks against the space sector. Over 200 for attacks against the war against space systems and the space sector in the war in Ukraine.
Where is this supposed to go?
237 in the war in Gaza. Currently, with the war in Iran, you have a lot of attacks against space companies and space systems. So each time
No,
you have a
my
crisis
poor
right
space
now, you have attacks against space
companies.
systems. So that's something that the space industry has to prepare. And you might think that the space industry is super advanced in space cybersecurity, but it was actually very overlooked for a long time.
Yeah, it feels
Oh my god, they were putting shit in space and they were cutting corners on cybersecurity. My fucking god. This is, by the way, Obama administration. Thanks, Obama.
very much like we're in a moment of catch-up, where people are going, oh, that's right.
Oh, fuck, we should have been doing this sooner.
I mean, it's convenient, it's fast, but it also has your own vulnerabilities that you have to account for.
I
think it's
maybe there needs to be...
People who haven't been focused on it, there's not necessarily a reason they would understand all this complex...
Because this doesn't quite, like, line up.
One of the fabulous things about a report like this is that it's a yearly report. So you can kind of see trend lines over time. You can take a minute to take a step back.
You start noticing
things. The
things.
Change in today's world. It gives you a second to take sort of a slower look at what's going on, sort of big picture wise. So I want to spend the last 5 minutes or so that we have talking a little bit about looking ahead. I want to kind of go around the horn and end with
Let's stop looking behind.
So, Daisy, you've looked at the direction of U.S., EU, China.
Everybody's looking behind. Everyone's looking for somebody to blame.
Have many other potential irritants or potential points where these
relationships
could de-escalate. How do you see over the
We're looking for
year,
de-escalation, a little bit of deceleration, guys.
That's an excellent question, but to be honest, I do not see significant change at the moment, simply because there are so many
nothing ever happens.
In this Europe, China, US triangle. With the first one, at least from a European perspective, maybe you have more insights in this from Washington, but the US strategy vis-a-vis China doesn't seem very clear from a European perspective, and that obviously complicates policy making towards China from a European perspective, because it is very much not clear what the expectations in Washington actually are towards Europe in this regard. So that clearly complicates things. And then another factor.
Things are a little complicated these days, guys. I'm not sure if we're going to make it.
There's a lot of strong pull factors, at least when you look at economic actors, to work more closely with China, where we see a push on the more like EU level, but also among some EU governments, especially like Belgium or France, pushing for a much harder stance in terms of industrial policy towards China. And then we have China also floating between sometimes charm offensives and really demonstrating the economic opportunities for Europe, for example, the 5-year plan, and then targeted measures of coercion. So I think it's most likely to remain volatile without significant change.
Wait, I swear this happened recently. Donald Trump said that he put sanctions on Iran, and China was like, I don't care. Brother, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. To your cinema. To your fucking cinema. Just a spit to the face. And it's actually insane the amount of sweeping that the mainstream media is doing on behalf of the Trump administration. And it's just to keep people calm regarding how fucking awful these people are.
Right, you heard it here first. We'll come back around to it next year and see what happens. No, I think that's absolutely right. And as far as the Washington perspective, I mean, you try to read the minds of this administration at your own peril, but I do think that the National Defense Strategy had the clearest explanation of what this administration wants their China policy to be. And what I liked about it is
China policy,
the ideological air out of the balloon. It wasn't framed as an ideological competition. It was framed as a, look, we want to do what we want to do that's right for our national interests. We understand that you want to do what's right for your national interests. Let's find a way to get along.
I'm so national interest pilled.
Through approach with the U.S.-China and especially EU-China relationship for the next few years is, frankly,
I'm not sure this is correct.
So I look forward to discussing this with you again in the next year or so. Ivan, we talked a little bit about what you're seeing in the future of warfare.
I feel like things are supposed to overlap,
and what's going on
like a decent amount, but I'm not sure how.
As you look at the next year, are you anticipating
this feels correct.
Continued sort of adaptation?
What else could match up to this line here?
That might really change things?
That
or are you
certainly
seeing
doesn't.
This as the sort of natural pace of
this is the only thing that matches up decently well.
Yeah, I think
there.
Difficult question to address, difficult to forecast what is going on, especially.
We don't do easy questions here. That's not the way it works.
Exactly.
We're so deep. We're maximizing listener value.
These, adaptations and counter-adaptations, and also these increasing tensions in different regions, and not only in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. So what I can say is that the most difficult task.
Does this translate to this? No, it doesn't.
Not just the next year, but
it's got to be like that.
Will be to balance between two main challenges. The first one is try to readapt, especially for Western countries, to readapt the military-industrial complex in order to keep the pace with wartime attrition.
This guy's MAGA. He's America has to reindustrialize. We need to lift mining rights on national parks in order so that we can mine them out for foreign corporations so that we can buy it back from them on the global economy after they process it in their country.
Keep the pace with these changes, so with this evolution, with these new technologies, and I think that the US are reacting quite good. For instance, to the issues that we are seeing in the Middle East and the shortages in missiles.
He is a shill. I fucking clocked him. I fucking clocked him.
I think that the future will be.
Oh my god, read like a book.
Between this difference between mass and quality. I think that we will need both, and this is always difficult when you cannot go just in one direction. But I think that what we are seeing, especially in Ukraine and in the Middle East, with this clash between
Chat, we need
Iran,
everything
and
all the
US and Israel,
time right
I think it is
now.
clear that we cannot just,
All we're
focus
doing
on
is
mass
reaffirming
or
scarcity.
we need numbers.
No, you can't have healthcare. We need to fund a war. Are you fucking insane? What about that? Where's this supposed to connect, though? I can't tell. Can I, like... I can't take that off. I can't take that off, either. Where is this supposed to connect? It has to be here. But, like, something needs to bridge this here? I don't know. Maybe they come together in, like, a big milk splash. Maybe something like this. Hide it like this? That, they won't even know. Oh, I can't bring this in front. And this? No, that ain't it either. Fuck me!
Something that we forgot about for many years, because especially for Western countries, at least for Europe, the situation was more, I would say, stable. So in that sense, we have to speed up.
The solution was stable because we were leeches on the American government funding NATO for us, and we didn't invest into our industry at all until, I guess, Germany and Poland. This guy is actually a shill.
This rebuilding of the military industrial
Not me,
complex,
though.
at least
I'm
in
not
order
a
to be able to have a credible deterrence capability. And then if things go wrong, you still have the capabilities to fight back. So that's my idea for the next year.
So that's my idea.
Kind of very long cycles
I can't
of conflict.
rotate them either.
This is given the new technologies, and this is given also some context-specific characteristic of the conflict that we are seeing, especially in the Middle East and also in Ukraine. So I don't think that we will see a quick conclusion of the conflict.
No quick conclusion. Sorry, come again tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I have nothing there I can disagree with. They try to reignite the defense industrial base in both Europe and the US, something that we spent a lot of our time on here at CSIS, and it's amazing how parallel those conversations are on both sides of the Atlantic. Slightly different flavors, but urgency all over the place. Clemens, do you want to add one more thing about the future of space conflict before I throw it over to Garana?
Star Wars is coming.
There we go.
You fucking bitch.
All right,
you
Garana,
fucking bitch. Oh, the world is run by Redditors. We're occupied by Redditors. Oh. Star Wars is coming. Fucking God. Hold on. Maybe I can do that in like the same intonation. Hold on. Star Wars is coming. Techno capital comes. Techno capital accelerates. What can you do about it? Absolute dumbest thing about this war, it's not even a good war from an empirical sense. If you could argue Venezuela was, or even Cuba, would be due to resource or influence acquisition. I'm not sure that this is crippling China like we want it to, based on the number of missiles that we've spent on this. How about that? Yeah, we actually deprive ourselves of resources. Hold on, by the way, as somebody who's tangentially a fan of degrowth, I'm okay. I'm okay with America shooting the fucking international order of oil in the foot. I'm fine with it. Oh wait, what about this? Come on, chat. Look at this. Okay, we got the piss jars all lined up. Almost lined up. Maybe I was going about it in the wrong way. Like, this needs to be in front. It's not contiguous with this. Yeah, I don't know.
You see ahead as you look literally all the way around the
Yeah,
world.
I mean, this guy's a freak. Just like
I mean, how you read
blazing
the
Trump.
one-liner copy, that's very hard. So for copywriters, I think we definitely should go with Clemence in terms of increasing engagement and clicks on this video. But truly, I mean, what's on the horizon?
They're engagement pilled. They're engagement baiting. My fucking God.
Of course, no one knows, right? But we have some indications.
They're actually
as
laughing.
to where certain states would like to go there.
This is literally like the scene in the Brothers Karamazov where the well-enfranchised aristocrats, bored out of their minds from their life of luxury, wander over to the newest fad, which is a religious guy who's about to die soon, and he's taking like confessionals, and they're just fucking with the dude. And eventually he kicks them out. Spoilers.
As I said, there are certain ordering attempts. There is not a clear sense
Like
of what the kind of next order
like
is going to look like.
the tenders, the exchangers, the merchants in the temple of Jesus, or I guess in the temple of Jerusalem. We don't even deny our geopolitical rivals anything. It's like superficially denying. Maybe that's the worst part. It's like superficially denying our geopolitical rivals of something. Like Maduro, very impressive, very cool, but like nothing really changed in terms of Maduro. Like, yeah, we got a couple of oil ships, but the administration is exactly the same. This has to be like overlapped on top of one another, right? Something like this. And this Iran shit, the structure of the government is exactly the same. They just killed the old guy and replaced him with a young guy. They literally promoted his son. And also, this like blockade on oil that's increasing the value of reserves. What are high reserve countries? It's Russia. He's enfranchising Russia. Like, I feel like Donald Trump has an antagonistic relationship to Xi and Putin. Like, he wants to be one of the big guys jockeying for space on the broader stage. But like, he's actually getting played to such a degree that he's taking actions that are superficially against the interests of America's rivals, but actually really not doing much. Sarcasmatron. Sarcasmatron. All right. Let me grab Sarcasmatron. We might take a look at it later. We got to get through. We got to get through.
There is going to be a kind of stable thing, right? That if you ask any academic, there'll be a long debate over, whether these things that we these days
we'll get to it.
have ever in fact existed, like the infamous liberal international order and all that. But on the horizon.
Oh my God, she said the international liberal order may never have existed.
Increasingly, is this
only in Europe could you get fucking liberals saying something like that? Why can't it be America? Why can't that be us? My fucking God. I might have already seen
over
it.
Whether this emerging kind of multipolarity that's not quite there yet, right?
Emerging multipolarity.
Or a more managed one. This is actually a theme.
Is it going to be a messy one or a managed one?
We simply have a lot of things that are up in the air still that don't necessarily tell us how those chips might fall. And a lot will depend. You've already alluded to the forthcoming summit, but a lot of these things will be decided, of course, by the great powers. But at the same time, again, what I would underscore is that
that's us. That's you and
an
me.
attempt
We're the
that's
great
happening
powers.
At those middle and sort of smaller state levels that try to manage this increasing contestation in the system. And what I would then say,
as capitalism starts to like tear itself apart, I really wonder how these poor third world southern countries are going to manage. It's sure going to be entertaining to see. Fuck
this point
this
around
bitch. Oh my God.
Creating more peace rather than actually outright conflict will require a lot more efforts to negotiate among and between different types of these ordering attempts that we have seen, right? And that we simply need to be a lot more tolerant that there might not be a kind of universal thing that emerges out of all of that, but there are ways
might
to
not
make
be
it
an
less conflictual and more stable.
Less conflictual and more stable.
When different forks in the road emerge, and that is through strengthening regional capabilities by building also bridges across systems. That's something that is very near and dear to my sort of research heart. So different efforts of cross-theater cooperation. And again, I can't underscore it enough.
The situation,
to this, preserving essential
We're going to be monitoring the
possible
situation
and
until the end of the fucking world.
Some sort of agreement on things that affect us all, because otherwise, it is the tragedy of kind of commons that then if we don't manage to solve that one, it is going to end bad for all of us, right?
The tragedy of the commons, which is, yeah, we kind of are all in this together, and if you guys fuck it up for us, you're also fucking it up for everyone else.
For some maybe worse than others, but there will be none of those who will be left unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a depressing way to end, but a really important way to end too, I think.
Okay, chat, what's the vote looking like? What are we saying? Oh, how did the vote end? I actually didn't see it, my fucking God. Poll ended. Where do I see the results of the poll? It's gone. Chat, we may have been wrong. This might have actually been a substantive conversation. Okay, good start, good start. Let's move on.
Good morning, everybody.
Enhancing global food systems. Fertilizer, also one of the things that's spiking in prices. farms are going bankrupt, essentially. They're not putting food into the ground, and the infrastructure that is already in the ground, I guess, is being burned because it's no longer being held in the hands of a private corporation that's willing to put in the manpower to actually maintain it, like the Delmont Corporation and the thousands of peach trees that they're going to be burning. What an awful smile. This is...
Good morning. I think we'll get started.
Okay. Yep.
Hello and welcome to CSIS. I'm Caitlin Welsh, Director of the CSIS Global Food and Water Security Program, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to the AI for Food Security Forum. Today's forum is years in the making and months in the planning, and it follows in-depth research by CSIS and partner organizations, many of them represented in this room, on the applications of AI for food security. It's also the result of the hard work of my entire team.
How
and
are
teams
we
across
going to
CSIS,
avoid
so I want to
disaster?
thank my CSIS colleagues here at the outset for your truly excellent work. I also want to thank
to cover this up.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Everybody, give yourself a big round of applause.
For today's forum, your partnership with CSIS, and your vision in creating a community of organizations aspiring to use AI to improve global food security and helping all of us to do our work better together. We have a fantastic lineup for today's forum, and we are so excited for what we'll hear and see throughout the day. Today's forum will feature plenary panel discussions, demonstrations, and then informal networking sessions. On the panels, we have four. The first panel will be moderated by CSIS's Frank Bagidi, and it will look at the ways AI is applied across food systems today and how it can be applied in the future. The second panel will be moderated by CSIS's
Okay, chat, we might be
and
cooking.
it will look at the challenges and opportunities regarding data in the application of AI for food security. The third panel will take a step aside, and it will look at AI and food security in this geopolitical moment, exploring the ways AI could help us weather the food system shocks brought by the Iran war and other recent global disruptions. And this panel will be moderated by
there are going to be food system shocks. Okay,
Vivian Salama, staff writer and national security reporter with The Atlantic. And
The Atlantic is here to tell us.
The day, and then I will join you on stage.
They're here to help us
inform
us.
What needs to happen to turn inspiration into action and to apply AI-enabled
Turn inspiration into action.
So those are the four panels.
So
and in addition to the panels, we've invited four organizations.
I love turning information into action. That's what we come here for.
My colleague Zane Swanson, Deputy Director and Fellow in the CSIS Global Food and Water Security Program, will host the demos today. And in addition to the four panels and the four demos, we have built in ample time for discussions among you.
I feel like
because for continuing the conversations that are started on stage and for networking.
This isn't supposed to be here.
The magic that happens at gatherings like this is in the unstructured time, including coffee breaks, lunch, and the reception to which you are all invited this afternoon. Before we get started with our programming,
you guys are all invited to my birthday party. Oh, hold up.
The mood around AI in the United States is complex. In this forum and
it's negative. It's negative. It's things are complex in America. It's negative, you freak. This is why people don't want to vote for fucking like the competent technocrats. Like, people are retarded, but they're not retarded enough to hear you go, it's complex, when it's just people hate it. People are using it and they're hating it.
To look only at the actual and potential benefits of AI for food security, but to also take a clear-eyed look at the actual and potential risks brought by AI-enabled technologies.
Some things might go wrong with AI, guys, but we'll deal with it together.
Such open conversation that we promote technologies that present the greatest benefit to the greatest number of people and the policies that require to enable these things.
And the policies
we understand food insecurity to be a complicated challenge with roots in politics.
Food security is a complicated. Oh my God, we need to listen to that fuck nuance article sooner than later.
The environment and technology.
And the environment and technology.
No technology can solve food insecurity, but AI-enabled technologies do present never-before-seen opportunities, which is what we'll examine here today. And finally, I keep saying I have a final few notes. These are the final few notes. Just a few logistical notes. I mentioned that
it's literally she's literally me. She's literally like me and the end of history.
Thank them, and also, so if you need anything, you can flag them down. So Zane Swanson, Rose Parker, Emma Curtis, Jolie Verzi. Here's the team. Thank you so much. And if you need anything, flag them down. Second of all, for those in the room, Wi-Fi information is on the agenda. So if you need to log on to Wi-Fi, that information is there. Following each panel discussion, we will welcome and strongly encourage questions from the audience. If you're here in the audience in the room and want to ask a question, raise your hand and we'll call on you as we're able to. And if you're online, please submit your question at the Ask Questions here on the event page, and we'll ask your question as we are able to. And then finally, emergency exits are behind me and to the right, and behind you and to the right. Should any arise, which we do not expect, please, we'll ask you to follow us and head toward the exits.
Should there be a terror attack, we ask you to calmly exit.
Yvonne, President of the CSIS Global Development Department. Enno has a long career in global development, including most recently as presidentially appointed and Senate-confirmed Director of the U.S. Trade and Development Agency. We're so fortunate.
We got a U.S. shill on stage, guys.
Enno joined CSIS
Rejoice.
as the first president of the Global Development Department almost a year ago. And here she brings her deep
infrastructure
investment, jobs creation, and legal expertise for the benefit of CSIS's work on food security, water security, health security, human rights, and all related topics.
This has to be
thank
here.
you so much for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. I have to tell you, as I came down and opened up from the elevator and saw all of you in the lobby outside, it really was a fantastic, energizing sight.
The Trump administration hired one black woman, and we got them here on stage to tell you that everything's going to be fine.
Your purpose, your buzz really is very inspiring, and I am really
so
delighted
awesome.
to welcome you all here today, and that includes those of you who are joining us online as well. Welcome. So I am very...
Some of you may die, and that's tragic, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Oh, maybe this is supposed to... Hold up. Do like that and that. This over that? No. I feel like that is supposed to be like that. No?
To really kick off this gathering. You know, as you all know, the development sector is at its sharpest inflection point in its 80 years.
Hold on, it's a British black woman, so actually, he's still racist in Visible Names, because he thinks black Americans are less. He hired a fucking British black woman.
It is a moment of great disruption and risk, but as with all
My
disruption
fucking God,
and risk, it's a moment
it's actually
of
real.
opportunity. Here at GDD, our mission is to strengthen U.S. national security and global prosperity through policies that promote economic opportunity and human well-being. I think you're...
Yep, that's what the Trump administration is all about. That's what they're all about, guys. Trust us. We're all about promoting human security.
Gathering here today at this AI for
and
Food Security Forum is an important demonstration of
promoting
exactly that,
food welfare.
the interconnectedness of the issues we must all address, and the innovative, collaborative, and realistic ways in which we must address them.
Yeah, not unlike these woke, insane lefties who are just watching this from their home, or watching somebody else react to it at their home. Yeah, who just want to destroy the world. We've got proactive solutions,
food
guys.
Security underpins
for our food
everything
security
that we hope and strive for. Human development,
hoping and striving,
and
thoughts and prayers. It's the
Yet,
new thoughts
around
and
the world,
prayers.
food insecurity is rising, and as it
Around the world, food insecurity is rising. Tell me, what percentage of American children skip a meal or receive fewer calories than is standard for the human adult body? How many children are facing starvation every night? How many parents are foregoing a meal so that their child can eat, and they feel weak at their second job, their third gig job of the week? Let us know. Go ahead.
It is not just a humanitarian crisis. It is a development, economic, and political crisis as well.
It's a political crisis too, don't you understand?
The causes of food insecurity are complex.
Things are complicated.
No one sector of technology can solve it alone.
Chat. No one technology is going to be able to solve all this world hunger, but I'm about to go on and tell you how great AI is going to be for making that shit happen, you know what?
Caitlin just said, AI is not a silver bullet, but it does offer real, untapped potential. Generating novel tools and solutions, improving existing ones, and connecting them in new ways. It's precisely...
She brought out her fucking black poetry women's group voice for that one. Hold on. Let's give her the respect of the platform. Let's put her at 1x speed to see how she stresses that.
Novel tools and solutions, improving existing ones, and connecting them in new ways.
In new ways. I'm starry-eyed.
It's precisely what we are trying to do in the development space writ large. So
she speaks like someone who knows that her next meal is gonna be there. She speaks so slowly and deliberately, as if she isn't just wasting your time with bullshit. She's helping to understand and educate the deep intricacies of the world. No, she's going back on 1.5.
Success here today can help inform an entire sector on how it builds anew and how it builds for a sustainable future. No pressure.
Chat, no pressure, but America kind of fucked itself over by switching to a service economy with when the Jews told us to start neoliberalism. Kind of fucked ourselves over with that one, and we need to gently gentle parent Donald Trump into bringing it back.
Today, we'll hear how
what
AI
if
is
it's like
applied
a
across
continuous
several
line?
possibilities, from early warning systems that can improve anticipatory action to end hunger before it begins.
Anticipatory
to guidance that gets better
actions to
information
end
into
hunger.
the hands of farmers who feed the world. To crop-bearing technologies that produce higher-yielding, more resilient crops.
Crop-yielding technologies that yield better crops. Just do better things, guys. Just do better things. Build better plants. My fucking god. My fucking god. Build better things. This has to be like the end of the sequence. Or the very like center. There needs to be something like connecting these two lines, right? Like this line is getting connected. There needs to be like something like this.
For an increasingly unpredictable world.
For an incredibly
Today's
increasing,
forum also
unpredictable
reflects
world.
how CSIS integrates its approach to
Hold
complex
up.
global
What about
challenges,
this?
bringing together the recent work of the Global Food and Water Security Program and the expertise of their Economic Security and Technology Department, which has helped shape the global conversation on AI policy for several years.
Help shaped by giving them water and satellite data. Awesome.
This time is ripe for this conversation.
It's a discussion about food. It's ripe for discussion. We're gonna be implementing harvesting technologies.
Google.org's AI Collaborative for Food Security has built a remarkable global network of organizations working at the forefront of AI applications to food security challenges. We are thrilled that you will...
The food security challenges. Google is helping small world nations sell their children's soul and their stem cells out for a consult.
Hear from representatives
for a
across that network
consultation.
today. Our sincere thanks to Google.org for your partnership.
Thank you so
and
much,
for the foresight
Google,
with
for
which you have
preventing
built
the third
this
world from
community of
starving.
researchers
We
and
couldn't have done it
practitioners.
without you.
Finally, my thanks to Caitlin Welsh, Zane Swanson, and the entire Global Food and Water Security team for really this most excellent agenda. It is thoughtful,
This most
practical,
excellent
and instructive
agenda.
to all of us as we navigate a complex landscape. Thank you also to the wonderful CSIS ecosystem that clicks into high gear to make an event like this happen.
That
I look forward to hearing what emerges
clicks
from
into
the
high
discussions.
gear.
Thank you, and I wish you a most productive and enjoyable day. Thank you so much.
Was that it? Oh, she was like the opening. I hope you guys have a productive day. I wish I could say that without feeling vitriolic. I hope you have a productive day. It's almost like Happy Friday. It's almost like Happy Friday. Like, who gave us the 5-day work week? Well, it was the liberals, guys. Tee-hee.
All right. Thank you so much, Enno, for your framing remarks, which are really perfect for setting the stage for interesting and impactful discussions that we'll have throughout the day here.
We're going to have so many
I think we're a little
impactful
bit ahead of time,
discussions
That's a
here.
good thing at the start of a day as long as ours. I want to say it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our first plenary panel discussion, Enhancing Global Food Systems with AI, and to welcome Frank Bagidi to the stage. Frank is Managing Director for Global Environment and Sustainability at Eurasia Group. And we're
At
also
the
delighted that Frank is
Eurasia
Senior
Group, she actually coughed up. Vile. Trying to keep that one down.
Associate non-resident in the CSI's Global Food and Water Security Program. At Eurasia Group, Frank helps public and private sector organizations navigate risks and opportunities related to climate, water,
The Eurasia Group got a black guy. The Eurasia Group, you cannot make this up. You cannot fucking make this up. This is the most black excellent motherfucker I've seen in my life. Holy fuck.
Plastics.
This guy is...
And forestry. I don't know if I missed
Shut
anything.
the fuck
Just a small
up.
portfolio.
Wow.
Frank's work is multi-sectoral and his purview is global.
He's multi-sectoral, he's multipolar, he's global, he's Eurasian.
I won't ask you how many places you've been just in this 1 week, but his work is multi-sectoral.
You've been to so many places.
We thought that he would be the perfect person to lead our first panel discussion of the day, which is going to look at the multitude of ways AI is applied across food systems today and how it could benefit food security in the future. Again, we're very, very grateful Frank was able to make it. I think he gets the award for one of the longest commutes. He flew in, I think, from Paris to join us for this forum. So thank you so much.
That's the longest commute from Paris? Fuck you.
Much, Frank, for being with you, for being with us. It's great to have you. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me okay? Yes. Awesome. Very excited about today's day-long event on AI for food security. It's quite rare that we have a full day on it. We may have a
I'm actually,
here and there, but a full day is quite
I'm going to
impressive.
refrain.
I'm really excited. And I'm even more excited to moderate the first panel, which will focus on enhancing food security, food systems with AI. I have a great panel with me. 4 experts that
I have a great panel, guys.
Security stack. The first expert is actually
Wait,
online.
hold on,
it's
is this
Dr.
it?
Catherine Nakalembe. I don't know if we can connect her, but she will be joining us remotely today.
Is this not the solution?
She will be joining us remotely today.
Oh, we did it.
You, Catherine. Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, there we go.
I'm doing okay. How are you?
That's all it was? Are you kidding me?
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. You are a geospatial AI expert affiliated with the University of Maryland and also the Africa lead for another harvest. Thank you so much. Also,
the African lead for another harvest. So hold on. I got a bit, guys. I gotta take the suit off though for a second. Grungy, hateful, angsty leftists online, when they see actual African involvement in the determination of their crop yields, be like, wow, these people are actually sweeping for capitalism. Why am I treating him differently? I'm fine with the French.
Very happy to welcome to the stage Eric Schneider. Please welcome. Join me to the stage. You work with Digital Green. Many of you guys know Digital Green. I'm particularly excited about your work with Farmer Chat, which is now available in May.
Not the fucking white guy without a tie. No, every time, it can't keep happening. I'm going back in the tie. I'm going back in the suit. Am I in the... Nope, that's not the suit. Fuck. There we go. Alright, fine.
Investments. Okay, that's very helpful. Catherine, I want you to
oh my god, I fucking skipped. I skipped. Yep. Bring out your crew of Avengers. The woke police are lining up. We got an Irish guy, an African guy, a black American.
So thank you so much, Daniel, for
we got
joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
A vaguely Southeast Asian woman.
You guys know him from Penn State University.
And finally the
village. Kind of like incredible.
Is this guy Anglo?
In like more than 60 countries. I think it's 65.
Yeah. Okay. We got Italian. We got Anglo. We got all the minority groups. Thank God. They've got a great collection.
Some of the difficulties and the roadblocks and bottlenecks that we have. We've decided to frame the conversation and to title the panel "Enhancing Food Systems with AI and Not Fixing or Solving It with AI." That's very intentional.
Enhancing, not fixing.
We don't want to overhype anything today. We want to focus on what is genuinely transformative and then build upon it, where it is and what it is that we should invest in. When I'm investing, I'm not just talking about money, I'm also talking about time. I'm talking about resources, skills, or reskilling, or upskilling. So it's really investing in all of the senses of the world. I am also very excited to welcome our online audience because we have many virtual participants, which is a reminder to all of you that this is not a DC conversation. This is not a US conversation either. This is very much so a global
This is an international, it's a multipolar
right
conversation, guys.
We're also hosting an event on food security, actually with one of your colleagues from Digital Green. And so we really want to make sure that we are keeping a global lens, not just the global north, not just the global south, all of it. And so keep that in mind also for your questions. Because we will
based?
have a dedicated time for Q&A after.
Chat, is it okay? Is your discourse like does it pass woke standards if like you refer to the global south as a passive entity that's going to be slowly siphoned away for all of its resources and blood and food? At least we're mentioning it. That's fine, right?
The panelists. I want to get started with you, Catherine, because one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure you were part of this panel is that I had been kind of watching your TED Talks. And some of the stuff that you've mentioned in there were focused on Earth observation and how the buildup in Africa and across the global south is extremely uneven. What does it take to really have AI-powered tools that make sense from a global south perspective, particularly in Africa, and how can we bridge that gap that we can see from one country to another?
Thank you so much, Frank, and thanks for having me. It's unfortunate I work in Maryland and should be there, but I'm away this week. So, and I really like this question because I think sometimes, especially how you frame that, when you begin with, AI is not a solution, but it is a tool in our toolbox. And the reason for this, why I like this framing is
Xylem Lab and Xylem Institute. Geospatial AI, assistant professor, University of Maryland. Okay.
Is
peak woke.
A lot of the things that need to be done, the
I'm actually
technology
excited.
already exists. So if you think about, if you were to compare, let's say, why agriculture might function, a little bit more profitable or a little bit more sustainable, let's say in Germany or the Netherlands, and why it doesn't, for example, maybe in Malawi or other places, the difference is not that, there's not been AI applied in Malawi. It is that potentially the investments that are required to move the needle, to make it profitable or sustainable or resilient is what is missing. So there's already, some very basic things around mechanization, around improved seeds, around around irrigation, around infrastructure to move food from where it's produced, or early warning to provide farmers with information so that they can prepare or respond accordingly. All of those things exist. All those ingredients exist. And so
they exist, and we also gutted the weather. So now farmers, on top of already, this is actually like peak Keynesian economics, subsidize the farmers to expand production of grain across the entire US, desert bowl the entire fucking place, and then sell them the right to the seed, the lease to the seed, the lease to the fertilizer, which is also the key to actually growing their crops, lease them the farm equipment in order to harvest the crop, and lease them the weather reports to determine the planting season. Actually, just fuck it. Replace them all with AI. Replace them all with AI. Fuck it. Whatever. That way, we no longer have a reactionary class. Though we'll finally defeat fascism the moment we automate food production, right? That's how we do it.
The investments in the infrastructure, the people, and the things that need to be in place is what's missing. And AI, obviously, tools like we develop with Earth observations allow us to, for example, understand where in Malawi or Senegal,
I'm noticing
Ghana,
a couple of things.
farmers might be growing
I'm
rice,
noticing
where what infrastructure might be missing in those places. You can combine, all sorts of data sets to be able to get a much better
all
insight
sorts
about
of
what is
beta
happening in a particular
sets.
place where there might be yield gaps, where investments in fertilizer, etc., could make a difference. But in reality, the investments that need to be made is what would make a difference. So whether I know so well how poorly crops might perform in a particular region, and how early I can predict that a flood will affect an area, and how well I can assess how severe the flood might be, has nothing to do with the response and action that needs to be taken in order for a farmer to succeed, in order for food to be available, in order for tools for resilience to be accessible. So that's kind of what I think is missing in the broad scheme of things. And we are getting better and better at understanding, or getting faster and better at predicting, forecasting, estimating, etc. But in terms of delivering those things that make a difference, this is where we're kind of falling short. So that's how I sort of want to
guys,
this,
we kind of fucked up.
Not,
we had all this cool technology, and we barely got one big beautiful bill through the Democrat majority Congress.
We have become so much faster at understanding what is growing where, how well it's doing, where we could import from, does not actually deliver the stuff that is needed for a farmer to actually make progress and produce.
Yes, we can literally surveil other people's crops from across the world. But yeah, we're not doing anything about it. And in fact, we're actually sacrificing the programs that used to
more efficient,
support
more
them.
sustainably. I don't know if I did a good job answering your question.
No, you absolutely did. Thank you so much for this very comprehensive overview to get started with the conversation. It's actually a great segue to my question to you, Eric, regarding farm trap. I'm trying to understand from your perspective, now that you have managed to reach over 1 million smallholder farmers across the global south, what is the main bottleneck that you see in your work to take it to the next level, and so to get to the next million and the next million and the one after that?
The next million.
You've been building on a lot of things that Catherine brought up around kind of delivery, uneven nature of that infrastructure. I'll speak to some of those points, but sort of an underlying piece of it is trust. In this case, we're talking about AI today. So trust.
Oh, not another fucking liberal whinging without a tie about trust.
AI,
this guy is Irish. I'm not taking this guy's
wildly across the board around the world. So for farmers in particular, how do you help build that trust in AI, or through the history of farming, in any kind of...
Kat, how do we make the most like schizophrenic, paranoid, the government is out to get me, but they also literally support my parochial fiefdom, where I can readily abuse migrant H2A workers for however the fuck I want?
Tool or delivery mechanism.
How can we get them to trust AI more?
Might be beneficial for them to act on. I think what we found is that it's not necessarily the model or the AI tool, it's the context, and even as Catherine was saying, the actual delivery. So we've seen that an AI...
It's how you advertise the AI.
But it won't be as well trusted or adopted as a 60% answer given by an extension agent, a human, that they've known for 10 years, they've seen monthly for the past 10 years. So there's two big things that we think about in terms of building that trust, in addition to kind of the wraparound human support to it. One is language, which I'll get into, and then also localization, kind of that context and delivery. So on language, if we're thinking about the large AI LLMs, the majority, if not all of them, are trained exclusively on English, Western languages, Western information data sets, things like that. They don't always apply to the South or elsewhere outside of those training sets. We're thinking about that from a spoken language standpoint. Obviously, where we work in across Asia and Africa, hundreds, if not thousands of languages in India alone, getting into regional tribal dialects in Kenya, Ethiopia. So it's really a verbal language thing. And so you think about what that translation looks like. In our...
I thought the pins would indicate the sequence of the next, but it doesn't quite line up because this one is also green. I mean, maybe it's like flanking. Either one could be green. Like both of these are. I'm not sure.
Stack of delivering a AI advisor to farmers. The very first thing we have to do when they ask a question.
Yeah, we just need to go through the stack to advise farmers with AI.
To English, because the rest of the stack in terms of what we found that produces the highest quality results are all.
How the fuck are you going to talk for 5 minutes about using AI to translate instructions on farming? Is that really what you have to contribute to the conversation? Fuck off. These people are so useless.
If it's in Oromian English or Hausa Nigeria, English first. And it runs down the whole stack all the way to gets to the response and goes back up. And the very last thing we have to do is translate it back into whatever local language. And it sounds somewhat simple, but there's a lot of context that can easily be lost if that translation doesn't happen well, which it doesn't always do. Just kind of given the nuances of where languages are recorded, how they're written down or digitized. But each time you have to translate, you lose some of that nuance. To be very candid, the best way we find to do that is actually Google Translate. Given the wide breadth of languages that we work in, we've worked with governments in India, Kenya, otherwise to pull from their localized language translation databases. But
what is the nuance that you're trying to communicate to Indian and African farmers? What is the nuance you're trying to communicate? Is the nuance just, hey, there's going to be a flood in a week. Good luck. What is the nuance you're trying to communicate with these people? My fucking God.
The best one for that. The other piece on language I would say is agricultural vernacular. So it's not just about the spoken language, it's about specific wording that might be local to a community, local to a particular value chain in a country otherwise. We have a good example in Ethiopia where in 3 neighboring waredas, there's 3 different words for the exact same crop, even if it means the same thing. And so how do you get the AI to know, okay, for this farmer, even if they're in the same value chain in this particular region, if you use the wrong word, it's the wrong advice, the farmer won't trust it, you maybe get 2 shots at a response for a farmer to say, okay, this doesn't work for me, I'm not going to trust it. That kind of
maybe the object being broken.
Which very much matters as well. We all know farmers around the world, regardless of location, value chain, things like that, they're not a monolith. Every farmer has their own unique needs. Even if you're in rice paddies in India, the farmer slightly up the hill has a slightly different agroecological zone and setup than the farmer down the hill from them. So how do you make sure that device meets them where they are with data that is truly hyper-local, localized, and drawing upon the best local research for those purposes? So, I mean, even thinking some of the remarks that
okay, so then how do you do that then?
Right now, the other piece is if you recommend a fertilizer, because it's the time to do that in a given cropping season, but either happens to be not available, depending on kind of global supply chain situation, or it's just not available at all, then it's a completely unusable.
If you recommend that a company, like a farmer from in India gets targeted with a particular fertilizer ad for American fertilizer, how do you make sure that the nuance of how great your fertilizer is and how much the Indian farmer should buy them can understand just how deep like the negotiation process is between you two guys?
Full piece of advice for them. So yeah, just those 2 small things there.
Thank you so much, Eric. Yan, a couple of reactions from you based on what you heard from Catherine and Eric, particularly related to your recent work, which focuses on leveraging machine learning to predict crisis.
Machine learning.
Sometimes I think
crisis machine learning, modeling systems, simulations.
Of crisis
We're going to get caught up in them.
Public data. What can AI really do to help kind of see hunger coming?
So first of all, I want to thank Google.org for supporting this work. So basically, our model is trying to predict to use the IPC assessment actually of categories and percentage population falling into food crisis as ground truth. So we use all secondary data, passively collected data to predict your machine learning methods
this is the ending
to predict
the starting
this, to provide nowcasting and forecasting of IPC categories outcomes. The result is actually pretty good, but only good, very good in the data-rich locations. So data is still very important, especially the ground truth data.
Is that not the solution? Are you for real?
So that's about the question about the AI. We want to address that AI can be used to improve in 3 aspects. First, to improve timeliness of humanitarian targeting. Right? Because IPC, for example, is
on war targeting. You're talking about food security, and you're talking about improving war targeting. Guys, we know that the U.S. fucked up bombing that children's school, but have you considered that we haven't like raised their crops and salted their land? No, we're doing that to ourselves. We're spreading glyphosate on our own shit.
Considered a great approach for monitoring food security and humanitarian targeting.
This isn't the solution.
Usually one or twice each year, and only in limited locations because
there's no object that gets broken by
and also time consuming. So what we do is we develop this model which can fill the gaps geographically and temporally, and so that's one aspect of its main use. And another is it can be used to predict, monitor, and predict and forecast food insecurity in fragile and conflict-affected settings.
Oh, I can't even like delete it on there.
Very difficult. And thirdly, it can facilitate data collection. For example, like your data, like farmer tracking data from digital green, those can be used because those are user interaction data, which can be used as one feature to feed into our model. And also like plant village data can be used as pest and disease surveillance. Also, for example, one colleague of mine and with David.
We just need to surveil the situation, guys, a little bit better. That's all this fucking. Oh my god. Was Mina right? Was Mina correct the entire time? These freaks are just a waste of time.
Can use as ground truthing. Right, and also our model can predict in which area additional field-based data collection and assessment would be most useful.
Like this isn't.
So, for example, we can forecast under different conditions, like El Nino situation. So, which are the locations more likely to subject to food crisis? So, the future IPC assessment maybe it's more valuable to be conducted in those areas.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I like the fact that you build silos between your work and the work of Eric and of David. That's
I feel like this one has to go first.
My question to you, David.
No, this one has to go first.
I've always been very, very impressed with the work that you're doing with Plain Village.
In terms of chronology, that one goes first. And then like,
sometimes
it would be that, I imagine.
Performance can drop in real fields. How can we close that gap?
So I think it goes to Yanin's point. What we have to do is have the forecasted model. In our case, that may be an offline convolutional neural network inside the phone, or it may be the kind of large language model that Digital Green are doing. So it's sending it to the cloud and coming back. And then you have to have a ground truthing on how accurate that is. And then
a ground truthing. We just need to uncover the truth by monitoring the situation a little bit better, guys. As long as we have the truth, we can move forward confidently. To fix it all.
The question is, by which
metric?
I
will be. I'll be revealing the secrets of USAID.
Profitability on the farm, for example, which should be a really critical metric.
I'm gonna be the Taylor Lorenz of like the USAID, and I'm gonna be like, wow, the Democrats want to bring USAID back and fund terror groups in Yemen to destabilize the region and profit off of volatility fluctuations with insider trading.
In Kenya, for example, we're seeing massive production of tomatoes at the moment, but the market price is very, very down, and so people can't sell them. Or we're also finding a lot of...
There's all this inefficiency in the market. Chat, it's not waste. All this food isn't going to waste. We just need to find better logistics to move that product elsewhere. The Italians stopped taking all the fucking tomatoes, and now they're crashing the African market.
Roads are...
The daughter of fascism is back. And she is instilling autarky, which means Italy now grows its own tomatoes. It was a New World plant anyways. We're abolishing tomatoes from all Italian cuisine, and we're going to be crashing the African economy while we're at it.
In terms of transport, so you can't get it to market. So you have to look at this, and the way in which we're trying to do that is bring in true AI, the farmer voice. So we actually have this new project as part of Plant Village Plus, which is our corporate spin-out. And I say corporate, not private sector, because it's a worker cooperative. So we have this model whereby we'll be collecting data as a byproduct of commerce, asking the question, to what extent are farmers adapting to the challenges of climate change based upon these models? So how accurate are those models? And how can we provide to IFPRI, NASA Harvest, University of Maryland, etc., data in real time? So you may have seen I use my phone there. So I just...
How can we ease the revolving door of public-private relationships? I'll tell you how we do that, actually. I'm fine with the revolving door of public-private relationships. I'm fine if the people writing the policy eventually go and profit from the policy that they write. I just think that we should maybe change the organizational structure of both systems simultaneously. These people being like, oh, the big government, oh, the big government is so scary. You're not going to do shit about it, huh? It's part of a global system, and the main difference between a company and the U.S. government is to what degree of illusion of responsibility and control you have over the decisions of that entity are. You've got no place in a company shareholder, even if you like own stocks.
Use that as part of our tracking system, and so you're all here on the tracking system. So then we could have a global community of scientists.
We're tracking farmers. We're tracking Indonesian farmers to see if they're going to be delivering their rice on time. So that we can fucking leverage fucking rice futures. That's, oh my god.
Contributing to that. But I think
how can we sell JP Morgan Sachs satellite imagery of how the farmers are failing or succeeding to grow this year's product so that we can sell futures better? Awesome.
We can improve the model, but we have to make sure we have a human in the loop AI. That's something we're building at Penn State.
Yes, it's so important we have it. This is an AI. It's so important to have a human in it, right? I'm liberal virtue signaling.
From
Diggs, by the way.
The land-grant universities, the way in which they've historically engaged domain experts, educators,
maybe it starts
and
like
faculty in the process. And that's critically
Like, we
important.
go off
and
the
I think
edge.
It's important to point
And
out
then
that
it
there
would be
shouldn't be a
this?
private sector solution. Because when private sector is in charge of diagnostics, there's no incentive to share the underlying principle by which we do these diagnostics. So just complimenting Eric on
There's no underlying principle to share.
Digital Green, they release everything, and that's critically important so we can understand why they say X versus Y. And that's not necessarily in all
They're
sectors, but it's
transparent about what they
fundamentally
say.
important in agriculture, because
They're transparent about the data they receive, and that's so important when we tell Indian farmers we got to be transparent.
2024 was the hottest year in 125,000 years. We only invented agriculture during the the Holocene 10, 12,000 years ago, and everything going forward is new. So as I was saying to Chris from Maryland earlier, we have to engage the global community and scientists in improving our models. Those scientists are not going to
just need better
work for free
models.
for ChatGPT, but they would for Digital Green with his mission. And hopefully for
They would not work for free? For ChatGPT, would scientists actually work for free? I'm not sure.
If Pre and Plant Village and other people in that space.
I have two follow-up questions, actually. Number one is, what was the motivation behind Plant Village Plus?
Plant Village was...
Plant Village Plus. These people are so fucking Reddit pilled. Like, sell a subscription to a fucking village? Oh, now you can bundle home insurance, auto insurance, SpaceX, internet, and cell phone data all in one central plan bought by your village elder.
About 2 years ago because I didn't trust government. I saw Sweden stopping funding to a CGIR partner we had at the time because of the Ukraine crisis. It was 23% decline. I had not expected my distrust in government would be so manifested on January 24, 2025, when we lost immediately $9 million. I was the director of the USAID Innovation Lab at Penn State. And so it turned out to have been a good move. It's also a move that I think donors really like. So we're getting a lot of support from the Gates Foundation in that space.
The donors really like that the US federal government stopped funding us, and so now we're getting money from the Gates Foundation.
Critically, so Plant Village has done rather well in the public sector from a variety of sources, and I don't believe all those public investments should lead to private gains. Okay. And that's why when we have made...
Surely all those public investments shouldn't only go to private gains. A little bit of that should go to public gains as well. Yes, thank God. The revolutionary potential is finally here, guys. Socialism, responsibility for our actions, awesome. It's finally here.
A corporate structure, we've structured it as a worker cooperative. So the members of the village have one vote, I've got one vote, and democratically we can figure out the best solution going forward.
Never mind, based.
Private gains from public investments.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Never mind.
Catherine, I want you to
I'm backtracking on everything this guy's based.
Trust
uncritical support
in the context of the work that you do. And to what extent we need to involve public officials in this effort that you are all trying to lead in your own way?
Thanks for this question. I think there's sort of when I think about the public sector in the context of delivering the things that are needed. So I think there's a lot of things that we take for granted, particularly, for example, if you live in the US, there's guarantee that trash will be removed or.
It's really hard to imagine how society will so quickly unravel when trash is no longer getting picked up.
You get your early warning on your phone because there's no infrastructure, etc. So we take that for granted. But I think with a
do we? I feel like the majority of our fantasies are built on the anxieties of the world just collapsing in the next couple of months for the past 70 years.
Aiming and backing, it is a pathway for delivering things.
I have to look at my birdie watch
that would otherwise be excluded, who cannot afford to pay, for. Let's say if you had to pay for your, weather app, for example, and it was only accessible to people who were able to pay for it. So this applies even in the context. I think it might even actually apply more in the context of agriculture because in a lot of the countries where production is really high and food security is set, there are lots and lots of subsidies that are provided by government in order for farmers to succeed. This is true in the US, this is true in Germany.
This is not a solution?
Where, the backbone of being able to deliver the food that is required when it's required in order to have food stored for, months, etc. requires that there is a clear public investment and interest in this. And so,
water,
in the context,
lamp,
if you think about it in the context of the African continent, I strongly believe that
That's the solution?
ministries of agriculture, for whom it is their mandate to monitor, track, understand, and inform their ministers and decision makers about food availability, food decisions,
How is this the solution?
The agency, the power, and the capabilities to use the tools that we are all developing in a way that
were actually not
allows them
relevant to the
to
solution.
be proactive. So it shouldn't require that they have to wait 2 weeks, 24 hours, or 48 hours for when the person with the expertise, let's say Catherine, has time to do some analysis. This analysis should be able to be run within a ministry, because in the grand scheme of things, it is their responsibility to deliver. I've had real-time experience with, for example, the Ministry of
Caracalla, you have a solution? Wow, okay, let's hear it. What do you have? What is the solution to all the anxieties of people feeling scared about the collapse of the world in the next coming months? Oh, you're robbing me! No, all right, see you later. Get off my fucking screen.
in Kenya, trying to really get information from extension.
What do you think America is all about if we didn't stoke the anxieties of wanting to buy a gun constantly and like advertise it?
Agents and inform the minister and have things delivered in time. So when a flood happens, it happens so quickly. And so if they have the tools and the means to be able to assess the situation, they're able to act on that information, deliver to the minister, and then things fall in place. The other thing is the infrastructure that is required. So David just talked about, extension workers. This is a huge network of individuals who are on the ground. And so enabling or supporting the ministry that works with extension agents, so the extension agents can do their job really well, I think is a win-win in the grand scheme of things. And so...
the Ministry of Extension Agents? Is that a thing? Yeah, you didn't process the right paperwork to extend your application for flood deterrence.
In order to have or build this public trust, the other dimension, going back to my initial point, is around investments, which is if a ministry
we just need to invest in the future
and has the team of people
to do the analysis,
deliver the assessments, collect data on the ground, bring the resources or the things that farmers need in order to be able to respond. They're best placed than any other organization, I would say. So we're talking, millions of extension agents. We're talking a lot of expertise and knowledge. An initial point around the local context and trust. So. Sort of supporting that pathway from government level all the way to the farmer is absolutely critical. And I think I don't know anybody, I've never met anybody in a ministry who is not interested in supporting and seeing farmers succeed. And so the challenge is
seeing farmers. I thought she said pharma.
To be able to deliver those things that are required. So I think trust is sort of a two-way.
The world will not end. It's so cringy. Sorry, I can't LARP as a leftist occasionally, Caracalla. When did it become illegal to like stop LARPing as a leftist soothsaying the end of the world now? Huh? When did that become uncool? Let people be, let people cook.
When people are on the front lines, they need to have the agency in order to act. And so if
when people are put on the front lines, they need to have the agency to act. In order to act, they need the proper information to understand what's going on, and to have the proper information of what's going on. What does that mean? It means that you have to buy our product. This is not the solution. This is not lining up properly. Go somewhere. This probably correct, and not B. Does this go here, and then this goes at the very end? This is certainly correct.
Being able to deliver it is where the stress kind of arrives. So a farmer cannot rely on the ministry because the ministry doesn't have the resources or the tools to be able to respond accordingly. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword in this case. Yeah.
No, thank you so much for this, Catherine. This is actually a great lead
Thank you so much, Catherine.
Data and infrastructure. That's kind of a paradox at the heart of this conversation, because we're seeing AI models getting cheaper by the day, getting also more advanced by the day, and at the same time, a lot of the data that's out there tends to be very much contracted, and not necessarily readily available. How can we bridge that gap so that both are moving in the same direction, and we don't have one side of the conversation moving much faster than the other? I'm going to start with you, Eric.
Yeah, I think from our perspective.
Chat, how do we keep the conversation going in a balanced manner? No, we do think that the Republicans are an existential threat to America, but we don't want to actually politically wipe them off the face of the earth, because what if we're wrong occasionally? We need somebody else to like push back against us with other values.
We actually see the AI models obviously are a much better resource than a lot of the data infrastructure, both in terms of types of data, how it's collected, how it's measured, stored.
The AI is a better resource. Yes,
that
okay.
is lagging behind in terms of resources and capabilities where the AI models are.
Is this going on the other side?
Our tech stack, we're kind of LLM agnostic, and so we kind of swap
We're
in and out.
LLM agnostic in the
tech
tech stack.
And then internal benchmarks to deliver that. But what the big challenge is making sure that we have that update localized data infrastructure there. And it's still very much a piecemeal patchwork, very uneven, as Catherine was saying earlier.
It's piecemeal and it's patchwork. Fuck off. Fuck off. I hate these people.
As well.
Is this
there's an API over here, there's like a spreadsheet on this one computer over here, and we're literally kind of pulling this piece together in the back end. Or even like you were saying as well, we have accurate data, but it's only updated every 6 months. I love what you were saying about the models to forecast that, even if it's not the actual ground truth, it's way closer than something that's 3, 4, 5 months old, or the day before the update is tomorrow coming out. So thinking about how all that data comes together, I think that's what the critical point is right now, but also knowing that that's a massive number of much smaller investments as opposed to 1, 2, 3 big AI companies building out a massive LLM. That's a big mandate that they are very well executing on. But having all these very disparate, very useful in the aggregate data sets.
Chat, it's nuclear and it's bigger than nuclear. Trust me, like it's so much bigger than that. Like it's so hard to criticize. It's so hard to say that there's any sort of like intent behind this. We're just trying to do what we do and help
how do you pull all those together?
Surveil and advertise, direct advertisement to farmers.
So under the situation, because our data collection support is getting smaller, and so in this case, I think it's for our AI models, we rely on data. Data is super important, especially ground truth data. We use the data to train, to validate, and improve our model. So I hope donors, even if public funders has withdrawn, hopefully like private funder like Google's had or have already actually stepped in to fill the gap. Another thing is I think we should make a better use of limited funding to maximize, to make good use of it. So for example,
we're gonna make good. We're gonna do good things. We're gonna use AI well.
User interaction data.
Fuck yes, I love using AI well.
Undoubtedly in this area, and like from Plant Village, from like Plantix, etc. And also for ground truth data, actually I think it's different organizations also collected their own data, like WFP and World Bank, and also government. For example, Kenya government has collected monthly consumption data, etc. But some of data do not have public access. So if we could,
if only we could make that data publicly accessible and decentralized. That's what we need, guys. Life will just be so much better.
Well, there's a lot of good news here in the sense that this ongoing war on AI development, the beneficiaries will be farmers globally.
Really, it's going to be the farmers globally who are benefiting from AI development. Guys, if you're feeling a little pessimistic about AI, I don't know what you're talking about. It's going to be fine. The farmers are going to love AI. They're not going to get run out of business by the people they voted for.
Meta released figures a couple of months ago. They're spending about $2 billion a day on this. It's just extraordinary. And that doesn't count, China versus USA, UAE versus et cetera,
Is that British guy ahead of my show a femboy? Caracalla, actually, this is the 1-year anniversary of the show. That British guy, that show, that femboy, that was the very first stream that I did 1 year ago. And I'm glad that you've ended up with us instead of some bullshit where people will like deliberately mislead or try and harm you. No. We want people to walk away better from watching the marketable stream. Alright. Cram it all in.
France with Mistral and so on. And so AI will just be electricity. It'll just be everywhere all the time.
AI is going to be electricity. It's going to be everywhere all the time.
Models which have forced Google into releasing Gemma, for example, which is extremely good. So we can now have Gemma, a baby-sized version of Gemini, running on a phone and doing most of what you want, most of what digital brain needs. We during our innovation lab, what we did with Gates funding was set up these servers inside the Ministry of Agriculture in Malawi, in the Department of Agricultural Extension Services. So we did a whole package. So we put the screen on the wall, we get the computer, we put it in, we get the server and so on, and then we enable all of that. Now, that's great because exactly as Catherine says, you need to have something local.
We make the connection.
What we also do is go down to Luanar or other universities, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, elsewhere, and then we train young people to do that. I mean, if you see Google, they have an office in Accra. That's not the solution. We need to be training young engineers in annotation as well as model development and then model testing, so we can have a very small loop locally. And this is critically important because, as Catherine says, we need to empower governments in the global south. They need sovereignty. And this is not just a global south issue. So we have built a tool.
We're going to
Plan for
afford
Food,
them
meal programs,
sovereignty.
and
We're going to sell them
bring that
sovereignty.
to Denmark. Denmark doesn't want the servers in the United States because of the Cloud Act.
Let's go.
So any US company has to give to the US government the data because of the Cloud Act. So they want local servers. And we're just going to see sovereignty again and again and again in this case. But the good news.
Siri, flush this Siri, flush this fat shit I just took. Holy fuck, this thing was so big it hit my G-spot. Siri, clean up after myself after this massive shit tapped my G-spot on the way out and I made a mess in my bathroom. Sorry, sir. You haven't paid your Mercedes smart bidet this month. You're gonna need to update your service.
It's like electricity now at this stage, and it's just going to become. And the AI is the worst AI will ever have. It's just going to get better.
Do you have a time frame for when we think AI will be actually just like electricity?
I think it already is. You can download Quen or Gemma and run it locally for everything.
When do we think that AI is going to be like electricity? Available only to everybody at the same time. So what, the number of sides and decoration?
If you have the right stimulus, but you can run that, and then you can have a library, a corpus. It could be grey literature, it could be national literature, and then you can do RAG system, treatment.
Tell your national literature to Google.
We certainly have examples of that.
I'm going to ask one final question to Catherine before we take some Q&A.
Okay, that's one of three.
As you think about your questions.
Okay, we can do
both in person and virtually. Catherine, that's a direct follow-up to David's comments.
Is this 3 or 4? I can't see.
If AI becomes what electricity now is, we know what the electricity access rates are in some parts of the global south.
3?
So how can we make sure that we don't have a two-speed kind of like landscape when it comes to
6?
AI access, particularly for food systems?
I think we're already too late in this, but one of the things I wanted to comment a little bit on the point that Eric brought up, and I think David just talked about as well, is there's an overinvestment in the cool tools infrastructure, what you end up working with on the computer side, rather than on
wait until fembots come out. I'm tired of
the
feeding.
fundamental data that are required for us to build better models. So from a remote sensing perspective, if I want to do a crop type map or a yield map, etc. Right now, you could do a preliminary forecast of anything, but whether that is true or not, requires ground truth. And I think Eric talked about this a little bit. There's very little investment in collecting ground truth data, and this is sort of falling on the sidelines because there are statements like AI can do that, can forecast yield, etc., which is true. However, whether it is true or not requires actual ground data. And
Sir, are you? Hold on. Sir, hold on. We're getting prediction models that there may be a flood in your area. We need to do on-the-ground truth reporting. Sir, can you tell us? Sir, can you tell us about on-the-ground? How is it on the ground right now? Our satellites are saying that there's a flood imminent. Sir?
I am under the water.
Oh,
please help me. Here too much raining.
I think this is where the missing piece, one of the critical missing pieces are. So we're falling behind in terms of getting ground truth that will be required to validate once we have this electricity in place. But around the divide, I think obviously there's an opportunity space for more people to learn and utilize tools because skills like programming can be accelerated. You can learn much faster
accelerate
now if you're really keenly interested in learning. But it also goes back to my initial point around investment, which is when this electricity becomes electricity, just like we know electricity has been around forever. If there is no investment in the electric poles, in the generation of and the delivery of it, it just becomes something that happens in other places that doesn't happen for the people who actually need it the most. So it will make a huge, huge difference in their lives. And I think on the other side of it, obviously there is the cost, in terms of electricity and water. We've seen in the US, for example, in Virginia as an example, electricity prices going through the roof, to power data centers, etc. This, adds another dimension. So in countries where electricity access is already limited, now add power generation for data centers basically means that the electricity that could be needed.
We fucked up not building nuclear reactors because we all got spooked by the echoes of the Cold War, the Soviets' system collapsing after Chernobyl, and Fukushima as well. So I guess yeah, the people who do, how do we make AI like electricity available to all and only use to squeeze out every single cent that you have that's not spent on food and rent?
For lighting, heating, schools, etc., is being used for more data centers. So there's it just kind of adds to this huge divide about access, and doesn't really. I think it creates other problems that might become even more serious than what we already are experiencing. So there's a
things might be serious, guys. I got my serious hat on.
intentional thinking about what direction things would be driven from a local, from a country level perspective, having policies that think much broader.
We need to have systemic thinking.
I'd say, yeah.
Holy
and
fuck.
we have promised that we have a conversation that is very candid.
The virtue signaling is so
I'm going to
potent.
see if there are any questions. Folks could raise their hand. We have one question here, and then another question here. So on the mics, we have one question here, second one. And we're going to take the questions in bulk, so second one here. Thank you so much. Perfect. Can you just state your name, maybe your organization, and then ask your question?
Yes, my name is Zawadi Were. I'm from Kenya. We work at Carnegie. We're like junior fellows, like research assistants. Yes, my question.
I worked at Carnegie.
And I heard Kenya. I wanted to like, if I got $1 million each time I heard Kenya, I think I'll be a billionaire by now. I'm joking. But I really appreciate the fact that I don't know that's the locality that I am from. So as a young person in the continent, I hear a lot about skilling, green skilling. I need your advice. I need your advice in terms of what skills would actually be adequate to ensure that we can ensure that people have a dignified life, access to quality food. And I agree with you in terms of sovereign chips, but you know, in terms of like, for instance, Kenya, our grid is like 90% renewable. Yet, in terms of the stability of the grid, meaning that there's off and on, and we're thinking about data centers and data infrastructure, that's not something that can be together. Like you can't have that together. So my question is, when we're looking at that kind of like space as a young person, what skills apart from programming would help ensure that Africans?
How do I keep myself out of the permanent underclass of society? That's a good question.
And global south is in it.
That's a good question. Yeah. I answer. You take up coding. Yeah.
Everyone in the world, but specifically young Africans, are better equipped.
Thank you so much. Can I take the second question over here from a familiar face, Nick?
You're not going to answer that question?
Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Nick Kraft. I'm a senior analyst for agriculture and water at Eurasia Group. So I get to talk to Frank a lot.
This Eurasia Group again.
I just want to say thank you, Eric, Yan, David, Catherine, for being here. This has been really, really interesting. The question I had was more so kind of a reflectionary question. It feels like we're in a pretty interesting moment right now, all things AI.
How is that not the solution?
Moment that we're in. To look back.
We're in this moment together. Isn't that romantic, guys?
How AI has been infiltrating food systems and ag generally. I'd love to
Is
hear
this not the
some thoughts
solution?
on
Are you
how
fucking
you
kidding
see
me?
that having been rolled out over the last 10 years to where we're at now, to kind of how you see it rolling out over the next, say, 2 or 3 years, and if you think the speed of which it will start to change things.
Do you think it's going to accelerate, guys? Chat.
Is it going to?
How are you going to accelerate? How are you going to accelerate your development?
Morning, everyone. My name is Alejandro Lara. My bachelor is Georgetown University, but that's where I went to grad school. I'm between jobs right now.
I went to a prestigious school, but I'm going to be ground up by the AI machine that you guys are designing to surveil food systems and the entire environment at the same time. Switch the spoons and the forks.
When we're sitting here, there are somewhere else. They're being built very large data centers.
I think they also just need to be like on top of each other.
So the question is, I want to see your views on how that water supply that we have in place right now is going to be affecting the food chain systems, and how what we're talking about here, food security, is going to be somehow affected. Thank you.
You might have lied to me.
Let's start with these 3 questions. It's kind of like the
3 good questions.
3 S's. You have a question on scale, a question on speed, and a question on supply.
The question on scale was, how do I prevent Kenyans from being exploited by the northern imperialists? How do I educate them, be knowledgeable, and use this?
I'm gonna flip the order. Let's start with you, David.
So on the question of young people in Africa, I think a lot of what we do, I personally do, is talk about power asymmetries in history.
He's actually going to answer it.
Ibrahim Traore today. I talk about these great leaders that we have had and the reason we don't have them. And I talk about sort of neo-colonial structures as an Irishman. That's a really important topic for us. I talk about
blocked him as an Irish. Holy fuck, that's so awesome.
That you may have seen on LinkedIn. I point to why we have hoes being used all over Africa when we have tractors everywhere else, despite tractors doing a great job. Which comes to the second question of advancement. We won't advance unless we actually have
unless we have discourse
of young people on the continent understanding what's happening, and particularly post-Doe
awakened. They need to be awakened. Yes, thank you, Irishman.
The consultant class and the great misfortune they have.
Woo! The bar for American Democrats is so fucking low. It's so fucking low. It's actually so distressing to watch this.
Consultants have been doing this for a very long time. There was a chap called Leon Playfair who was a consultant for Lord Peel in 1846 in the Irish potato famine. And an Irish farmer came with a solution to the potato famine. And if you know plant pathology, it was about 30 years before the Bordeaux mixture about using copper sulfate. It was ignored by the consultant because the consultant had an entrenched interest. So as Sinclair said, Upton Sinclair, it's hard to get a man to change his opinion when his salary depends upon not changing it.
What the fuck? Yo, a real liberal? What the fuck am I looking at? Hold up, what? This guy's an actual liberal, using his identity as a marginalized, not quite part of the white group to speak on issues such as power disparities and set up co-ops. Okay, maybe.
So that's a fundamental. And
I may have clocked him wrong. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hello. Away from the green and lovely lanes of Kilishandra. There you go. Here you go, chat. There's your song of the
last
day.
question was water and data. I just drove from Pennsylvania to here through a sea of photosynthesis, but we haven't had photosynthesis in this neck of the woods since, what, August, September? 83% of the continent is inside the tropics. My background was as a tropical rainforest ecologist, so we can absolutely do that. But not only that, we have wind, like Turkana in Kenya is one of the largest wind farms in the world. So we can do on-prem AI, but we can also have renewable energy. And what a fantastic way to create jobs for so many people on the continent. There's 1.3 billion people in Africa. By the time you're my age, there'll be 2.3 billion, and 1 billion will be children, and they need jobs. So this is why we have to think about this framework.
They need jobs. That's so awesome.
To maximize job creation, not maximize privatization of the gains.
Awesome. Yanyan, any reaction?
I want to specifically talk about the second question about the history of AI's application in food security forecasting and predicting. So I think it started in 2016, a science paper done by James et al. From Stanford University. It's basically using complicated deep learning method and transfer learning to predict consumption using LSMS data.
Predict consumption.
Really fancy and really seminal. So I thought it's just based mainly on my experience because I thought I feel like this method is so cool. But however, that method is cool, but it's the model is far from being operational in practice. So as economists, I feel like we can go a different way to bring in more data. Is that track the risk factors
we just need more data
in security, such as weather shocks, like NDVI to capture food.
We just need to, guys. We just need to like hone in on the industrialization and monitoring of the zoosphere, so that we can warn and market those who are disenfranchised. Yep.
Conflict, etc. Those models are not incorporated in the original seminal paper. And then so I write a proposal together with professors at Cornell, Chris Barrett, and Ying Sun. So got funded by USAID, and we started to using a different approach by incorporating a lot of data related to insecurity, and also using simple method because our technical level is low enough. So using random forest, XG boost, those models, and then it's turned out to be work pretty good, but still it's not good enough for practical use. And especially for child malnutrition, it's really bad. Ask are even negative.
It's really bad. There's a lot of kids starving in capitalism, guys.
More researchers are in this area. We cannot like.
You know how we've been saying for decades that capitalism brought millions out of poverty? Yeah, there's still millions starving. Sorry about that.
Child malnutrition, and we later have published
I don't think this goes here.
AI. So that paper we use monthly data instead of DHS data previously used, which is collected every 5 years. And the monthly data from Kenya government collected by Kenya government. It turned out the performance is much better and can be used. In
practice. Is weird. I agree.
So we take away of that paper is that it's not the model.
Like in an age where the former, like the first like speaker, the introducer was more like, I guess this was the last video, like we need to leverage like local regional solutions to politics instead of these global ones. And it's like, yeah, you know what you're advocating for, right? Are you prepared? Are you woke enough to counter signal what you're implying while you're saying it?
It's not advancing.
You are. Very few are.
So, currently, okay, I'll stop here.
No, I was enthralled. I guess it's on me to try and follow that then. I think I'll try and speak to the speed and the kind of supply questions there.
Yo, let's go.
On the sort of technology cycle that we look at least for Digital Green, we've always taken this approach of bringing whatever is the latest and greatest technology in the world and applying it or bringing it to smallholder farmers, increasing that access so that they can benefit from that in the ways that, even have the access to that. For us, when we first started 20 years ago, the latest and greatest technology was mobile video, this was pre-iPhone, pre-YouTube, and it was still the little cassette recorders, projectors that were the size of this table, things like that. So that at the time was the technology. Now farmers are taking videos on their own, sharing them on YouTube on their own without any of us being involved in that, which is incredible for sharing that knowledge.
They're self-interested, they're self-motivated. It's so nice to see liberalism working as intended, guys.
In terms of those kinds of bigger 10, 15, maybe 20-year technology cycles. And in my kind of framework right now is what the .com and then shortly after following the kind of social media technology boom did is it sped up certain aspects of what all of our daily kind of human lives were. In the .com bubble or .com situation,
Our
right then,
human
as well as
lives,
the social media, it hyper expanded what our network looked like faster than we could comprehend. Right? Your network was who you could call up on your landline phone, who was your neighbor, who you saw at school or work with, things like that. And suddenly you could connect with anybody around the world.
Everything just got so complicated after the .com bubble. I don't really understand. Why is everybody mad at the
Democrats? What that means in
Democrats?
terms of trying to relate to each other, and there's good and bad consequences of that happening. So I think AI is doing the same thing in terms of accelerating that beyond our current.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
Access to
He said it.
just pure knowledge. So I see a lot of people say, "Oh, AI is so creative and it's so new and incredible in its thinking. And it's smarter than us." And my take on it is, it's not smarter than us. It's as smart as all of us because it's pulling together. It's all trained on usually publicly available data
It's
and the internet,
as
which is
smart
the best
as
for
us.
most of us.
That's a nice way.
But it is the sum of kind of human information that's available right now, at least in that sense. And so when you get something back from it and it says a new idea, you're like, "Oh, that's so creative." It's like, well, actually, somebody over there across the world thought of that. You just didn't happen to know it. So it's that speed of access to information, knowledge, and ideas is what's kind of causing our brains to go, what do we do with that right now? And so we're trying to apply that to farmers in this case and saying, instead of that information on how to better time your fertilizer application being locked up in some government data vault or in a private sector company or otherwise, have to bring that summation of the world's agricultural knowledge to every single farmer so they can make the best decision they can. Realize we're running short on time. Just a quick note on the climate piece that I'd love to talk about with people afterwards is
Am I really
think about the kind of climate implications of all the energy, water, and resource use going into it. Is from our standpoint, agriculture is also a significant contributor to climate change,
But, like, what else goes into that
greenhouse gas
slot?
emissions,
I
and
don't
things like
think
that. So how do we then help farmers be more measured with their water application, fertilizer application, and adopt more climate smart practices on the input side?
How do
And
they
then as
more?
we're seeing
How do
more
we
and more
make them
increasing
more
dynamic,
climate
climate weather
smart?
changes,
How do we
help them be
prevent our
resilient through
farmers
that,
from
through better
being
time, more localized practices? There is a flood and famine coming
genuinely
up.
bottom feeding
And so produce the same level of food output
slug?
to meet food security requirements, even as it gets harder and harder to do that to those shops.
Awesome. I want to see if we have any questions online. We have one. You can take one. And I'll give it to Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, and thank you to all of our panelists. We do have one question online, and it is, where do you see the biggest mismatch today between what AI can do technically and what food systems actors are actually prepared or incentivized to adopt?
Catherine, you have a challenge. You have to be extremely brief.
Yeah, I'd say the mismatch is also maybe potentially related to
It is supposed to be.
the question
Do I have
around
to, like,
where
wash this
AI
off?
is. I think there's a huge conflation of the different kinds of AI domains. So language, machine learning, and computer vision. These might be in different,
this is
different
supposed to go
phases,
here, isn't it?
and some of them might apply. So for farmer information access, language becomes really, really important. For early warning, machine learning becomes really, really important.
That's all it was.
And so trying to kind of disintegrate these things where if a language model is pulling information from a very poor machine learning model forecasting yield.
Yeah, we just need better data. Like, we can predict the future better if our data is better.
Understanding, like, there has to be an input in order for you to get this very nice, beautiful looking report. There's like that. I think there's that disconnect for sure. And the other is going, if you strip down what is required to have a well-functioning food system, like what is the bare bones of an MVP of this, it is absolutely important to kind of recognize that without all the fancy, great-looking things, all of that doesn't matter. So you need a tractor, you need a field, you need seeds, etc. Those things need to be in place for any of that to kind of make sense. I hope that helps. I wanted to also comment about the point around.
But I'll let you make a final point.
Yeah, and I want to make a comment about a young African. What do you want to learn? Having been being a young African, I think this is an important point, and I talk about this a lot with my students. Is programming, etc., is becoming easier and easier. I think one of the most critical things is having domain knowledge about a particular subject. So, do you understand agroecosystems? Do you understand agroforestry? Do you understand crop management? Do you understand? So these are scientific ones, but it could be philosophy, etc. Then all these other tools allow you to expand that knowledge and share it. And so if you don't have
your degree in philosophy is not useless, I
functioning of an
promise.
agriculture system, it doesn't matter how
We're gonna have a functioning agricultural system.
Skills are, because you will not be able to interpret or understand when your model is wrong, or you would not actually know and understand what the inputs are.
Do you guys have do you have the critical thinking necessary to not get one shot by AI?
I have a really good prediction for something. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Are you gonna survive? I don't know if I will.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you so much, Eric, Yan, David. Really appreciate your time. Final kind of like closing remark on this panel. Three things, three big takeaways. The first one is obviously on trust. The second one is on localization, and the third one is on synergies. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. A lot of the work that you guys are all doing can be collated and aggregated to something that is much bigger and much greater. And don't forget that it's more about application than AI per se, because we have
system.
The optimism around AI is very high. Where we have reservations and where the bottlenecks is.
That was, oh my god, what a fucking cut. Next. This
For now,
is like a
it's my distinct pleasure to
continuation?
welcome Rob Bertram to the stage to moderate our second
Was
plenary
that it?
panel, which is on data ecosystems for AI-enabled solutions. Rob is the newest member of the broader CSIS Global Food and Water Security team, having joined us as senior associate non-resident just a few months ago. You're welcome to take a seat. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Many of you know Rob from his prior roles, including as chief scientist for food security at USAID for over a decade. Rob is also today also chief scientist at the Food Security Leadership Council. If you know Rob already, then you're aware that he has wide-ranging scientific expertise, and he's able to communicate complex scientific issues to a policymaking audience, which is why we thought he's perfectly suited to moderate the second panel of our forum today on, as I said, data ecosystems for AI-enabled solutions. We decided to host a plenary panel on this topic because throughout the discussions that we had, the research that we did leading up to this forum, we found that some of the most interesting conversations were around data, that there were some really interesting tensions, for example, around those that thought that farmer data should be made available as a global public good, on the one hand, and then on the other hand, those that said that that presents privacy concerns for farmers, and also risks that this data could be manipulated by bad actors. So interesting tensions like this came out of our conversations. And also we learned about interesting opportunities. So for example, the opportunity for interoperability among systems, that the data output, data exhaust from one system could actually be data input for another system. So there's interesting opportunities we learned about as well, which is why we decided to host a full plenary panel on this topic. So with that, enough from me. Look forward to hearing from you. Rob, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Caitlin. And thank you for that very generous introduction. Let me ask my fellow panelists to come up. Lata, please. And
we got
Ruben,
inputs and outputs. We're so flow maxing, guys.
Coming to us from Rome. We all wish we were there.
Do we?
Okay. So I'm very grateful that we followed Philip, because Philip talked about urgency and food security failures.
Guys, it's so
and any
urgent.
of you who have looked at DevEx yet today saw some really upsetting news about what seems to be happening in both South Sudan, and then talking to FuseNet friends, the Somalia situation is very bad too, and I believe Ethiopia was mentioned. So
things are so
this is
bad.
a real urgent problem right now.
We got to make solutions right now.
I also want to run with that urgency ball to talk about the other side of undernutrition, chronic malnutrition, that's measured by child stunting. Colleagues, the latest data I could get, which I think is from WHO from 2023, it's almost 23% of all children in the world are stunted. That is a development.
20% are stunted? Oh my God. Yeah, put them on a normal distribution. Yeah,
children,
certain amount of them are going to be stunted. Great
full
job.
Potential, and of course for countries where this
Their
is right,
full potential. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
It also holds back the entire development pathway.
You guys are the weak link. You guys are holding us back. These undereducated people, obviously, we need to set up institutions to educate them. But like the ones that we've got already, I guess we'll just not talk about it. It's fine. It's okay. It's chill. Whatever, man.
And economic growth. And then finally, I'll say that there's another looming crisis, and that relates to agricultural productivity. And when we talk about productivity, which can be measured in terms of dollars and cents and profitability, and we're going to be talking about that today, but it's also things like resource use efficiency, time allocation, drought tolerance, all kinds of benefits in terms of that help millions and millions of farmers and
all sorts of statistics that are going to help so many people, guys. We're going to help them all, and they're going to love it. And if they don't accept our help, bad things may or may not be coming for them, but who knows? Who knows if that'll be the case? Actually, this one comes before. Then this one, last.
Traders and food system actors around the world.
That's not the answer.
Get more from less in ways that help increase food security for all. So enter today's AI focus. So gosh, 10 years ago we might have been talking about digital, right? And all the transformative ways, and I expect many of you have been part of those. And it seems to me that we're talking about like another quantum leap forward in that same space that spans the entire food system, farm to fork, and spans context, humanitarian context, all the way to prosperous, efficient agricultural and food systems. So AI, though, as Caitlin pointed out, depends on data and data dependency, and they're critical across that spectrum. So what we want to do with our panel today is take a look forward, looking around where we are and where we may be headed, and across that spectrum. So I'm delighted with our first speaker. Well, I'll just briefly talk about the span of our speakers. We have Kyriakos, who is with the World Food Program, dealing with emergencies. We have Lata Nagarajan from the Fertilizer Development Center, who is deeply involved in the primary production, including in low-resource context. We have Ruben Echevarria from the Gates Foundation, who...
Low-resource context fertilization. Please be bats. Please say we're going to be harvesting bat guano.
Where they are looking
to make up for Donald Trump's inept handling of the Iran war and the supply shocks. Please, for the love of God, it would be so funny.
Through to the food system. And then finally, we have someone on our way, and I'll just mention him now, Francisco Martin Rayo from Helios, which is an AI company. So we have people that are
from
users
Helios
as well as innovators. And I think that's one of the themes that I take away when I think about this, is that those of us who are users can also add to the innovation. But let me start with Kyriakos Kaparis from the World Food Program, who I think can very much pick up on some of the themes that Philip talked about. So Kyriakos, over to you, please.
Thanks, Rob. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me, and big thanks to CSIS for convening this very important dialogue on how AI can enable
our
food security
very
and
important dialogue. Guys, our dialogue is so important. It's so great to have this input.
Mandated to provide data and evidence for informing our operational response, as well as our advocacy and fundraising activities. And through this mandate, we of course have been exploring using AI
a mandate
in very similar ways that we've seen today, whether that's IPC forecasting that we saw from
He's mandate
earlier,
killed, chat
or
like
other
us.
ways of modeling the different drivers and or food security outcomes. But underpinning all of this, and I know this is an obvious statement, is that we rely on a data ecosystem that WFP and our partners and local governments have invested in over decades. And a lot of this primary data, household surveys, food price data, for example, we collect food price data in 2,000 markets worldwide, climate data, and so forth, are what is used to build and inform these models and what is ultimately going to drive decision-making on the ground. And what we're seeing at the moment in the last year
I guess
and a half,
like
given
Tarnish
the I would say, historic funding crisis
and
that
Luster
we're facing
is probably the next
at all
one.
levels, local levels, national levels, and at the INGO level, a lot of these data ecosystems are at risk.
Bro,
so to
your
give you an
audio
example,
just died.
In 2025, WFP alone collected 25% fewer household surveys. So from 1.1 million surveys in 2024 down to 800,000 surveys in 2025. And why this is important is because it effectively increases the blind spots that we collectively as a humanitarian ecosystem have. And that also means that
collectively as a humanitarian
now, AI
ecosystem.
can definitely help augment the signals that we can extract
Augment
from the data ecosystem that does remain. But there is a risk here that there's a narrative that AI might supplant primary data collection. And that's definitely not the case. We have to ensure that these data sets remain robust. And we heard earlier from
have to remain robust. What does robust mean? What does it mean that AI is not taking the data sets? Is it going to be running on machines that are processing reality according to a matrix or a series of recursive linear algebra that are parsing apart noise from reality? Where is the human? Because that's what the implication for robust is supposed to be, and not what we're probably. Sad.
As well, that ground truthing any AI
ground
model
truthing.
Data collection.
Yes.
So I do want to emphasize that this is a critical enabler to a lot of the AI work that we're seeing in the humanitarian space around food security forecasting and modeling drivers. We're also seeing other foundations and donors taking note of this critical need, and thankfully we're starting to see some movements by the EU, by Rockefeller, by a few other key
by the
players
EU and by Rockefeller.
A lot of the local data ecosystems and the data collection that underpins a lot of this AI. So fundamentally, AI is a powerful tool, but it is predicated on having the data that underpins a lot of the modeling that we've seen today.
It's
and
underpinning
I
it.
leave you is that we need to sustain.
Chad, do you want to get pinned down by AI and told you must swipe your credit card for more credits?
Those data ecosystems, if we are going to really benefit from the AI capabilities that have been showcased today. Back to you, Rob.
Thanks very much, Kyriakos. So basically, the message is we
I don't know
can't
what
take
the
data
last one
for
would be.
granted. It's critical, and so I think other speakers can pick up on that. So I want to turn to Dr. Nagarajan from the International Fertilizer Development Center. Lata, your organization has worked a lot
Have I done
at
this
the
one?
coalface,
Yes, this
let's
one
call
I've
it,
done.
where smallholders and
This one.
smallholder farmers in places like sub-Saharan Africa can produce up to 80% of
see.
the food that's consumed. So this is
I'm dumb.
essential for food security. How do you see AI stepping in and integrating into your work, and what do you see as some of the challenges going forward?
Thank you, Rob, and it's great to be a part of this great panel. And
is this 5?
In IFDC, as International Fertilizer Development Center, we sit at the intersection of
4,
two different data streams. One, we do
5,
generate agronomic data from our
6,
extensive crop
7?
trials and crop
Yeah.
responses, and also validating the data across all the agroecological zones for decades, I would say. But this we do already within partnership with.
Yeah, we just need to validate the data with all the models that we've been using for the past 50 years or so that we've been collecting, and all the models are based on that. And it is kind of unfortunate that all the models might be out of date with climate change, but that's a bridge that we're willing to cross, and we're going to cross it together actually, because we're going to stand united. Thank God.
National and also national governments and also the farmers precisely, and in some extent the private sector also. The private sector plays a crucial role, especially in building our database, especially for the fertilizer market. We do provide the market data, especially the prices, supply chains, consumption patterns, and everything, which is very crucial, especially when Kyriakos talk about the crisis, the food crisis at the downstream to project the food security outcomes, the upstream data.
They're admitting it.
Crisis, which we project a long time, even before the food crisis hits. It is very important for those.
It's a hypothetical food crisis. It wasn't actually. All right, calm down. False alert.
So it's not only generating the data, but again, converting the data into policy actions. It's also another critical area where we work. In all these three areas, definitely, I would say that AI-enabled solutions can really help us. One is the speed at which we can use we can put together the agronomic data for projections and hyper-localized solutions. It is possible that AI can be a very useful tool. And another one is, yes, we do have agronomic data.
I love it. I love it. These people are so awesome. I wish I had more to say about how evil they are, but I don't.
But we can always repurpose the data also for
because they're just people at the end of the day.
Carbon sequestration, soil health related issues are also there. AI can really help us in bringing together the data. The major, one of the major issues that we find or the concern with regard to using AI in this expansive scale is basically at the moment data access issues are there, still prevalent. It's siloed. For example, it would be a great idea to work with Kriakos, especially in this crisis, because in the last crisis, USAID brought us together, and then we worked with with other organizations to come out the crisis. So here again, the data.
We came out of the crisis. It just resolved itself. We did a great job.
Data, it is very, very important, and also to provide.
What is going on here?
AI is as good as what we give, what we provide. If you provide good data, definitely, we would be able to get
machine learning,
the outputs out of
data.
It. So it is important that we have to also invest in the data integrity and also the foundational data infrastructure
with integrity.
Especially the public investment always had high returns of investment, which we came to know again and again in terms of our technology investment, and so especially in agriculture. So.
Again, it's just where is that investment coming from? You
Who's funding you, woman?
Policy, and I appreciate that. You also mentioned the current fertilizer or the looming fertilizer crisis. And friends, some of you have seen in our papers stories about farmers across our Midwest in the Corn Belt who are concerned that they won't be able to afford fertilizer or the supplies are going to be affected. That is multiplied manyfold in the contexts that we're talking about. And bear in mind, already, Africa only uses 2% of the world's fertilizer. So a price shock was a crisis. We saw this in Ukraine. We may see it again. So Ruben.
And it's going to be so tragic, guys.
Kyriakos' start. How is the Gates Foundation looking at this as we go forward?
Thank you, Rob. It's a real pleasure for me to be here because I'm not an AI expert. So thanks to my friend Rob and others, I've been learning a lot in the last few days. And to prove that I'm not an expert, I prepared these notes myself.
Yeah, me too.
So the first thing I want to say.
There's a heavy cloud just sitting over them, I feel like. Just nervous, damn, are we going to be the ones that get replaced by AI? Surely not, right? It's going to replace poor people. That's what's going to happen. And the fact of the matter is, that might not be the case. They have no fucking clue. They've got no fucking idea. Oh, perfect. And so they just nervously laugh like that. That's awesome.
I personally bring a developing country type of perspective on this. The Gates Foundation believes that, mainly because of our origin and where our funding comes from, that AI really presents, we are really excited in the sense that it really presents a very timely, because the landscape for example, for funding international research is not so good. So this is a very timely and very powerful tool to help reimagine this so-called transformation of food systems. We all talk about transformation of food systems, even we don't define from where to where we want to transform this, but there is consensus about this transformation. So for us, it's productivity, top, first priority for that transformation, sustainability, and of course inclusion. So for us, in conclusion, it's not a solution. It's not the magic one that will solve all issues in developing countries. For us, it's an accelerator tool. That's the way.
It's an accelerator tool. Yes, of course. It's not a solution. We're just going to be enabling solutions, guys.
So if you think about, we all look at small-scale producers in developing countries. Small-scale producers are not alone. They are part of a value chain. Some people call them the hidden middle, the missing middle of MSMEs all around. So we are also focusing on that ecosystem, not only on the small-scale producer, but on the MSMEs. We think that the private sector can do a lot. Small MSMEs, working input dealers, agro dealers, processors, all of that. So that's part of the chain. The other part that I'm picking up in my notes is that we are focusing much less on the algorithms to develop magic tool, because others are doing that so well. That
we're done with algorithms, is what he's saying.
Is on the
is
data,
that true?
The quality of the data, as in the first panel was already said, and the delivery systems. So what? You can have a lot of algorithms and fantastic tools, shiny with bells and whistles, and who's going to deliver that? I don't think, we can discuss, and I don't want to get into a discussion with the first panel, but I don't think there are all of those millions of public extension agents ready to go in developing countries. I think the private sector, producer organizations.
Yeah, I don't think they've got companies like consulting companies that are going to be ready to measure people's skull.
What it takes to scale, what we are funding.
What does it take to scale these opportunities?
this accelerator tool, as we call it, right?
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
we are
Scale the
funding
accelerator
data
tools.
Universities, somebody was sitting here in the first panel talking about the Gates Foundation from a university in the US. That's key for us. Our main partner in the developing world is, of course, the CGR. And they are all around this day here, so they can explain a bit better what they're doing. But for us, the data ecosystems is key. The second big investment window for us is the digital public infrastructure.
Okay.
So this is digital ID, registry systems, data exchanges.
Yes, fuck
And the third
yes.
one is that delivery
Biochip,
capacity.
the entire
Despite
working
what
class.
we have to say at the beginning that we need. I agree
Oh,
that we
thankfully
need more
somebody came out and was brave enough
There's
to
a lot of
actually
data
say
there
it.
that is not connecting to the rest. I've been around the CGR perhaps for too long, and the CGR is the best example, 40, 50, 60 years of collecting data. So that's why we keep funding the CGR, and perhaps Jay Wu later can explain a bit better. How to connect all of these data sets will be a key. And just to finish, Rob, I don't want to get too philosophical, but just to say...
Oh, boy.
No, but just to say that...
I don't want to get too
can
deep,
really drive
guys.
A digital, sustainable revolution in the developing world. I have been an optimist for a long time. So I think AI is really, it will be a huge accelerator to this agricultural revolution.
My fucking God, he actually cannot help himself from saying it.
If applied when it adds real value. And not where
Real value, guys, not
so
fake value.
At least for me, it's not a universal solution that everything should be about AI. Not every problem in agriculture will require AI, and not all AI investments will deliver high returns. So for us, I think there are many simple digital tools, better data governance, strengthen institutions, global and regional, and many other things that could add a lot to the AI revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. And I loved productivity, sustainability, inclusion. Very elegant.
I love productivity, sustainability, and inclusion. I guess I'm never going to be happy. I guess, like, I'm going to hear exactly the words that I want to hear out of the ruling class, and it's just never going to be enough for me, I guess. I don't know. Am I just fated to be miserable, I guess? Is that the fate of the left? Am I finally, like, realizing it? I guess. I don't want to be a leftist. I'm done. It's over.
I want to come back on something you said. You said, well, you know, others are doing all the innovation, okay? But you are all the demand side. Kyriakos, you, Lata, and when Francisco comes, he will join in.
None of this belongs here.
It seems to me then that questions are very important about what does that demand look like, and how do we articulate it?
Questions are very important.
And so I guess I'd like to ask each of you to circle back
It's
on
so
that,
important. We just asked the right question.
About how you think you can articulate your demand, and then so that the innovators can respond to it. And then also, the other point that I think is coming through is the need for documentation. How do we show that AI really works? Because there's an old saying, nothing succeeds like success.
How do we prove that our product is not bullshit?
So, Francisco, we've had a great discussion and teed up a number of things.
Smaller things last.
Ruben said something that I think is a perfect intro for you. He said, well, at the Gates Foundation, we're more focused on scaling this, you know, how to apply it. Other people are figuring out how to do it exactly. But there's a demand and supply connection there. So
we're just pointing out the problems. We're not actually helping to solve them.
in Helios, an actual generator of AI.
That's so awesome.
And tools from it. Can you jump in now?
Yeah, absolutely.
These
So one,
fucking freaks need to get off.
But to the food security is now national security. And so it is a really interesting moment to be having this conversation.
It's an interesting moment to be having this conversation, is it?
Technological revolution.
It's like we're so close to like starving. Isn't that awesome,
We have
guys?
access to more data than ever before.
We're like literally
Algorithms
right in the
solve
edge.
So much better than ever before. And so what you're seeing today as the frontier models are extraordinary and so much better than something that was published even 12 months ago.
Guys, it could have been so much worse if we hadn't already taken the actions
that's ever been published in the history of technology, that you can make what is relatively old school technology available at the most individual level. And so if you look across all the different industries that artificial intelligence is touching, all of them, 3 of them in particular I think are going to benefit immensely from artificial intelligence. Agriculture is one of the top ones. And what is really exciting about it is you could have a farmer in Latin America that works in Honduras, in Malawi, via text, via WhatsApp, if you will.
Is this all supposed to be the same distance?
Hey, send me a picture of your crop. I can tell you what some of the problems are. Send me a picture of your soil.
Send me a picture of your crop? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not sending you a picture of my crop. You fucking freak. Oh my god. Like, at least buy me dinner before you ask me about my crop. Real birdie organ, by the way, guys.
The likely price forecasts are. Here's what the weather forecast is and how you should think differently about fertilizer usage, what you should crop, et cetera, when. That's extraordinary intelligence that, because of how fast technology is advancing, you can have that custom personalized intelligence at scale.
Where does this go
in a way
now?
that was impossible even a couple years ago.
Here?
Well, great. Well, I'm gonna try to pick up on this by this question of how do we articulate what we need, the users, and some Kyriakos, can I?
How do we stimulate the demands?
You flagged some issues when you first spoke. Are there some points where you think we could do better? And now that we have Francisco with us as someone who's on the innovation side of this, I think it'd be great if each of us could say a little bit about where we think those gaps are and what we would need to fill them. Oh, you're on mute.
How about now?
Good.
Great. Thanks for the question, Robin. Welcome, Francesco. Good to see you again. I want to pick up on a couple of threads in terms of needs and where we can benefit from innovation. I definitely echo Latha's point earlier that we do see data silos, and I think Ruben mentioned that as well. So there has to be a concerted effort to really join forces with other entities that are working in this space. At least on the UN side, there's a massive reform effort underway called the UN 80 process. And within that, one of the areas that we are looking at intently is data and data infrastructure, data ecosystems, and of course,
so data-pilled.
To AI and many other areas. And so there, what we're trying to do is
Kyriakos Kouparis is here to tell us about how ready we are for the AI climate crisis.
How can we do better with less? Because as I mentioned earlier, we are facing a historic funding crunch. And how can we do better as an ecosystem? And so there's this concept of a humanitarian data collaborative.
Donald Trump really fucked us over. How do we talk about how bad he fucked us over without... Easy. We did it.
That is being put forward in a way that we can systematize how we share core data, how we share core analytical capacity, and this extends way beyond the UN. This is with our partners on the ground, with NGOs, and most importantly, local governments and local implementing partners. The other area, I think there's a huge opportunity. Francesco mentioned it. There's an abundance of data. For example, I think the latest estimate of satellites orbiting Earth are 14,000, whereas a decade ago there were only a few hundred. And so there's an enormous amount of geospatial and remote sensing. And so how can we collaborate more with those private sector entities that are producing and or collecting these vast volumes of data? There's a lot out there that we, I think, can benefit from, but we need to work with the private sector. And along those lines, we are pushing forward an initiative called the Data for Action Alliance, which aims exactly to do that, to unlock access to private sector data and capacities so that the humanitarian sector can benefit from this data and AI revolution in order to maximize our response and our preparedness during and before the shock. And lastly, when it comes to innovation, I think Ruben mentioned this about how do we get these tools into the hands of millions across the world. I think one area where we do need innovation is voice-to-voice interaction with some of these tools. We shouldn't presuppose that literacy
telehealth. We just need more telehealth.
Everywhere. So how can we
I need to swap the order.
As easy as possible to engage with some of these AI agents, whether they are providing extension services or otherwise. Related to this, a lot of AI models are built on English or Arabic or Spanish languages that are spoken and predominant across the world. But how do we also develop models on low-resource languages? And there are some research labs out there, including in the private sector, that are starting to tackle this, but a lot more innovation is needed there. And the last one is
more innovation, just more innovation, guys.
A good example is weather forecasting.
Okay, so this entire seminar is just how do we communicate to local people that we're surveilling them for their crop, and we've got recommendations on how to do it. Despite a historic funding crunch, whatever, fine.
It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce our third plenary panel.
Maybe this one,
the geopolitical moment.
Maybe this one will tell us more about their opinions of the geopolitical moment.
Our attention was diverted by the outbreak of the war in the Middle East. And instead of trying to separate these two issues, AI and food security on the one hand, Iran.
The outbreak of the war in the Middle East. It's such passive language. It's awesome. It's so great. I love it. These people are so honest.
War, on the other hand, Zain had the inspired idea for us to take this issue head on in this forum, because after all, the Iran war is the top issue of concern for many of us, and that's where the idea for this panel was born. In this panel discussion, we'll look at the ways that the Iran war and other recent global shocks like the Russia-Ukraine war and the COVID-19 pandemic have disrupted global agriculture markets and global food security, and we'll look at the ways that AI may enable us to better respond to these shocks. We're delighted to have with us Vivian Salama, staff writer and national security reporter at The Atlantic. Many of you have read Vivian's March 18th article, The Iran War's Next Threat is to Food and Water, which is an excellent overview of Iran war-related challenges to food and water security. Vivian brings to this conversation years of experience
exactly what's on the
tin.
Thank you.
Countries, as well as a keen interest in global food security. So she's perfectly placed to moderate this discussion. Vivian, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Panelists, welcome. It's a delight to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to be here at CSIS. And obviously a very, very timely conversation that we're going to have. We have an all-star panel with me today. First, Joseph Glauber, Senior Research Fellow for International Food Policy at the International Food Policy Research Institute and a Senior Advisor at CSIS Global Food and Water Security Program. Joining us from Rome, Michelle Quintagrier, I hope I pronounced that right, Michelle, a Global Head of Communications for the World Food Program, and Helga Flores-Trejo, Vice President and Special Envoy for Multilateral Affairs and Sustainability at Bayer.
Categorical or by color?
I mean, just to set the stakes here, obviously a very well-read-in crowd here, but we've had a cascading series of shocks in recent years. You had COVID, Ukraine war, now Iran. fertilizer prices going up, shipping lanes shutting down, climate change being a greater and greater concern. And so we're hoping
We're
really
so
to
worried about the
get to
climate,
heart
guys.
of
Trust
how
us.
we go from a state of maybe fragility to resilience here, and using tools like AI and other tools that these very qualified experts know more about than me can tell us about. So I'm gonna.
Capitalism is in its death throes. How do we let people down easy? How do we let people know that we've been scamming them for years and pulling the wool over their eyes, and continue to do so by avoiding to talk about serious topics? This isn't a solution? You're kidding me. Oh, there's a ball I forgot about. That's not even a solution either. Fuck off. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Rah.
Start remotely with Michelle, just to get us into the big picture here, Michelle. How is the Iran war affecting global agriculture markets? How is it affecting food security in general today? And looking ahead, what risks do you see in the kind of short and medium term?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me here as part of the panel. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but I'm very glad to be able to participate.
Because you're bad at it,
Let me
that's
step back
why.
and just start with a few comments. First, I'm probably one of the biggest champions of AI in the World Food Program. I'm a huge
I love
believer because I
AI.
already see its
Big
impact
champion
across our
AI
entire
right here.
organization. And
I've got a
as
number
I
one
know that
AI
we've been discussing
fan
today,
shirt.
What you're sort of touching on in your intro is that we're facing sort of an
It's gonna save
unprecedented
us
level of
all.
hunger needs with devastatingly low levels of funding
Unprecedented
in a
hunger
very
needs.
erratic and
It's gonna
precarious global
be
environment. And the recent sort of
capitalism
2 months
is
ago,
in
the
its
start
death
of the Middle East
throes,
conflict,
but
that really
don't
kind of
worry,
brought it to life.
guys. We've got
I
AI
think,
to help
when I
us
think about
figure it
the World
out.
Food Program in general, probably the area that AI has played the biggest role related to the most recent to this
Oh, I
conflict
missed a
is
flip-flop
we
as
are an
well.
incredibly
Fuck.
large global supply chain sort of network. For
Hi,
those of
Mina.
you who
How's it
may not
going?
be familiar with that side of WFP, we work in over 80
There we go.
countries. We're serving over 100 million people.
You're just
We
bad.
basically
You're
buy
just bad at the
50
game.
different types
Watch,
of food
I'm gonna
from
clear this shit
10,000
right
different
now.
sort of sources and suppliers, and then we manage the shipping, the cargo, the aviation services, the trucking fleets, everything. All of that has to be moved.
We're gonna manage
Now,
it for you.
can
We're just gonna
imagine, much
manage
like
your
you just
entire
said,
life.
Vivian, we're living in a time and place where
We just need to
borders can
surveil
close
it.
overnight. Kind of ports can suddenly become blocked and unusable for us. Where roads that previously we could use, suddenly we have no access. And I think what
we
we're
just need to
seeing
be a little bit
without
more
question is
flexible
the
with our
AI
supply
that we're starting
chain.
to use within our supply chain
Our
capabilities
AI.
is allowing us to help sort of recover very
Oh,
quickly.
that's
We can
awesome.
model
Yeah, I wish I
out
could sleep all day,
how
but,
to redirect all of these types of cargo and
I got
food
shit to do
so that
later.
as quickly as we can, so that
So we'll probably
we get
have,
to the
like,
people in need,
maybe
and
an hour
second,
and a half
we're
more
not spending sort
of
of enormous
stream.
amounts of money, because right now what is happening is
We're doing
in
it.
this
We want our cake, and we want to eat the cake too, and we want our robustness, and we want flexibility.
conflict,
Awesome.
the inflationary impact on moving anything, including humanitarian aid,
Oh,
is fairly high.
shit.
So, that factors into our ability as to how many people we can serve. But I'll just give you one quick example,
So this
sort of
needs
like
to
to tell
go,
you just how
aha.
complicated this becomes. We, sort of have 17 million people in a place like Afghanistan that need assistance
where's
right
the
now. They
end?
need food
This is
assistance.
the end.
And normally that food would be brought
This
from Pakistan
goes-
into
oh,
Afghanistan.
this
Well, the
will be
conflict
cool.
exists now between those two countries.
Oh, I can't put
so
that
then we were
there.
actually going to be shipping it through Iran. Then that conflict broke out.
star.
And then the food was moved to Dubai to sort of stay there for
see
the
there's
moment
a
in
path.
our sort of warehouses, so that we could sort of figure out how to move that around. And we very quickly needed to come up with a plan. That food is now moving overland through 7 different countries to be able to sort of get into Afghanistan, because the needs there are
To
so
sort of
severe.
get into
But
Afghanistan.
That path to Afghanistan was actually generated through AI predictive modeling for us. So, we're seeing the benefits of AI in real time, and we're really at the beginning of this whole process.
It's only just beginning. It's only just accelerating, guys. Trust me.
7-country land transmission of food. But Joseph, I want you to kind of give us a markets perspective here. We're seeing
Oh, I can't put that
volatility
there.
tied to the
I
energy
can put this
markets,
here, though.
shipping risks. From your perspective, what is the primary, let's say, transmission mechanism, if you will? Is it fertilizer costs? Is it fuel
Well, this
prices?
also
Is it
needs to
trade
change.
disruptions? I mean, what is really dictating
Where's
how
the
this
solid
goes?
red arrow? It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be
Again,
this.
thanks for the invitation to be here. Let me start with that.
Wait, where's the end though?
My
This is
job,
the
I think
end.
you may have heard from some of my other IFRI colleagues on the program
it's
here. My job's a little different in that I mainly track markets, and that's what I did. That's
This
what
is
I
the
did
end.
when I was chief economist at the Department
This
of
is the
Agriculture
ending.
for many years, and that's what I did as my role as director of the Ag Market Information System.
President Trump also primarily tracks markets, by the way, just to put it out there.
But late
He's
at
got his
night-
eyes.
late at
He's got
night-
his eyes on the markets as well.
Late at night with a
Guys, Donald Trump loves the markets. He wouldn't just like, he's got his eyes on the markets, guys. You can, what a silly thing to say. Donald Trump doesn't know the markets. He knows the markets. He's got deep personal knowledge of the markets.
Increasingly important. I think we were talking a little bit beforehand where, when a crisis like this breaks out, you have a lot of background data that you can pull on and really sound really intelligent, because you can say, well, gee, did you know the Mideast accounts for this amount of fertilizer? This
I need to
amount
move
of,
all this
liquid,
over.
liquefied
No, but this
natural
needs to
gas.
stay.
What do you know? India imports a lot of that. Sulfur is really important, and you can really sound intelligent.
Sulfur is very
After
important.
that, it gets much more difficult. I mean, actually tracking what's going on, I think we're in kind of it will be months, frankly, before we get trade data, published trade data from the UN system. We are seeing.
It needs to go up.
You can now track ships and maritime data, which is very helpful to give.
And what has that resulted in? Us finding Israel dodging international sanctions in order to buy stolen Ukrainian grain. That's what we found out. Is anything going to be done about it? We noticed something wrong in the world. Is something going to be done about it?
Some notion.
Unsure.
AI is used a lot for just sort of, again, in my case, just scraping data to try to get some notion of what prices look like.
I used AI to find Israel stealing Ukrainian grain, and this is how I did it.
In various places around the world, what Brazil is maybe doing or not doing in terms of fertilizer.
Damn,
but
this needs to like move up here so I can move that over.
How this interacts with food prices, which I think is a real interesting case in the sense that this is a little different than what we saw in 2020. It's a little different than certainly what we saw in 2007, 8, 2010, 12 or so, when we saw those other big food price crises or food price spikes. We don't really see high agricultural prices right now. We have seen a little bit with vegetable oil.
Nothing on it to move over.
Biodiesel. Biodiesel is a drop-in fuel for the most part. So in some areas we have seen increased demand for that.
Not fertilizer?
Not yet. And that's largely, you do on one hand. I don't want to say that this isn't having an impact on farmers. Farmers are facing much higher fertilizer costs and are looking at projected cash profits.
Yeah, but it's not like Donald Trump's fault or anything.
A lot of farmers, at least in the Northern Hemisphere, purchased fertilizer before.
Can I put this over here?
February
I can put it there.
And so we're pricing it
I can put
in a
that
very tight
there.
margin environment.
Oh, okay.
So
all
the
right,
issue
we're
is, well,
cooking
how will
now.
that affect production?
Finally, we understand.
And will it affect production in such a way that we'll see increased increased agricultural commodity prices? And I say that to distinguish it from food prices because food prices are very different. That is, when I talk about food prices, I really mean what consumers are paying for that. And I think that's actually will come probably quickly only because of the energy component, or primarily because of the energy component, because energy is involved all the way through the value chain. You know, in the U.S., something like 85%, anywhere between 75 and 85% of the cost for food is post-farm gate. So it's all of the transformation and transportation and processing costs and other things, all of which energy plays a big role. But to the fertilizer issue, then the question is, where I'm really looking right now is second half of the year. If we're still seeing real big problems with closure,
they make real big problems with closing the Gulf.
The Southern Hemisphere, which has not yet bought fertilizer.
Real big problems, guys.
Nitrogen fertilizer. Second half of the year, really.
Okay, what is supposed to go here? Supposed to be something probably vertical.
And that's largely for a corn crop that comes in after they've harvested their first big crops.
This needs to be moved over.
So really, that will be something to really watch. I think if you look at rice production, for example, India seems to have enough fertilizer for their main crop, rice crop, but their second crop, the rabi crop,
this needs to be moved over.
They'll be looking for fertilizer in the second half of the year. So I think that there's a little bit of time here.
Can't put that back there.
Producers react by either growing less fertilizer-intensive crops. So in the U.S., you would switch from corn to soybeans. We're seeing indications already from preliminary surveys that
surely that's what they're going to do. The market's going to behave rationally.
Soybeans. But then the other thing is, do we see any drop-offs on fertilizer application rates? And I look back at 2022, and we had record high fertilizer prices then, also record high grain prices, so the profits were there. But we didn't see much drop-off in input.
Yeah, this needs to be moved over.
Particularly for potash, which was the main thing being blocked out of Black Sea at the time. But
potash.
You know, what will we see? And even though fertilizer use declined across all three major ingredients in 2022, global yields did not. And so that's the other thing is.
So generally speaking, I mean, granted, we're not yet 2 months in. Most of the markets have remained somewhat stable.
Right now, commodity prices are, I mean, you've seen a little bit of action in the corn market because people are going to plant less corn.
Right.
And so I think we have seen some increases there.
Right.
And I don't want to sound overly optimistic about this. I think the longer this goes on,
I don't want to sound overly optimistic.
Unfortunately,
I want to be realistically
when
optimistic.
We had all the problems in the wheat and corn markets. You know, wheat came out of the woodwork.
Do I have to move this over one in order to like make space?
All of a sudden, we're exporting wheat.
It's like this red needs to go here.
Was able to, they had to pay much higher prices.
And then that's going to go there.
Stay ahead and get the supplies.
And it's going to go up to green here. That is going to go to this.
It really depends whether or not you have those minerals. Nitrogen, a little
going to go up to this one, and that's going to be the end.
With countries with export restrictions, and I'll stop there.
We'll take as much of an optimistic picture as we can get at any stage, and certainly with the situation being what it is. Helga, we had a beautiful setup on
the situation being what it is.
You come at
Who knows how we got here?
I know from my conversations
I can't pick this up and like move this here.
Officials around the world that they are really looking to the private sector for solutions here, to be able to figure out ways to proceed, to get food where it needs to go, to have access to the supply chain logistics that they need. And so, can you tell me just some Bayer's global operations, how your non-wars impacted supply chain logistics, agricultural production?
And thanks so much, Vivian. And maybe if I can start just with a reflection, because I do think that put it in context as we see it is important to analyze, as you call it for the panel, that geopolitical moment. And I would say really 3 major forces are at play that will both really shape the next century and reframe our economy and the global order that we have seen. And one of those forces is the political. That's the geopolitical fragmentation we are seeing.
Marxist
detected. The second is the planetary, with the limits in natural resources and, of course, climate change.
And the third is the technological, with the opportunity and
Oh, we're
both the
cooking
risk
now.
and
Hold on.
opportunity of AI either exacerbating inequalities or being the most,
I've never
strong
felt so
tool for
betrayed by
development.
people saying everything
And
that
in a
I
way,
ever
the Hormuz trade
hoped
crisis
the
is
global elite would say.
reinforcing a trend we have
Holy
seen
fuck, we
before.
did it.
That
You hate
geopolitical
this game?
shocks
You're
are
actually
not one
just,
moment.
you're actually fucking dumb. I genuinely cannot find a single explanation for the modern Zionist agenda in America that does not make me sound, yeah, pretty much since the 70s. Yeah, so the 70s is like it is an odd overlap between the start of neoliberalism and Israel's state as a rogue actor on behalf of the United States of America. But you're kind of crazy for thinking that America should exert international pressure to prevent things that are not great. Who knows what those not great things are? Controversial and complicated topics. There's another solution? I don't know if I want to do a whole other solution.
In time
Where would the
anymore,
other
but we
solution
have
even
to
other
think
be, I guess?
of them as systemic risks
Remove it that
for
way.
production, etc. Now, food security sits exactly in the intersection of this planetary, geopolitical, and technological opportunity that we
By the
see.
way, when she says like this, the specific, yeah, you can. The specific effects of globalization. Hold on, no. She's saying the effects of the system. She believes that everything has already been compromised within the system, and the threat to it, it's coming from outside. It's the natural world in and of itself. I mean, hello. Okay. Thank you for your contributions. You're saying nothing of value, like usual. Strange how that keeps happening, isn't it? It is strange. Wow. Riveting, Mina. It's like you're deliberately giving me time to... She's so fucking not used to streaming. She doesn't even have her microphone set up. That's crazy. And I don't even have you muted.
No, I
there you
I was
go.
talking. My
No,
mic
you
was
weren't
muted.
talking. Yeah, you were muted. Like professional, quote unquote, professional streamer Mina, who's taking some time
Sorry.
off for mental health,
My
is
bad.
here to tell us. Hold on, let me put your reactive. Let me get a browser link. That's Mina. Oops, that's a cancel. Fuck me. Properties. I'm an expert. I've been streaming for an entire year, Mina. That make you
You're
feel.
talking about me being an expert in streaming, and then you pull this shit.
Form. Horizontal. Yeah, I felt like you. I
Shaking
felt like
my fucking
I
head.
felt like you needed a little bit of a leg up after I kind of shat on you a little bit. It's fine.
Yeah. You
What
did.
do you have to say on Israel? Speak your piece on Israel. We know you're a big fan. We love Israel
big fan.
here.
Big fan. Anyways, when it comes to Israel, I think people are expecting Israel to conduct itself as a, I don't know, Western nation, when in reality they're
Yeah,
really
you're just
fucking
like.
not. They're more similar to like the other Middle Eastern nations than they are to.
Can you frame that in a
Western
little bit
countries.
more of like a right-wing reactionary way? Reframe that
Come on,
sentence.
man.
They're.
Am I wrong?
The
The majority of Israelis come from the Middle East and North Africa.
Are you taking
Right?
you're taking the side of the Ashkenazis is what you're saying. You're saying the Talmudic Arab Jews have ruined Israel. That's the side you're taking, Mina.
Yes.
Okay.
Dude, you know my takes about Arab men, okay?
Yeah. And you're calling them you're saying they fall in this category? All right, I'm buying it. I buy it. Here, let me put Rahi.
Okay, like I think yeah, they're fucking bad.
Israel bad.
Are they?
Wait, hold on.
Are
Arab
they-
Israelis bad. Okay, go on.
Well, not just Arab Israelis, but yes. But to be honest, the Ashkenazim that are in Israel are pretty much just like Middle Eastern now, so they just adapted to like the Middle Eastern mindset of just like yelling at everybody and like
smoking
having
and
terrible driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hitting people with your car. Doing wheelies.
So like, yeah, they're fucking terrible, and what they're doing is fucking terrible. It's not great. And
you know what's even worse? The people
then
who
you
sweep for it in America. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's the country with the second most Jewish population in the world. What do you expect?
Yeah, we love America. We love Jews.
Yeah, and Germany.
Surely, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
And Germany. Yeah, like you see like somebody like me that comes from North Africa and knows what North Africans are like. Okay? I see so many similarities, but like how Israelis behave themselves, not just like, I guess their religious beliefs or their just like their mentality is just, they have assimilated to the Middle East. And I feel like there's more scrutiny on them because they're more of an ally to the West. But if you, I guess, compare them to, the other regional actors around them, are they really specifically that much worse than them? Probably
This
not.
is an incredible sweep. We shouldn't criticize the Talmudic Middle Eastern tainted Jews for their barbaric, marauding ways, because that's just how they are, and they've actually fully assimilated
That's not
to the culture.
Are that way. It's because the Middle East is that way.
I'm so glad that our community has marginalized voices who are able to help set the record straight and guide the white supremacist Western nations to a true understanding of just how good they actually have it. Thank you, Mina. That's awesome.
You hate being quanti, right?
This is the quant stream. It's okay. You can do it. I do it for work too.
If you compare in polling and stuff like that, how I suppose that Palestinian Israelis, I call them Palestinian Israelis, obviously the Israelis call
it's okay for you to
or the Jewish Israelis call them Arab Israelis, which I think is disenfranchising, but Middle Easterners being racist who fucking thought, anyways. When you poll these people, the people that are living in Israel proper, not in the occupied territories, they are a second class, they are second class citizens. But if we're trying to be nuanced about it, they are treated much better than Palestinians are in other Arab countries.
In other Arab... Okay, yeah.
Yes, in other Arab countries. Because the Arab countries, specifically, for example, Syria under Assad, they were treated horribly under Assad. And they're treated horribly in all the other countries as well, except for maybe Jordan. Because in Jordan, there's a significant Palestinian population. But yeah, if we're just looking, I guess, at how Palestinian Israelis are living in Israel proper, I would say they're treated more pretty much better than in the other countries as refugees. This does not apply to the territories, obviously. Palestinians in the territories are treated like everybody knows terrorists, right?
Yeah, it's the Palestinians that actually live in Israel, at least the police don't immediately assault them when they see them. They at least can if they're wealthy enough, they can submit claims.
No, they do get assaulted by the police way more than.
What the fuck?
But.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah, go on defending Israel. Come on, come on, Mina.
Okay. When we're talking about, for example, having a way to have a career, they can go study, they can study abroad, they can have proper jobs in society and get to places they can partake in politics, which is not the case in other Middle Eastern countries. Not just mainly because other Middle Eastern countries don't really have a kind of democracy, but because they're not really allowed in politics because of their ties to the Muslim Brotherhood mostly.
We love what Wahhabism has done to the Middle East. Big fan.
Yeah, so, you know, we can talk about like how Israel is like a scourge on the planet, but then I also want to hear how other Middle Eastern countries are scourges on the planet. That's my point.
Okay, so this is like kind of my point when I say that I'm misogynistic and misandrous, right? That's what you mean. Oh, this goes here.
Yeah.
It's fucking cool.
I want people to shit talk other Middle Eastern countries just as much as they should talk Israel. That's my point. Because me being a diasporoid, but also, you know, being able to go back to Morocco and whatever, I fucking hate Morocco as a society. There's so many fucking issues in that country. I fucking hate all the fucking issues that are in the Middle East. But I hear nobody speaking about that online. Right? All I hear when people talk about these issues, it's like right-wingers saying that like Muslims are barbarians and shouldn't be part of the West.
And so your response is, hold on, your response is, yes, but so are the Jews.
Yes. Also, so are the rest of the Middle East. I want people to not say like, I should be deported because I'm a diasporoid, but I want to hear people speak up about issues in the Middle East broadly, not just in Israel. I want to hear people talk about how the king in Morocco is incarcerating, literally disappearing journalists that are criticizing his reign.
Yeah, they do that in Israel all the time.
But I hear nothing. Yeah, they do that in Israel. They do that in every single other Middle Eastern country too that has like some kind of head of state that basically has grabbed onto power like a fucking ghoul. Just like Bibi Netanyahu. Okay,
so what you're saying is
about...
Wait, Mina, you're saying that the West needs to reorientalize the entire Middle East. And reject this notion that Israel is some exclusive gem amongst a middle of filth. It's the same filth that's infected them. That's what you're trying to go for.
By the way, somebody wrote, am I funding Morocco? Yes, you are funding Morocco. Everybody that's partaking in buying food from the grocery store is funding Morocco because Morocco has a monopoly on phosphate. Okay? Yes, you are funding Morocco. Everybody is fucking funding Morocco.
There's holes.
Anyways.
We love giving Moroccans money. That's why Mina stream. And you can find her Dona link, I guess.
No, I don't have I don't have donations anymore.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, it's, you know, I wish people would care about issues just as much like other issues that impact other populations, that pretty much just as much as the Israeli government is you know, doing in the territories and beyond. Like, I want to hear people criticize other governments in the Middle East just as much, because I'm not just tired about like Israel-Palestine. I understand why people are so upset about it, and I am also upset about it. And I also talk to people about IP on occasion and criticize the Israeli government. By the way, I talk mostly to Israelis about it, and they are criticizing their government. They fucking hate their government, the people that I'm talking to.
Yeah, but they can't do anything about it. That's why it's a fascist state.
They go on protests, and like, to think about protests we had protests in Morocco. Guess what fucking happened? The police came and fucking cracked down on the protests just as much as they did in Israel. Like, what are you gonna fucking, like, do as an, like, Israeli that is left-wing, right, talking about these issues when people are, like, specifically harping on about Israel all the fucking time. And then there's some people that are saying, if Palestinians aren't freed, then nobody is freed. But that's not fucking true. That's not fucking true. This is myopic. Okay? Like, yeah, the Palestinian issue is fucking horrible. It's terrible. I think people should talk about it. But I think people should also talk about other issues just as much. And this harping on the airwaves about Israel, 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 and then maybe
is it not? Is it not
Sudan,
though? Is it not real?
Sudan.
Well, I mean, okay, Mina, let's be honest here. All the people who have brought up Sudan as a means to shit on Hassan Piker have yet to bring it up again, just like Hassan Piker.
Yeah, I agree.
It's pretty funny, very amusing.
Look, I agree. I think people should talk about it way more. Okay? I think people should, in general, talk about other issues way more. Sadly, it's just IP. Just IP. Every single day. All day.
IP,
it's just IP
all day, every
about
day.
How
it's like Rick and Morty.
Israel's a genocidal state. It's about how America is funding Israel, about how the West is funding Israel. When when we look at Yemen and
we did fund that as well.
Yeah, we
did a really good job.
As well. And you're talking about like all the other issues that we're funding abroad, right? And nobody fucking talks about it. But we also don't talk about how some of these issues are, for example, funded by, I don't know, the CCP, by Russia, by
I predicted it.
By the Islamic State, by the UAE, by any other like broader power that can cause more conflict in the region for their own benefit in some way. You know, like, please, yes, talk about Morocco and how the West is funding Morocco and how the Western Saharans are basically like second-class citizen. We can talk about that. I wish somebody would come and debate me about the Western Sahara. Like, everybody wants to talk to me about is like fucking Israel, Palestine, or Iran, or China. Okay, like.
There's other shit going on in the world. Couldn't be me.
Huh?
There's other shit going on. That's crazy.
Nobody gives a fuck. It's so fucking sad and it's so upsetting to me.
I mean, it is like the deal of the day. Like, whatever Donald Trump did, like, we do get like our essentially like lines given to us every day at the crack of dawn. The news has already been written. And
yes.
Yep.
But please just use your brain just for like 5 minutes.
Wait, hold on. Are you, Mina, have you reversed my criticism of our beloved friend Hutch, saying that he's lazy and incurious, and now you're inverting that on me because I'm finding an excuse to shit on? Wait, what was I even shitting on Israel for? Who was shitting on Israel? I don't even remember. It's like I was breathing. I don't even remember shitting on Israel.
Yeah. I'm basically just talking to chat, actually. You're just my commentator.
Okay. You're lecturing chat, and you're just using soapbox. That's fine. I don't mind. Oh, fuck. I don't want to know. Okay. Anything else on Hi 2-Bit? It's a pleasure to see you again. Do you have any other defense of Israel? Actually, they're just as bad as every other Middle Eastern nation. And we need the Ottomans back to manage the entire area. Is that?
Keep the Ottomans out of this, please.
Are you for real?
I beg. Yeah.
Well, okay. I don't know if I've asked you this before, but you've got 3 nuclear missiles. Where are you dropping?
Well, Beijing, Moscow, and
It's a tough decision, I know.
I guess Pyongyang.
Are you
Just such a fucking crazy country? Yeah.
Bro, Pyongyang, sorry, actual socialism.
Yeah, fuck that country.
That was an easy puzzle.
But yeah.
Okay, those are good choices.
If you gave me 5. If
Oh,
you gave me 5.
I would like the atmosphere on fire. Is what... Okay, go ahead. Who are the next two? Where are we dropping?
I would drop it on Riyadh and the UAE. But that's just me. Riyadh and the UAE, because fuck them fuckers. I hate them.
Both?
Anyways.
I think like nuclear sand would be really pretty. And we can make more like a nuclear like
be glass.
uranium.
It would be like green glowing glass. They could make it a tourist attraction.
But yeah, like most of their country after they run out of
Yeah,
oil
pretty
infrastructure
much.
and they run out of slaves to keep their economy afloat.
Yeah.
I would probably go with San Francisco,
Really?
Moscow, and probably
Beijing, say Beijing.
I don't know. I can't piss off
Why?
I can't piss off the Beijing baddies. I don't know, Mina. Maybe Xi Jinping actually is going to
baddies?
bring socialism. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
They're
all
like the
in
children
LA
of the oligarchs.
anyways.
Yeah. Well, okay.
They're all in LA anyways.
The stupid ones are in LA, and those are the ones that are gonna get swept up and then bomb.
They're gonna put them in San Francisco.
They're gonna put all of them in San Francisco. We can't be okay. This might not be viable. I would say the third place, probably somewhere.
My city in Germany.
Yeah, your specific city in Germany. I was thinking maybe like Monaco or like Rome, maybe Cyprus. So like I've got the plausible deniability of like peppering nuclear contamination over Israel, but without actually doing it. I think that's what I'll go with.
Hit the Palestinians, and then it's like even worse.
I think they'd
people keep saying like bomb Israel, and then like only Palestinians die.
Call me a Western chauvinist, but I think that they would probably be okay with it. I think they would be fine. No? They would love it.
Funky fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks.
You know how like Arabs like whenever there's like ballistic missiles going off of their like roof, they like go on the roof and fucking film it instead of like going into
The
the
bomb
basement
shelter?
or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I mean, there's no bomb shelters like except for like in Israel, so they just like sit on top of the roof and fucking film like the ballistic missiles getting intercepted in the exo atmosphere.
It's kind of a vibe though, because like, what are you gonna do if a missile going 300 miles an
yes.
hour is like coming straight for you? Like, you kind of miss your opportunity to hit the
reminds
bomb
me of,
shelter.
like,
Just like
the-
watch it.
This reminds me of that girl that like tweeted at the start of the Ukraine war. War is such an aesthetic. And
It's
then
such a
people got so
vibe.
pissed.
She's kind of spitting though, like it is. She's kind of spitting. As the world caves in, oh, it's you that I welcome death with. Oh, this one locked. Oh, okay, I need to make a display. Alright, fine. I guess what? You want me to be more Islamophobic and treat the Jews like they're not white, but actually Muslim?
Yes.
Were you smiling when you said that? I swear I heard a smile. Yes,
No.
please! Thank you, Dispel, finally, for doing real political analysis. You just needed to be more Arabophobic. Oh, what if they go on opposite sides?
Hell yeah.
I can't believe you're bad at this game. Oh. It's just like organizing things and finding patterns. Look, I'm probably just gonna make like a nice design.
It's just
with everything
Autism
mirrored.
Simulator.
You're jealous. You're actually jealous of Autism Simulator. Oh yeah, see, it clicked right there. I found it.
I don't know. I
You
like
fucking
played
bitch,
the
get the
game until like I guess level 10 or something like that, and then I was like, damn, this is so fucking boring. And also,
I'm so fucking
wait,
bad.
there's like
This is
10
embarrassing.
more fucking solutions to this one fucking puzzle. Okay, I'm not doing this. This is a waste of time.
Yeah, my time is so much better spent doing whatever the fuck she's doing, I guess. This is lock? Lock. Look. Locked, it locked. What the? Is it preventing me from finishing the puzzle? This cat. It's gonna go somewhere like here. Okay,
Pat
Mina.
on the head.
Mina, are you trying to like watch the rest of this CSIS with me or what?
Sure, if I can play my farming game in the background.
What, you want me
And
to
make
like stream it in
comments, I
Discord?
guess.
Yeah, you can make comments whenever you want. I'm gonna have to like, let me pause the game so the cat doesn't. I'll have to turn you up slightly on Discord. I turned you down because you're not the star here. It's me. I'm the star. No, not a little.
That's what I let him think.
You're welcome that I joined the channel. You're fucking welcome that I actually am one of the few people that stream regularly in this godforsaken little environment. This nook that we've dug out for us. Can you see it? You see it, Mina?
Yes, hold on.
Discord.
Yes, it works.
See, this is how... See, we're on my own, like, internet infrastructure, so this video won't get taken down. Like our last attempt at commentating on OBS. Alright, I'm gonna grab some snacks really quick while I let this play. I'm muted on OBS.
Okay.
That geopolitical shocks are not one moment in time things anymore, but we have to think of them as systemic
I love
risks
this lady,
for
by the way.
production, etc. Now, food security sits exactly in the intersection of this planetary, geopolitical, and technological opportunity that we see, and so the conversation here is indeed very appropriate. When you ask me, what is it for a company like Bayer right now, the direct operational impact, for us is relatively small. As a company, directly, we don't have much going in and out from the region, but whether that direct operational impact is small is really not the question, because for me, it's rather that systemic impact, and we will be all impacted. And here maybe
It's no longer about regional operations anymore, it's global.
Exactly, and here's where the connection to the global and more the systemic and not one-time shock.
I ran out of peanuts, which is tragic. Great source of protein, but do you hear how these people are using the word systemic? Doesn't it give you the ick? They're calling systemic like nature. That's literally what they're substituting it for.
Yeah, it sounds like... It sounds diminishing. Like, oh yeah, systemic racism, what does that even mean?
Bro,
How do you... Like, how can you
can't.
combat something when you don't actually know what the target is? When you keep calling it systemic, right?
Yeah, like the specific problem, and it's oil, it's industrialization, but like they can't say that part out loud. They are prohibited. You can't give the game away like that.
By the powers that be.
By the
yes.
powers that be. Somebody is controlling their speech. Oh, this has to be in the center. Like that. And then this on the sides? Okay, let's continue.
Fertilizers, and you were talking about that, right? If 1/4 of the fertilizers, the global traded fertilizers, goes through there, and we don't have it, you have two problems. One is affordability.
You have big problem.
Increase, and the other one is access. Some farmers will just not get
Are you
it.
making fun of
It's
our
not being produced.
accent?
You don't have
Yes.
it. So that's the
You
first one.
racist.
Second is the fuel. Of course, we have seen this price increase and lack of access, and in some countries already restricting.
We
The
should be
third
able to
one
make
is freight, right?
fun of the
cost
farmers.
Transportation. Again, it's bringing a time.
Biggest
delay,
reactionary
bringing
group out there.
and how many can access it, it's another one. Farm margins was the other one. For farmers thinking right now about all these input costs, is the question for them, do I plant or not? Rising prices means...
Do I plan
maybe
or
the decision
sell?
not to plant and lower yields or not to put in. So at the end, definitely for me, what we thought at the beginning of the Hormuz Strait as being a choke point for energy is also a choke point for food security. And we have to see it that way as the cascading cascading.
Nobody's talking about
implications
agriculture
come in.
being multi-level
And hopefully
marketing.
not, but I am afraid that probably
You're
already
slaves.
many of the impacts
You're
are
slaves
there.
to rice. You're
And if the world stops tomorrow,
slaves
that
to
means a
corn.
slow motion crisis
You are
for digital
doing
and the welfare
propaganda for organisms without satience. Sapiens. The Eldritch God, it's corn. Get the fuck. Oh, wait.
Maybe the god potato guy had a point.
Maybe no, fuck off. No, he didn't.
He was just too annoying about it.
Yeah. I wish occasionally he would have like released the bit. That would have been great, but I do respect the commitment to the bit. It is impressive.
Yeah, he never broke.
There were times I was thinking he would. But he brought it back around, and it was the most annoying thing.
program has some numbers of how many more millions of people we expect to suffer hunger already. And so my takeaway is we are in front of a systemic challenge.
A systemic challenge? We're challenging the system, guys.
Need for us, for food security, it means that in the future you need to think about choke points as leverage, as one of the questions, bringing security to the whole business, to the whole market.
Points as leverage.
I don't think she hears herself.
And volatility is here to stay. And that means, again, if you have volatility of prices, okay, well, then farmers will think about it, how much they would plant.
I haven't heard you talk about freight costs.
Yes, freight. I mentioned.
Yes, freight. Eventually, I'll get to it.
That element of it too.
Those are
Insurance
exactly,
costs, the fear that these freight companies have to take the risk anywhere in the region right now, but certainly then globally they feel the pressure from the cost of insurance and everything like that. How does that impact the operational realities? Just to get a little more.
I mean, in general, it can be for us, as you know, as a seed company, for example, a lot of the seeds are produced locally, right? So it's less, it's more the.
Is she from Monsanto?
Would need to be.
I forgot.
And as a pharmaceutical company, there might be some inputs, but in general, the farmers
what
are the
company
ones
is she from?
I don't remember. Hold on. It's got to be like Bayer Monsanto. When did they introduce her?
Probably at the beginning.
Maybe they had it in the description. Here.
Have you? The floor is yours. Next threat is to food and water, which is an excellent overview of Iran war-related challenges.
Mina, what are our thoughts on Latinas dressing like a traffic cone to attract attention on a political platform like this? What are your thoughts?
So
What are your thoughts? Wait, you've got nothing to contribute?
Latinas dressing as traffic cones.
Yeah, to attract attention on the internet. I'm sorry, is she not dressed?
No, she's slaying. Okay. I don't
yes,
care.
you can slay as a traffic cone. You can slay.
Look at how depressing the others are dressed up.
I mean, he's just fat.
Yeah, but like it's just drab colors, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna pop the fuck off with my suit." Okay, I don't care. Like, yeah, keep the fire hydrant look. I don't care.
Floor is yours. Wait, who's the panelist though? When did they introduce themselves? All-star panel.
International Food Policy at the International Food Policy Research Institute and a senior advisor at CSIS Global Food and Water Security Program.
Is it now this guy?
Joining us from Rome, Michelle Quintaglie, I hope. Thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to be here at CSIS.
Wait, she literally just said her name.
A very, very
No, she didn't.
timely conversation that we're going to have.
Michelle
we have an all-star panel.
Is that not
with me
her
today.
in the green?
No.
First, Joseph Glauber.
Joseph
Senior Research
Glauber.
Fellow
Joining
for International
from
Food
Rome.
Policy at the International Food Policy
What?
Research
Just because
Institute
she's
and a
got
senior advisor
what
at
is it?
CSIS
Whatever. Like
Global Food
I haven't
and Water
memorized the
Security
different
Program.
varieties of human
Okay,
hair. She's got
Joining
kinky
us from
hair. She must be from Rome.
Michelle Quintaglie.
No, that's her.
I hope I pronounced that right, Michelle. A global head of communications for the World
Damn, you actually think Italians are brown?
Food Program. And Helga Flores Trejo,
Helga Flores Trejo.
for Multilateral Affairs and Sustainability at Bayer.
Oh,
I fucking told it. Bayer?
German fucking corporation. Yes, Bayer's
I know it is. I fucking
corporation.
called that she was part of Bayer though.
No, you said Monsanto.
It's the same shit. It's actually the same shit.
German multinational pharmaceutical, chemical, and agricultural biotechnology company.
And multilateral affairs sustainability. Yep. Okay. I clocked it.
Okay, listen. I give her a pass. I don't care. I give her a pass. I give
What? Because she's dressed well? That's it? Because she's dressed well?
The local agriculture, you are sourcing your seeds locally. Okay, I give her a pass. I don't care. German corporation. I don't care. They're so fucked by German bureaucracy, they can't do anything else. Okay, they can't source their seeds.
The liberal democracy, bureaucracy, the functioning liberal democracy, imaginary bureaucratic overlord, despotic overlords, preventing Bayer from enacting their sinister goals. Yeah, from being taken over.
I think that if the war were to settle down, possibly, you know, any kind of shipping costs, insurance, and sort of the expenses of just moving these products around the world will kind of settle down, and even from an economic perspective.
Guys, it'll settle down.
Joseph, you know, how do those operational realities, you know, the technical side of things, of moving food around, of moving energy, moving oil, how does that kind of play into the bigger picture?
Yeah, I think the higher energy costs will continue in the form of higher shipping costs.
Yeah.
Now, I might add, we're still way below what we were in 2022 on shipping costs. So, I mean, thankfully.
These fucking people are such shills for Trump. You're like, yeah, things are bad, but at least they're not as bad as they were under the year of Joe Biden. Thank God. Thank God we have them. It's so awesome.
Well, it'll still get worse. They lack critical information.
Pepala. Pepala, they don't know.
When the CCP decides to take over Taiwan, there's gonna be no shipping at all.
Mina, do you think the CCP is actually going to like they're going to require like an amendment, like some sort of constitutional change, and that's how they're going to justify like the democratic takeover? I think it's pretty good. I'm okay with that.
I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, right? I don't think like it depends on like who's in power when this happens, right?
I hope it's
now let's say for example, Donald Trump fucking croaks before the CCP decides to go into Taiwan. Well, the CCP is on the timer, but let's say he croaks before 2028 or so, and then JD Vance is in power. He's not gonna do fucking jack shit.
About Taiwan? No, he won't.
JD Vance is not gonna do jack shit.
No.
About Taiwan.
No.
Right?
I'm pretty sure they were already like selling him.
So like, in the end, like if Trump is in power when this happens, then yeah, it's probably gonna be a full-scale war. Even though, if we're thinking, when the PLA decides to fuck around, I mean, the war games are saying they will have the most success if they attack US bases in the region. What will the fallout be if JD Vance does nothing after the US bases are attacked by China? Because that is, you know, a declaration of war by China.
The Democrats get to be actual fascists without like any sort of like woke police holding them back?
Well, that's a question, right? Maybe some of the like isolationists will say, well, we shouldn't have had bases in the region anyways. It's our fault that we got attacked. Right?
Yeah, I love those guys.
So, oh.
Genuine favorites.
I'm not sure if you're being ironic or not.
This one has to be in the center like all the time. No,
Like,
I'm super genuine.
Do you think war against China would be okay if China attacked US bases first?
Do I think war with China would be okay if they attacked? It would be justifiable. It would certainly be very easy to sell to the American population.
Yeah, much more than Iran for sure.
Yeah. Supposed to go here?
Americans like suffer tremendously under like short attention spans.
Oh, it's the same. My God. It's because everything is fine. Actually, we don't need to worry about a thing. We're gonna pretend like our democratic and political action is exclusively voting, and then cry when everything starts falling apart. A short attention span. The fuck are you talking about? What? Spend 2 weeks gardening and suddenly.
Now is about IP.
Mm-hmm.
IP is like the only thing that keeps the attention of the American public.
I mean, it's actually crazy.
Yeah,
how little it actually has kept their attention when it should keep their attention
like
to a greater
in comparison
degree.
to like Ukraine and stuff like that, even though the majority of like Americans do support Ukraine, but
wait, hold on.
When it comes to like IP,
yeah,
it's like I feel like just in terms like of like scale of destruction, people killed and stuff like that, like it's insane to me how
Holy
like
fuck.
Ukraine has like kind of taken a back burner in comparison to like Gaza.
I mean, the thing about like the difference between Ukraine and Gaza is that Russia proved itself within the first week to not be an asymmetrical war. They proved that actually they're near peers. Now, where's the asymmetrical war? It's IP.
Well, they're not near peers, I would say, but I would say
Ukraine
if
and
the West
Russia
hadn't support, if the West, okay, there's like a kind of like, you know, in my opinion, the West should have gone into Ukraine and defeated Russia. But what they did instead is like prolong this war as much as possible. So like, yeah, we could say that like they're near peer, but in reality, if the West hadn't supported Ukraine at all, then Ukraine would be gone now.
I do think I heard a tear shed from your virtue signaling eye. Don't worry, I picked up on that. I'm not sure if chat I'm not sure if chat I'm not sure if chat knows you as well. So I just needed to help them. I just needed to point that out for them. So what? Joe Biden helped Ukraine by giving them 4 Patriot systems? Fact check true by real American Democrats?
I mean, it's like, what is it called? Malicious compliance or something like that?
Malicious compliance is when like you stay within the rules of the system, but staying within the rules of the system slowly sort of it fucks something over.
Yes.
Because
yes.
The difference between code and expectations is always going to be different.
Yes, I think that's like exactly
that's what Biden was doing?
Yes.
I think that's generous. I think you're ascribing far too much competence to somebody who couldn't even convince the American people that he was sentient.
Well,
he had a tough time.
He still had staffers in comparison to Trump, you know.
Apparently he ran a tight ship, is what we call authoritarian nowadays. In the Navy, I hear that's what they call it.
I guess the Navy.
Our favorite. Our boys in blue, who's going to be sailing across the waters to defend Taiwan, surely.
I can't wait until like the Gerald R4 carrier group is just gonna be like pissing and shitting into the sea because everything else is clogged.
They're gonna be so combat ready. I'm gonna have poo in my pants.
shipping costs have come down.
All right, we got to wrap this stream up soon.
One needs to put all
because I got to go.
Okay.
But
and the insurance
we're
funds are
gonna
really
finish this
Do you
video.
think the 2022 experience has kind of
I'm not doing this again.
given a greater risk tolerance? Is that why they haven't gone as high? I mean,
no,
the Middle East tends to freak people out, for lack of a better way of explaining it.
Well, remember, that
People are so deranged about the Middle East. It really freaks them out, and I don't understand.
That's me, like 20 minutes ago.
Right.
No, but like you're on the opposite side of. People need to be more freaked out about the Middle East.
Yes, but also, like, yes. Anyways, go on.
It was already COVID and everything like that.
That's right. It's largely was the acceleration began in like June.
No, I
21
hate
with
every
the recovery
fucking
from
time
COVID,
these
but
people
yes,
say acceleration.
and
I
then
want
all
to
started falling
actually
falling
end it
for the
all.
second half of 2022, unclear here because of the continued closures.
Right. Okay, so we are still not, again, back to your optimistic take on things, we're still, it could be
I mean,
worse.
it's all, talk to me in 2 months. I mean, it really is, right now, you think, okay, things look good, or don't look good, but on the commodity price side, we haven't seen the food spikes. And I think the other issue, and I'll be brief.
Guys, prices are fine. Reality is chilling.
We saw in 2022 that we had huge demand out of China because of recovery from African swine fever and other things that they were, and the huge push in demand out of COVID, which really did accelerate a lot of the demand side of things.
Wow.
Global stocks had all come down. Global stocks are at pretty good levels right now for most of the major
Guys,
commodities.
why are you worried about the Epstein files? The S&P is above 40,000.
If they were to emerge.
Right. So
Thank
going back
God.
to Michelle, just in terms of these
Thank
market realities,
God.
the market signals, and the humanitarian impact. I mean, how long typically do you see a lag, if at all? What are the early signs, and is there anything that can be done when you?
How do we
see those early
notice
signs
if there's
to
a
avert real
humanitarian
catastrophes, especially for these
crisis?
countries that are enormously dependent on imports.
Well, it's hard for us to kind of look back at 2022 and make a fair comparison because, our budgets are year to year. And so, already the cost of freight for us has gone up. I mean, by and large, 20%. So we didn't budget for this conflict. And we were already, sort of like at dangerously low levels of funding.
Yeah.
And I will say that in several countries, and we work in more than 80 countries, we are seeing kind of the price of food go up. In some cases, it's 20% or more. So, the impact is real. And everything that my fellow panelists are saying is very true in terms of the worries in terms of the future agricultural output.
Super real.
We're going to see a lag. Even if the war were to end today, and all the
It's
people
more
I
than
speak to
real,
across the
Mina.
World Food Program who have been through the Ukraines, the COVIDs, all of these major kind of choke points previously, they have said to me, Michelle, we are months away from sort of seeing kind of like the impact start to dissipate. This is going to hurt, sort of long term. So, definitely we're concerned. I think that on a positive note, look, if we've become so
just
much
think
more
on the bright side.
sophisticated, and with the help of AI, in understanding how to access these markets, how to access supplies, how to get
Mino, did you hear what I was saying? These people actually are using spatial surveillance systems to track other people's crops so that they can target them with Google ads. That is genuinely the business model that they're pitching here. I feel so certain of it. They talked about that translation. They talked about the economics, not the economics, like the surveillance. Awesome. These people are awesome. I love them.
Assistance in. So thankfully, we've got that working for us. And where we can, we're on the ground, we're diverting, and we're getting it in.
I can't
You're
wait
talking
for
tens of millions of people
AI
that
to
need
turn out to just be the biggest nothing burger.
It is the biggest nothing burger, but we're going to have to pretend like it isn't. Because people are going to be dead and starving because they ran out of jobs. You laugh. Yeah, but it's true. It is going to be a nothing burger.
Rich people just completely completely coping about like the future.
This is my Napoleon moment. This is Sam Altman's Napoleon moment. When he truly understands society. Oh. Wait, I might be kidding. For this. Bam!
help. And it's
Another
not just
one.
they need help for a short span of time. They need help to not just sort of be able to manage the inflationary impact of what's happening, but to be able to recover and to eventually become self-sustaining.
manage it.
I guess the last thing I'd mention too is we're living in an age where conflict is just everywhere. So you can redirect
everybody's just
supply
at their
chains, and
throats
there could be
constantly.
another issue tomorrow. This is
How do we
a little bit
manage
different
this
from the
risk
period of Ukraine.
properly?
We've never seen this level
How
and this
do we
expansiveness
profit
of
from
conflict
this
across so
risk?
many countries, and that makes it also equally challenging.
Well, how do we help
just to follow up on that, we just heard
industries
Joseph,
and
explain,
countries
and you just mentioned about COVID
manage
and
these
Ukraine
uncertain
war.
times? I think is actually what.
Although Joseph says the situation now is, let's call it less bad than it was during the Ukraine war, the start of the Ukraine war. Is there a greater fragility now? In other words,
she almost called it a
rebounded
crisis
back to sort of pre-COVID levels, that now any shock
instead of a war.
brings them, makes it accelerate, the humanitarian crisis accelerate faster than it might have pre-2020.
Yes, I think you've raised a really good point. I don't know if it's attributable to kind of, what happened back then. I think it's actually attributable to what I just referenced. Sort of every person I speak to basically sort of says, as you have no doubt covered yourself, the major driver of hunger today starts with conflict. And the level of conflict is far greater than it was even 3-4 years ago. So, that...
Wait, this is another Marxist just revealing themselves. War starts with hunger. If people aren't meeting their basic material needs, they might start fighting each other. And that's not very good for economic prosperity now, is it? A secret Marxist. Found them.
Is what kind of creates, as people moving, sort of deciding they need to migrate, sort of it just completely means that but we know
we've learned so much from the prior crises. We've learned fuck all. We've changed nothing about global farming infrastructure.
Of nutrition to start with.
Right. So we really want to get into the AI.
Do they eat plastic?
Completely necessary. And in general, we have...
Imagine instead of a massive patch of plastic in the Pacific, it's just a massive patch of worms and plastic.
I mean, wasn't there like some kind of like science news thing where like they found bacteria that actually ate plastic?
I'm pretty sure that guy got shot or something. There's like no way. I believe they probably found it. Bringing it to market? I'm not sure. People will be like, oh, NVIDIA? Adobe, it's just like Arasaka and Miltech from hit TV series Cyberpunk Runners, and it's like, brother, Boeing literally had 3 whistleblowers die within like a month of them coming out. What the fuck are you talking about? Where'd it go? The ball. It needs to go somewhere.
Had a presentation by also CGIAR before, the degree in which we can advance in breeding new crops that are more resistant to also the climate change question that I addressed at the beginning.
More resilient crops. We just need more resilient crops.
Just to give you an example, we at Bayer, we managed 25 billion data points.
Billion with that B.
Now, thanks to AI and data, you can manage and work with those to work for breeding, and breeding exactly the plants that will grow in a future world in a way that you reduce going from years of breeding procedures to months, in general reducing just how you generate new options and improve. So it's tremendous the upside that the technology can bring forth for food.
I will come to you, Joseph, in a minute to talk sort of about the enthusiasm around AI in this area. But Michelle, you in your intro, you did talk about AI finding solutions, say, for Afghanistan to get food into Afghanistan, where
AI is going to help us find solutions to get food into AI. Are they going to tell you to build more trucks? Or are they going to tell you to build a truck that can make a road? Or are they going to tell you to build a fucking massive tunnel bore that's going to run underneath the entire world to get to Pakistan? Are you going to do the fucking...
They're going to do the Berlin airlift.
That's what I was going to say. They're going to do the Mumbai airlift or whatever the fuck. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, yeah, I can't stand these people.
They're gonna build a fucking... They're gonna build a fucking...
It's gonna be like a massive chute. A massive slide of food.
It's just gonna be like, they're gonna build like a temporary like port, just like in Gaza, where it just doesn't work at all.
It was nice that he tried. He actually tried preventing the famine. Genocide Joe actually did try and prevent the genocide. It just didn't work out very well, so that's why the Democrats didn't want to accept that he is Genocide Joe. That's why. Yeah. He did his best, but actually his best to preventing genocide was not enough. Yeah. Ocean said no. The Hamas terrorists said no.
Must die.
Yeah. So I guess we really gotta just listen to the ocean, I guess.
The ocean knows. To kind of put the Ukraine
war,
am I going with this? Against the current crisis that we're seeing in Iran, from the humanitarian perspective, what would be an AI solution? What did we learn from
What would be an AI solution? ChatGPT, give me a solution to starving people in the world. I swear to God, ChatGPT is definitely gonna like take over the government to a certain extent. And people are gonna be, these fucking idiots are gonna be asking ChatGPT, like, how do we fix the world? And ChatGPT is gonna be like, you need to plant more trees. And they're gonna be like, wait, what? That can't be the solution. What happened to like, I don't know. Easy. Yeah, that's too easy. What the fuck? There's no way that was the solution this entire time. There's no fucking way.
Or the Iran war, and maybe what lessons
disgusting,
that
disgusting, disgusting.
Or that failed in that first conflict that might maybe be useful now.
Yeah, I think probably one of the things that is working even better, now than probably existed back then is I think the UN is, and humanitarian agencies in general are, there's more of what we call a common services approach. So, you can't deal with the scope and size of these crises individually as agencies. You need to be working not just across other UN entities, but with all the other large, humanitarian NGOs. And sort of saying, okay, if we get the space, if we have the common warehouses, if we have the infrastructure to be able to move things, if we set up the telecommunications, we can sort of support each other. So I think.
Oh, this is just like this is like Germany and giving supplies to Ukraine through America. Help me, Germany. I need your railroad infrastructure. I need a Hormuzi. My Hormuzi's closed. I grabbed Iran by the Hormuzi, and they didn't like it very much.
You're stealing my meme.
They didn't like being grabbed by the Hormuzi. Very strange. Okay, you can do your meme now.
Yeah, that's grab them by her Hormuzi is my meme. You're so mad.
Is things can change very quickly, and one agency's ability to respond, one government's ability to respond, one community NGO's ability to respond, very limiting. So I think you're seeing a much more concentrated effort among the humanitarian world in particular to say, look, I can't go it alone. Let's actually sort of pre-position things so that we can respond more quickly, more agile. That's also where AI comes in, because it basically sort of tells you from an agility perspective, here's where you want to actually have your supply depots, here's the corridors you're going to want to be able to use as alternative routes, and then you share kind of that intellectual property, that capability, that support.
AI told us to put our infrastructure here.
Guys, AI will know where the ISIS command structure is. We don't know.
No.
We don't know. We don't know where they are, but AI knows.
Yeah, we can trust AI. It's only just grabbing the fact.
Oh, God.
Amongst agencies. I think that has improved tremendously.
Interesting. So just to tell us, in terms of the measurable differences that AI is making in this area, in terms
measurable
of
differences. This entire seminar, they're trying to circle the very real fact that these people are just talking heads in a convention and doing fuck all with their lives, and their real work actually is happening elsewhere, or at least there's that one based Irish guy talking his shit in a great way. But I guess he was the only one.
Detecting and evaluating gaps. Explain to us, how
measurable.
Yeah,
measurable. Let's hear it.
Michelle was talking about in terms of information sharing. That's another area where I think the UN agencies and a lot of the international organizations like my own spend a lot of time during the week conversing with one another and exchanging information. On the AI side, I think both combined with other existing technologies that have been improving, things like Earth observation. And I know someone from NASA Harvest will be on later. I've worked a lot with NASA Harvest and GeoGlam, which is sort of a
NASA Harvest?
Earth observation scientists who do monitoring around the world. All that material, all that information has, I think, really improved a lot. I mean, I've been working with Earth observation data for a long, long time, and I can say, particularly when I was at the U.S. Department of Agriculture years
Imagine
ago,
getting a notification on your phone, your crops are ready to harvest.
This looks like the satellite imagery is showing some dryness in this particular part of the world. We may send out staff from the embassies out to look at those things, to ground truth it, but we're now getting much better, I think, with AI and other things to get a real-time assessments, to scrape all sorts of data sources to try to come to improve that information. Again, trying to get more timely.
And the reason it's gonna be because actually all the farmers are getting pushed out of their the farms that have been passed down to them year by year by the Trump administration, by the people that they voted for, and where's it going? It's going into the hands of corporations who are going to be hiring and sending out somebody to quote unquote ground truth it every single fucking time.
Yep.
You got a notification. It's literally they're gonna do the landlordification of problems when it comes to agriculture, and you're gonna love it.
You're gonna love it. It's gonna be the best.
It's gonna be so awesome. You're gonna get a little notification on your Fitbit.
Nobody can do it like us. No, wait.
Nobody can do it like us. All American citizens, they're gonna have a Fitbit, and if you're feeling a little like the city's too much, I understand. Some people really feel like that sometimes. Not me personally. But your Fitbit, it's gonna give you a little indication saying your crops are ready. It's time to work the field, sir.
1984 is just 50 years too early.
It was. Yeah, it was. There's one star that I'm. We'll find it. It was a little too early. It was ahead of its time. Newspeak nowadays, it's so boring. It's actually just obfuscating bullshit. That's just all Newspeak.
Yeah, that's why
Newspeak
I haven't
is.
been partaking in politics all that much recently. It's just so. It's just the same shit.
It's circle jerking. Thank God.
Definitely during the Ukraine war and in past
chat has us
saw
though.
Governments that would impose export restrictions and things like that. You know, AI can only do so much in trying to find solutions, but if governments are not willing to work together to try to alleviate crisis, it doesn't alleviate the crisis.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Literally, like Stalin rolling in his grave. Yeah, the Ukrainians are just like, you know, they just didn't want to help themselves with this crisis that developed. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Oh, he's actually like rolling in his grave. He'd be so happy.
Yeah.
He'd be so. He's like, wow, these are the children of communism. Fuck yes.
He's turning at an RPM that could power a nuclear power.
Yes. Yes. Fusion energy is here.
I think the geopolitical side of this is critical, and in fact, was sort of the rationale for the creation of the so-called Amos Group back in 2011. Is that, well, okay, yes, there are other entities like International Grains Council, FAO, USDA, who do monthly estimates on global crop productions. But can we get them all together to come out with a document that you know involves all these other countries, and that we can get some sense of a shared sense of here's what the information is for this point in time. And I think that's been useful. It's been, if nothing else, a useful forum for a lot of those countries to get together. And the other big part of that was monitoring policies. So export, we talk a lot about export restrictions. The other side of it are subsidies, you know, to subsidize the purchase of these commodities. So, I mean, it's very understandable. Everyone's paying high prices for fertilizer. But if you're going to say, okay, well, we're going to make everyone whole, don't worry, spend whatever you want. Right. The market's prices are trying to tell you to use less.
The markets are going to hold.
You know, richer countries and everyone else is not, they're going to buy and use whatever. And unfortunately, that means the poor countries are paying even higher prices as a result. So these policies really can have adverse effects on overall markets. And so I think that these fora like Amos or you know, FAO or other places are really important to try to at least let everyone know what the market situation is and whatever, so they don't make bad policy decisions.
I do want to bring the audience into the conversation momentarily, both in the room and virtual. But I just
guys,
the
proletariat need a voice in this conversation too. Let's see what they have to say.
Genuinely improving resilience either right now or in recent years.
Have
you seen a real success story that you can point to and say, like, these guys got it figured out? I stumped you all. I mean, maybe that's.
How do we know these people are actually telling the truth? How do we know they're not like selling us a bridge?
Yeah.
I mean, I think 2022.
The markets are doing a great job, guys.
Bad situation, and we were writing on that situation in the first part of 2022, saying, you know, this is 30. I forget 30.
You know, you think this is like fucking
countries that are, you know, important,
insane?
You know, they found wheat
You should listen to the Hoover Institute.
The who? The
Hoover Institute.
I don't know about that.
They're actually like. They are beyond.
Like blinds?
They're
blind as a bat?
No, like you see these people and they're like, yeah, it'll be fine. AI will fix it, right? But then, like, you listen to the Hoover Institute, they're saying, actually, everything is amazing. Donald Trump is in power, you know, and all of this. And actually, you know, the markets will recover and, you know, actually prices are low and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, when I listen to these guys, and it's like, yeah, okay, it's not, they're not really.
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They're not really, you know. But then you have like the Hoover Institute, and they're like actual sycophants, like actual like death cult, like conservatives. It's yeah.
It goes into another one. What the hell? Need to repaint them. These,
you have a handful of countries that produce potash.
Well said, Mina. Well said.
Phosphate fertilizers, and we see these choke points that have this.
I did it myself.
I need to wrap up soon.
Outfits like the World Food Program, if they have money,
okay, so then red.
Operate. They will find ways to get grain through 7 countries to Afghanistan, and I think so. I think the system, you know, the markets have worked pretty well. I think again,
this turns them.
We're being hit by.
Yeah, that one's good. That one's good.
It has nothing to do with how the markets work, but everything to how geopolitical actions have impacts.
Right. And since you brought it up again, Michelle, I'm just going to ask you: what are, transporting food and 7 countries? How does that work without, you know? How do you mitigate the risks involved in that?
I mean, I would just say honestly, this is, and I
just need to mitigate the risks.
The program truly excels. I mean, it's been doing this for 60+ years, and it just is very, very good at managing supply chains. Going back to your question about resilience, resilience is one of these words where it's sort of a little bit how you define it.
Bam.
I would say there have been a lot of pockets of success with resilience.
The
problem is you get in there preventatively, you actually help keep communities who are going through a period.
It really depends on how you say it.
Security, not to move, not to uproot themselves. You get them through the shock of that moment. They are able to recover and sort of like get on with their lives, and that's resilience as far as we're concerned. But the challenge is people, we're not able to always easily
resilience
quantify,
is what you make of
what, because it's what didn't happen.
Resilience is what's in the heart of the cards.
Sort of
and with how many black people you bring up on stage.
Resilience are the friends we made
that impact story of what resilience is, because a lot of the work, truthfully, is very preventative, and then therefore you're kind of assuming this is what could have happened.
I mean, just briefly, what you saw with the invasion of Ukraine is just a tremendous dependency of imports in Africa. And the last calculation we had is that last year, Africa had more import of food than even in their debt.
Oh, do I have to mix it?
So 100 billion a
With
year.
like yellow to make it green?
But what you saw already since then is many African countries saying, well, we need to produce in Africa. And why not? We have the land, we have the young people, we have the resources. So you've seen both more openness to new technologies and production sites. And Zambia has been one incredible example. They've been hit with the worst
I'm gonna
drought in 40
produce!
years,
Fuck me! Oh, I'm gonna produce! We're gonna produce so many solutions, guys. We're gonna find so many problems in reality, and we're gonna find so many solutions with the help of AI.
Farmers in Brazil have. Why shouldn't the farmers in Africa have it? And they prove that even through crises like shocks like the invasion or crises like the drought they have experienced, that coming after that and producing again very strongly. So I think that combination, and what I have learned, and maybe we'll talk about during the question and answer, is that the question is how do you give access? Exactly.
It was like literally
how do you manage the access? And I think we all
thankfully we have capital to manage the access, and we actually don't need to think about it that hard. Thank God, we just have capitalism to manage access to things. It's fine. Are they just all gonna burn down? Okay.
All have learned that the need to work both as companies with the World Bank, for example, or with World Food Program and others to deliver on these technologies. And one of the things that we recently, it was not us partnering, but convening the partnership between CIMMYT from CGIAR and UC Davis, exactly to bring these new technologies, going from synthetic fertilizer to biological solutions, to Africa. The idea is to bring then...
We brought worms to Africa, and we called it advanced technology.
That can benefit for others, and we were happy to be conveners of such partnership. And that, I think, doing more of that is what's needed. The World Bank is working on that, Connect, and maybe the last thing, I think since the last crisis, since Ukraine, unfortunately, it put food on top of the political agenda globally, I believe. And so
they really made us think, like, maybe our supply chains are not that robust, and maybe the intricate web of efficiency that we've developed over the past couple of years may have a couple of issues.
The conversation to you as well, gentleman right here.
Well, let's see. What do the people have to say?
Hi, my name is Abhishek, and I'm an attorney. I have a two-part question.
He's an attorney.
4 billion people are currently dependent on kind of fertilizers, right? So how much of the incoming shock can be absorbed based on move to organic or the biological solutions you mentioned, and how much of the shock can be absorbed by
a fucking utilitarian? Ooh, ooh. Excuse me, Vice President of Bayer and Diversity and multilateral and action plans. How many more people are your biological solutions going to feed? Are your organic solutions? They're going to get organic peppers now. Yippee! Life is going to be so much better.
Like substituting for the animal feed that is grown, and instead of growing human feed instead of animal feed. Thank you.
Human feed, except for
what?
Organic or the biological solutions you mentioned, and how much of the shock can be absorbed by substituting for the animal feed that is grown, and instead of growing human feed instead of animal feed. Thank you.
He's got a point. Hold on, he's got a point.
He's saying like that you shouldn't.
He's actually got a point.
Soybeans.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be dedicating 1 million acres to fucking soybean.
He's smug. He's Indian smug.
Yeah, he is.
So that was a question I think for you.
Yeah, I mean, right now I don't think we have immediately a substitute for synthetic fertilizers. We don't. I think in the mid and long term, we have this innovation. We've been testing, others have. I think we will have that. But for now, you need it. Now, in terms of other type of substitutes, I think for food, you need all of the above, right? Everything. But here, Joe, maybe.
You don't need food, right?
Yeah, no, I think in the short run, the answer is very little. I mean, what can be adjusted is you can, again, grow less maize. You can grow more soybeans because you don't need as much fertilizer, and that makes economic sense from these points. But I don't think, and with high feed costs, you will get a natural destruction of the demand for livestock because they have to feed. But that again, that takes a long
yeah,
time.
we can trust capitalism to tear itself apart at the seams.
Back up, as we've seen here in the U.S. with record high beef prices, but very little increases in the actual herds. So it's not easy. These are aircraft carriers, and you have to try to turn them around, very, very slowly.
Very slowly.
The
Yeah.
aircraft carrier analogy.
Okay, good. We'll go to the next question. I saw a hand over here. Don't forget to introduce yourself. Sorry, and we'll come to you next.
Hello, my name is Abhinav Chiturian with MIT. One question I had was, ever since the invasion of Ukraine, we've been seeing a phenomenon where Russia is essentially stealing Ukrainian grain and then selling it on the market. I was wondering to what degree this revenue stream for Russia could become even more lucrative as food security continues to erode due to the Iran war or other factors.
Do you want to take that one, Joseph?
Yeah.
Guys, how do you guys deal with Donald Trump being a stooge of Putin and making moves that are superficially against Putin's interests and Xi's interests, but just seem to keep lining his pockets and his authoritarian allies internationally? How do you guys deal with that? Yeah, well, that's a really tough one.
Insofar as food security is concerned, not much, unfortunately. I mean, fortunately.
Yeah, not much we can do about it.
Okay, and it's bad for Ukraine. And it's interesting because of the discussion.
Having your food stolen by the people trying to colonize you is bad.
A very good job of trying to monitor occupied territories, trying to estimate what production is being produced on occupied territories to get some notion of where that grain is. There's a whole range of analytical groups and others who monitor ship movements in the Black Sea. Unfortunately, as you're probably well aware, ships turned off transponders and they go dark, and there's all that whole thing. But a lot of that gets tracked in one sense or another. I think, again, the good news is, and I would say this in 2022 in particular, one of the reasons why we didn't see the big problems that we were that many of us were so fearful of is that Russia had a huge crop, apart from occupied territories. They had a huge wheat crop, and a lot of that wheat made it to it because they needed money, and the wheat wasn't sanctioned. A lot of that made it to the global marketplace and really brought down wheat prices. And then that, plus the UN initiative that opened up the Black Sea for Ukraine, hopefully that's another thing that would be a very useful thing to see right now with the current situation, is get some sort of brokered deal where we would at least allow fertilizer products.
I believe, yeah, I do too.
Unfortunately, less sanguine about that than what we saw in the Black Sea in 2022.
Thank you for that question. We have one online question. We're going to take that really quickly, and then we'll come to this.
Yeah, thank you, Vivian, and thank you to our panel. We do have a question from the online audience that I think follows quite nicely, which is, in recent shocks, we've seen countries adopt more protectionist policy stances to mitigate against the domestic risks of these shocks. What are the risks of AI reinforcing these protectionist policy tendencies by enabling strategic hoarding or even market manipulation?
Oh no, socialism.
Wait, actually, such
AI
a good
socialism.
question. Guys, how do we prevent AI from learning from the extractatory and accumulatory economy that it was built on to exacerbate those same consequences?
Any of you want to jump in on that one? The risks involved in AI, particularly
I think there's certainly a risk, and
there's certainly a risk.
These sorts of policies.
There's certainly a risk of AI socialism.
There's certainly a risk of
by trying to keep prices low, either for commodities.
Or no, the opposite of AI space communism.
Or insulating producers by, as I say, by subsidizing purchases of those inputs. But what that does is, export all that volatility onto the rest of the world. So, to the degree that AI can augment it, I don't know so much about that. I think there is a whole, information is power. I mean, there's no question about that. And I think to the degree that information is made available and is public, that helps prevent those sorts of things. And I think if nothing else, the WTO is very much in the business of trying to track policies implemented by countries, trade policies that affect border measures.
Guys, we're so precise with our incrementalism. We've got data all over the place.
Maintaining an export restriction tracker, and all that's important information that people can look at and see, and that there are fora like the WTO where those questions do get asked.
Oh fuck! I got lasagna and data in my pockets.
The flip side of it. I don't know if I can speak so much about AI creating the problem, other than the information flow.
Yeah, AI isn't creating the problem. It's just built on a data sets that would exacerbate the problem. Is that answering your question? Thank you very much for coming by.
And certainly there are ways of distorting information, and that's very much a concern.
I'm deeply concerned with what AI means for liberal democracy.
View how climate or El Nino will impact, how the blockade is impacting, how export restrictions will do it. I think modeling through AI helps us try to better understand.
Yeah, we just need better simulations.
Political, environmental, logistical challenges. So
we need AI to tell us, like, so all of the models for climate change so far have always been, they've been like the most like generous models possible. But we need AI to start telling us like how bad it actually could have gotten and how great our rulers are actually like addressing the problem. That's what we really need AI to do. AI simulations were saying if we hadn't done beating you in the balls with an iron rod, then AI simulations show that somebody else might have done it, and that's not great. So we took the liberty of beating you in the balls ourselves. Why do we have to? Is there another option besides beating you in the balls? Not sure.
I would see it as a tool to better navigate in
I mean, Joseph also made me think of sort of a follow-up to that, which is how do you deal with governments that distort their information? There are governments that are not transparent with some of the information that we're talking about. AI may not have that.
China not very honest about their GDP. I don't trust their gross domestic products. I'm really curious how they structured their debt.
And again, I'm anxious to hear what others have to say as well. But you think back in 2022, Russia stopped reporting trade data to the UN, and that was
and that was criminal.
A couple months, but you had
they were so mean about it. Why would they do that to us?
It was a very big issue trying to track to see where are we? These countries that are so dependent on the Black Sea, where are they getting their grain? Not all countries, and Russia's one of many countries that don't report grain. They happen to be a big exporter, so that's where it becomes a big concern. But on the importing side, it's very difficult, particularly in Africa. There's a handful, 10 countries or so that report on a periodic basis. So you then go to other means, and so the WTO in conjunction
go
with
to other means.
Set up a portal where you could look at wheat exports, and there they were capturing again any maritime wheat shipments. Now, that doesn't count what's moving overland, unfortunately, but still, a lot goes out through the Black Sea and other ports, and so they were capturing that, and so that helps you put some piece of, it's the old adage of being in the dark room with an elephant or whatever. You really are grappling and feeling a lot of different parts and trying to figure out what that beast is, and I think that is where AI can help, I think, because we do get information, other information that you may not normally be
AI, the dark beast.
The AI is the three blind Muslim men healing up an elephant and going, it's a snake. No, it's a tree.
I would say we deal with this, sort of on a regular basis, because we're putting out reports all the time.
But as long as we've got a couple of humans to also like interpret the AI data, then of course it's going to be great.
Thanks to the help of Google.org and probably other people who are in the room with you today. What is the most comprehensive real-time view of hunger and the state of food security in the world? And it's called Hunger Map Live, and anybody in the room can go on it and see it. And what makes
now we can properly determine whether there's a famine in Palestine.
You're right. Skip tutorial. I think I'll be all right. Okay. Well, that's what they said. That's what it looks like, Mina. Good job. Wow. Looks like nobody else in the world is starving. Cool. Awesome. Most recent estimation of crisis or above. Wow. Sending my hearts out. This is tragic. It's so. Thank God these people are working hard to make sure that the global south is not being sacrificed for northern capitalism. Thank God.
Agricultural outputs to
They had one.
all the things. And then there's an AI machine learning capability that actually does actual sort of food security predictions for us, allowing us to
the hinge
but
is
to
on
get
the
back to
back.
your point, there are certain countries that would not be part of the hunger map because, again, they want to be somewhat protectionist about their information for whatever reason. They don't feel that it accurately reflects their situation. And again, that's important information for everybody to sort of see and share. And increasingly, we hope that becomes less an issue. But yes, you're absolutely right. Sort of like there is, sort of a hesitancy from some parts of the world and some countries to be sort of open and transparent about that.
And
They just need to be open and transparent, guys, about what they're doing.
Over here.
Thanks. Dina Esposito, formerly with AID, currently with Women's 20 on the Ag and Food Security Advisory Group. I have a question I want to come
Formerly
back to
with AID, many such cases
this happening in the Middle East. I know that global food stocks are relatively stable. We're not seeing spikes yet in food prices. But we also know that energy prices are high, and that sooner or later that's going to hit the consumer. And I just feel like we may be we're very eager to distinguish it from the Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the food crisis that kind of emerged there. But I feel like we might be what do the modeling tell us? If we look at the eventual impact of energy prices,
the simulations tell us?
The overlay of El Nino in certain parts of the world, currency depreciations in food insecure countries, are there certain no regrets anticipatory action?
What is that
people should be
computer
thinking
called
about
from
now, so that when
Iron
the food shocks hit,
From
we
Iron
find
Man?
ourselves in a
Jarvis.
situation we haven't said, gee, we should have done something
Jarvis.
sooner. What are your reflections? And I know for WFP already, if they're spending money to go through 7 countries with transportation, that means they're serving millions of fewer people. So you're already having a food security knock-on effect there. Just a few more reflections on whether we need to be sharper on the food security impacts of the energy part of this crisis. Thanks.
I'll start and I would agree wholeheartedly. I kind of glossed over that bit at the very beginning, but at the very beginning I made the point that for me that's the big concern right now is energy, and I think that will.
I'm so concerned about energy right now, guys.
The U.S., coming out of COVID,
I've got my.
It wasn't just energy; it was wages and other sorts of
I'm
things.
really paying attention to these big problems in the
this will
world.
all be solved if
But we know
we
that this is already
colonize
hitting
Russia.
inflation
It would.
in the U.S., and I think it will start hitting food inflation later this year. It typically takes a few months for those costs to get built into retail food prices. But yeah, I think that's a real concern. It's also a big concern if you're sitting in a town, in Africa, far away from a port. All of a sudden, the prices of moving food to that town has gotten a lot more expensive. And I think, in particular, it makes Michelle's job all the more difficult coming on the tail of a crisis every year. I mean, quite literally.
I've got the heart.
The portion of this, I think, can't be emphasized enough that is really driving hunger around the world. But this just makes it so much more expensive to address those needs. Yeah. So I'm not sure you can do much about whether or not El Nino ends up really reducing a global rice crop, which it could, and that certainly would send prices up.
And El Nino certainly could fuck over the rice economy. But thankfully, we've got AI warning systems to tell us when that's going to happen.
But I think for
what is it? What are we going to do about it? We're going to ask AI for solutions. ChatGPT, I've got 50,000 hungry people in my city looking to overthrow me. What do I do?
Sort of like we're already starting to sort of alert.
Good question, Bill.
Sort of like Horn of Africa in particular is going to need anticipatory action. It gets back to kind of the ability, the bandwidth for people to absorb kind of like the future impact when we're living in the current crisis, and just
How can we even predict the future, guys?
If we can get people aware, sort of, and taking action and helping to fund some things, then we have a really good shot of actually sort of minimizing what could be a much larger impact from this crisis. So you're absolutely right.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you so much to CSIS and to our great panelists.
Thank you so much, CSIS, for this riveting coverage. Wow,
Amazing.
Great things. Mina, do you have anything to say to these people? Both the chatters and the people from CSIS. Are you hoper maxing? Is everything actually going to be all right? Am I just being scared for no reason? Am I being a scaredy bird?
Listen to me, okay? I don't care where you live. I don't care if you live in a fucking 5 square meter room at your university, okay?
Literally.
Okay, I need you guys to go online and literally buy some seeds.
guns. Oh.
Buy some seeds, okay? Go out somewhere, dig up some dirt, and fucking plant your own food, okay? I don't care. I had like a little crash out about this yesterday. It was a hopeful crash out. It was a nice crash out, actually. It was me saying that gardening is actually better than my fucking antidepressants, okay? I love gardening. I live in an apartment. I have a balcony. I don't have a garden, okay? I just go and I fucking, like, put little strawberries on my fucking balcony. They will literally, they will thrive anywhere. It doesn't matter. They don't need, like, they don't need, like, so much space. You can just put them on your fucking windowsill, okay? And you will have little strawberries. You can eat them. It's very nice. Okay? Plant your own fucking food.
Alright, there it is. Plant your own food. Start prepping for the worst. Buy guns. And if you can't buy a gun, steal the gun from someone. Or, like, know who has a gun and steal that. Thank you so much, Mina, for your contributions to the marketable stream. Always a welcome guest. If you're on the YouTube, make sure to check out the rest of the videos I published. Probably one of my best pieces of video so far. On the 1-year anniversary of this stream, Mina, thank you so much for being a guest on this show.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Can you wish me a happy anniversary? Chat, happy
anniversary.
Yay! Literally the most
birthday.
exciting point in my life. It's downhill from here, I guess. It's over. I'm done learning. I'm done growing. It's over. Fuck this shit. All the eggs are falling out of the nest. I'm not rating anybody. I don't care. All right, have a good one, everybody. I'm ending stream. See ya. I'm gonna have to end